Funny thing about jealous people, they don't want your life. They just want to see it burn while pretending to feel sorry for you. They'll cheer when you bleed and act shocked when you heal. That's how twisted it gets. They call it karma, but really, it's projection. You didn't do anything to them, chosen one. You just existed better than their ego could handle. That's it. That's the crime. You were too calm, too sure, too untouchable. So they decided to make you a target. Not out loud, of course. Cowards never declare war directly. They do it in whispers, fake hugs, and side eyes that smell like envy. Now, imagine this for a second. Chosen one. You're walking into a room just being yourself, laughing, breathing, unbothered, and someone across the room clenches their jaw because your peace annoys their chaos. They start plotting your downfall like it's their life's purpose. They want to sacrifice your image, your name, your confidence, like breaking you would somehow fix their broken ego. But they didn't realize they were trying to destroy a storm while standing in the rain. You can't ruin someone who's already walked through hell and learned to love the fire. That's what they never got. You're not protected because of luck or fate. You're protected because you earned it through pain. You bled for that calmness. You fought for that silence. You burned bridges that were already on fire and learned to build new ones out of ashes. You are the product of everything they couldn't survive. That's why they envy you, because deep down they know they'd be dead if they went through what you smiled through. And thank you, chosen one, for still being here. You didn't let the poison turn you bitter. You didn't let the hate make you hollow. You stood tall when they wanted you buried. Don't forget to pay this message forward. Hit the like and subscribe, not for validation, but to help spread this message to more souls who need it. This mission is bigger than us now. You're not just watching this. You're part of a force. A quiet army of people who rise when others try to erase them. So thank you for standing tall with us, chosen one. Now let's get real. What they tried to do wasn't random. This was a calculated hit, a social assassination. They wanted to make you look crazy, emotional, unstable. They wanted to twist your truth until it looked like a lie. They studied you, your mannerisms, your tone, your words, then used them to mock you behind your back. That was their sacrifice. They wanted the crowd to laugh while you burned. But here's the irony. While they were busy talking about your downfall, you were busy building your next era. Every spell they cast with their tongue turned into your blessing. Every fake rumor gave you free publicity. Every person they turned against you eventually saw the truth, because you can't outlast authenticity. They tried to take you down spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and still failed. They don't understand that chosen ones don't die from betrayal. We evolve. Betrayal is just your final exam before elevation. And that's what's happening right now, the shift. You can feel it. Everything they did to stop you is now fueling you. Their gossip became your motivation. Their rejection became your redirection. Their humiliation ritual became your initiation into a higher level of self-mastery. You didn't lose, chosen one. You just learned how to play the game at a level they'll never reach. That's why they're scared now. They can't understand how you keep winning with less support, less help, less fake love. They can't process how someone who's been dragged through the dirt still walks like royalty. They tried to sacrifice you out of jealousy, but all they did was expose their own weakness. You were the test. They were the failure. And the best part, you didn't even have to fight back. You just kept being you. That's what kills them most, that their hate didn't change you, it revealed them. You're not the victim of their plan. You're the proof that divine revenge is silence, progress, and peace that can't be disturbed. They wanted to erase you from your own story. Now they're nothing more than a footnote in your rise. So let them watch, let them gossip, let them choke on your peace, because what they meant as sacrifice was really your coronation. You didn't just survive the attack, you became untouchable because of it. And listen closely, chosen one. If what you just heard hit home, that was just the warm-up. The storm hasn't even started yet. You're about to see exactly how deep this jealousy ran, how close they got to ruining you, and why it backfired so perfectly. This isn't just some motivational fluff. This is your blueprint for psychological revenge through transformation. So if you're ready to expose the snakes who tried to sacrifice you while smiling in your face, drop the number 99 in the comments right now. That's our code. That's how we know who's locked in. And if you feel this message feeding your strength, don't hesitate to back this mission with a super thanks. Your support doesn't just fuel this work. It proves that no weapon formed against a chosen one can prosper when the tribe stands together. And now, let's dive into it, piece by piece. You're not here by accident. You were meant to hear this. If you're really a chosen one, you won't just watch. You'll feel this in your bones. So sit back, breathe deep, and don't blink. The truth is coming for them. Let's begin. Number 1. They didn't hate you. They hated how much people love you without trying. They didn't want your spot. They just couldn't handle the fact you didn't beg for it. This is what keeps them up at night. The fact that you don't chase validation. The fact that people naturally gravitate toward you. That your silence holds more weight than their loudest performance. That your presence makes people lean in while they're still out here screaming for attention like unpaid background actors. You didn't do anything wrong. You just existed better than they did. And that alone made you a threat. See, being chosen comes with a price. The moment you walk into a room, you don't need to announce yourself. People feel you, that energy, calm, real, grounded. It makes noise without making a sound. And that's what destroyed them. You're everything they pretended to be. You're what they post about but can't live like. They studied confidence, read books on charisma, copied mannerisms, faked peace, bought fake status, and here you are, being you, and still eclipsing all of it without effort. That's the sacrifice, that's the hate, that's the silent war you didn't even ask for. Now some of you might be wondering, but why me? I don't even talk to them like that. That's exactly why. You didn't even try. And yet people still chose you. They chose your presence, your vibe, your mind. And nothing triggers an insecure soul faster than watching someone be loved effortlessly while they're out here selling their soul for scraps of attention. That's what made you their target, because you didn't audition for the spotlight. And somehow, you still became the main character. Ever heard of Keanu Reeves? Dude minds his business, stays humble, speaks with class, and yet there are entire blogs dedicated to how much people respect him. Not because he forced it, because he radiates it. That's the energy of the chosen one. Quiet thunder. And you're no different. You're walking proof that authenticity beats performance every single time. They hate how people choose to listen when you speak, how you could disappear and still be remembered, how you don't need to say much, but when you do, it lands. They mimic your look, your tone, your lifestyle, but it never hits. Why? Because you can't fake energy. You can steal words, steal outfits, steal followers, but the frequency, untouchable. And deep down, they know it. That's what keeps eating them alive. It's not your success that hurts them. It's the way people respect you before the success even arrives. You're not just loved, you're felt. You're not loud, you're undeniable. And no matter how much they gossip, manipulate or twist stories, people still circle back to you, because real always finds its way. Some of them even tried to warn others about you. They drop subtle hate, throw slick shade, paint you as arrogant or fake, but over time their lies started sounding like jealousy, and your silence started sounding like truth. They said you were cold, but all you did was stop explaining yourself to people who were committed to misunderstanding you. They called it ego, but it was protection. Let's get even more real. They wanted to be loved like you, but weren't willing to be hated like you. See, chosen ones go through isolation, betrayal, character assassination, smear campaigns, and still don't fold. People love your glow now, but they weren't there when you had to heal in silence, when you had to hold back tears and pretend you were fine, when you had no one in your corner but still showed up strong. That's what gave you that gravity. That's what made your presence heavy, and that's what made them snap. Imagine watching someone go through hell and still shine, still stay kind, still stay silent, still win. That's the kind of thing that breaks a jealous soul in half, because it reminds them that they've had the same opportunities to grow, but they chose comfort over evolution. They chose attention over peace. They chose bitterness over healing. And now, watching you glow while they're stuck in the same patterns, that's psychological torture to them. Here's the thing. No one says out loud, some people don't want to heal. They want to be worshipped in their brokenness. They want sympathy, not transformation. But you outgrew the pain. You didn't make it your identity. You didn't sit in the victim seat. You stood up, faced the storm, and became something rare. Someone who loves without needing applause. Someone who speaks without needing validation. Someone who walks alone without feeling lost. You terrify them. Even when they tried to drag your name, tried to get people to look at you sideways, tried to suck the light out of you, you kept glowing, quietly, powerfully. And that glow isn't makeup. That glow is survival. That glow is proof that you walked through betrayal and still came out soft. That glow is the scarred soul of someone who doesn't need revenge, because your evolution is the revenge. Don't ever underestimate how much that rattles people who can only feel important when they're being praised. The world gave them fake followers. It gave you real impact. The world gave them attention. It gave you presence. And that presence is unteachable. That's why they talk behind your back, because they're too small to stand in front of you. Let them talk. Let them squirm. Let them try to play the victim in a war they started. You don't have to defend yourself. Your energy already did. You're not just being loved, you're being witnessed. People are watching you thrive without the need to compete, watching you move in silence, glow in isolation, and win without clout. That's not just intimidating, it's soul-crushing for people who never learned how to be loved without pretending. So next time someone tries to paint you as the villain in their jealousy-ridden story, remember this: people don't hate you because you're wrong. They hate you because you're real. They hate you because you don't need to scream for attention. You are the attention, and that's a threat they'll never be able to process. Keep walking like you own the ground, because they felt you before they saw you, and that's why they tried to erase you. Number 2, they tried to humiliate you publicly, but ended up exposing themselves. They really thought it would be funny, didn't they? They thought they'd get the crowd to laugh at you, point fingers and label you as the broken one, the crazy one, the joke. They planned the entire thing like a performance. And you were supposed to be the main event, the sacrifice. They wanted to stage your downfall and sell front-row seats to your embarrassment. But here's the twist that crushed them. You didn't play the role. You didn't beg. You didn't cry. You didn't explain. You just stood there, calm, composed, terrifyingly silent. And that silence, that's what ruined the show. Because real chosen ones don't defend themselves in chaos. They let the chaos destroy itself. And that's exactly what happened. The moment you refused to break, they did. The moment you kept your mouth shut, people started asking questions. Why are they so obsessed with tearing this person down? Why is this person always the target? Why are they always starting something, and why does the other person never respond? Suddenly, the spotlight shifted, from you to them. The villain got exposed by their own performance, and the audience, they didn't laugh. They watched, uncomfortably, because something about your silence hit harder than any comeback ever could. See, when someone goes out of their way to humiliate you publicly, they're not attacking you. They're screaming about how much you threaten them. That's not shade. That's a siren. That's a walking confession of insecurity. Your presence alone made them unravel. Your peace, your strength, your stillness. It cracked the mirror they've been pretending to love themselves in. And they couldn't take it. So they thought humiliation would humble you. But all it did was expose how weak they truly are. Let's break it down. Insecure people can't stand mystery. They hate not being able to figure you out. So they create stories. They twist your silence into arrogance. They twist your distance into bitterness. They twist your boundaries into attitude. And when people still love you anyway, that's when they snap. That's when the public attack begins. But what they didn't understand is this. Humiliation only works on people who don't know who they are. And you? You're chosen. You've been through way worse. You've buried versions of yourself these people couldn't even survive being for 24 hours. Let's be real. There were moments it hurt. Moments you wanted to lash out, scream, call them out by name. But you didn't, because you knew the long game. You knew that responding would put you on their level. You knew that silence isn't weakness, it's control. You let them embarrass themselves while trying to embarrass you. That's a different kind of power. That's strategy. That's emotional warfare they never trained for. And let's address the voice in your head that might have asked, but what if they actually convinced people? Doesn't matter. Whoever turned on you because of gossip was never real to begin with. Let them go. Let them join the peanut gallery. That's not your circle. That's the crowd. Chosen ones don't need crowds. They build kingdoms, and kingdoms don't bow to rumors. Look at history. Public humiliation has always been used to break powerful people. Martin Luther King was arrested and slandered. Muhammad Ali was ridiculed for standing in his truth. Even Elon Musk was laughed at when he spoke about electric cars and space rockets. They were all mocked until they weren't, until they became too undeniable. That's the path of the chosen one. First, they ignore you. Then they laugh at you. Then they attack you. Then they watch you win, quietly, from the shadows, praying nobody remembers what they used to say about you. And here's the part that stings them the most. You never needed to clear your name because your growth cleared it for you. While they were still retweeting shade and whispering behind your back, you were leveling up. You were evolving. You were building peace so deep, not even betrayal could shake it. And now, they look bitter. They look obsessed. They look exactly like the problem they tried to paint you as. Your silence made them implode. Your lack of response became your weapon. While they tried to drag your name, you dragged your soul into healing. While they built alliances of hate, you built discipline, purpose, and clarity. That's why they lost. Not because you clapped back, but because you didn't need to. When you refuse to sink to their level, they drown in their own shallowness. You are proof that not all war needs a battlefield. Some wars are won in the mind, in the heart, in the way you don't let pain rewrite your character. They gave you a reason to lose yourself, and you turned it into a reason to sharpen yourself. You alchemized the attack, you flipped the narrative, and you never said a word. Power like that doesn't scream. It moves, quiet, cold, strategic. So let them tell their little stories. Let them drop their petty comments online. Let them mimic your moves and pretend they're unbothered. Deep down, they know they tried to humiliate someone who's built from pain. They couldn't even spell. They know you stood through a storm they created and came out dry. They know your silence isn't weakness. It's the calm of someone who already won. And maybe the worst part for them is that no matter what they said, no matter how hard they tried, people still feel you. They still respect you. They still trust you. Why? Because energy never lies. People can sense what's real. And no matter how loud your enemies bark, your energy will always walk in first. Let's finish this with the truth. They didn't break you. They exposed themselves trying. They wanted to ruin you in public. Instead, they gave you a public resurrection. You didn't just survive the smear campaign. You outgrew it. And now, while they're still stuck in bitterness and projection, you're building a life so powerful, their shade looks like a shadow trying to touch the sun. You didn't need revenge. You became the proof. The pain they used to mock you, that became your crown. The humiliation they tried to orchestrate, that became your spotlight. And now, every time they open their mouth to speak on your name, they choke on the taste of their own irrelevance. On to the next. Say the word. Let's burn the next chapter down. Number 3. You were never supposed to fit in. You were meant to trigger insecurities. They didn't hate you because you were wrong. They hated you because you refused to be like them. You didn't water yourself down to be liked. You didn't dumb yourself down to fit the room. You didn't fake smiles just to keep fake peace. And that's what made them mad. Not your flaws, not your mistakes, but your refusal to be less. You were never built to blend in. You were built to expose. Your existence alone makes people uncomfortable because you show them what they could have been if they didn't fold, if they didn't quit, if they didn't sell out. You didn't come into this world to make others feel safe in their stagnation. You came to shake up everything fake. That's why your presence hits so hard. You're not loud, but your silence screams. You don't try, but your energy dominates. And that's why people act weird around you. That awkward energy, that sudden shift in tone when you walk in. That's not in your head. That's resistance. That's their spirit reacting to your authenticity. Because deep down, they know you're living at a frequency they abandoned years ago. Let's answer the question that's been in your head. Why does it always feel like I'm too much for everyone? Because you are. You're too honest for liars, too focused for the distracted, too loyal for the opportunists, too deep for the shallow. You were made to stand out, to stand alone, and to stand for something. And that naturally draws out hate from those who stand for nothing. They see you and realize they've been faking peace, faking strength, faking purpose, and you just are. No act, no gimmick, no apology. That's why they tried to dim you. They thought if they isolated you, mocked you, gossiped about you, you'd shrink. You'd apologize for being yourself. You'd second-guess your instincts. But you didn't. You doubled down. You leaned deeper into your power. You didn't break. You became undeniable. And now their insecurities have nowhere to hide. Because every time they look at you, they don't see too much. They see everything they gave up on. So let them feel uncomfortable. Let them whisper. Let them twitch in your presence. That's confirmation. The universe didn't put you here to fit in. It put you here to wake the dead. You're the mirror they can't avoid, and the truth they can't silence. Keep shining, keep triggering. You're right on track. Number 4, they stayed close just to study you and copy you. They weren't real. They weren't friends. They were spies, parasites in disguise. They sat next to you, smiled in your face, clapped for your wins, and studied every damn thing you did. How you speak, how you move, how you think. They weren't supporting you. They were watching you like a blueprint, screenshotting your glow and trying to build a fake version of it behind your back. And the craziest part? You felt it. You knew something was off. But because you had a good heart, you gave them the benefit of the doubt. And that's exactly what they preyed on. They weren't inspired by you. They were obsessed with you. Obsession looks a lot like loyalty at first, until you realize they never had your back. They just wanted to know how you kept standing. They didn't admire you. They envied your discipline, your mind, your resilience. You were never dealing with an enemy. You were dealing with a fan with a grudge, someone who wanted to be you but resented the fact that they weren't. So they stayed close. Close enough to copy, close enough to pretend, close enough to clone, and pray no one noticed the difference. But there's one thing they'll never be able to copy: your energy. You can wear someone's style, steal their words, mimic their rhythm, but you can't download their frequency. You can't replicate the lessons they earned through pain. And that's what drove them crazy. They had access to your world and still couldn't recreate the magic. It never hit the same. Because the glow you carry, it's not aesthetic, it's earned. It's built through betrayal, nights of silence, battles nobody saw. They wanted the crown without carrying the weight. You probably asked yourself, why would someone close to me do this? Because proximity breeds delusion in the wrong minds. The closer they got to you, the more they realized how far behind they were. That's why they mocked you in private while praising you in public. That's why they kept copying your work but couldn't keep the momentum. You were running on purpose. They were running on envy. And envy dies quick when it doesn't get the applause it craves. So let them keep watching. Let them keep copying. They'll always be 3 steps behind, trying to imitate a spirit they'll never understand. Because you're not just unique, you're chosen, and the universe doesn't make duplicates. Keep moving. Let the fake ones chase your shadow while you live in the light. Number 5, you don't perform pain, and that's what makes you dangerous. They were waiting for your breakdown. They were waiting for the Instagram story, the dramatic meltdown, the "I'm done" post, the crying, the oversharing, the emotional explosion that would let them say, "See, I knew they weren't okay." That was the plan. They needed your pain to be loud, messy, and public because they wanted to feed off it. They wanted to use it to validate their secret jealousy, but you didn't give them the show. You didn't perform. You didn't crumble on cue, and that's what made you lethal in their eyes. You bled in silence. You stitched your own wounds behind closed doors. While they watched your page like a hawk, waiting for signs of collapse, you were busy rebuilding, quiet, calm, ruthless. You weren't hiding your pain out of weakness. You were guarding it like gold, because you understand something they don't. Not everyone deserves access to your healing. Some people want to see your scars just to poke at them. Some people want to witness your vulnerability just to weaponize it later. But you went ghost and came back stronger. That's what messed them up. Because people like them need an audience to feel alive. They need sympathy, drama, and attention to survive. They cry for clout, suffer for views, and twist trauma into personality. You're the complete opposite. You don't broadcast pain, you process it. You don't explain your silence, you weaponize it. That contrast? It exposed the hollowness in their soul. You probably had nights where it felt like no one saw your pain, and the truth is, they didn't, because you didn't let them. You learned early that showing too much invites the wrong energy, so you stopped sharing with people who secretly celebrated your setbacks. You stopped performing grief for people who wanted to feel better about their own miserable lives. And that decision, that's what turned you into a threat, because now they don't know what phase you're in. They don't know if you're hurting, healing, or plotting your next move, and that silence drives them mad. Let them wonder, let them drown in their own questions. The truth is, your silence is power. Your pain, it was never a weapon for them, it became armor for you. And now, you walk different. You move like someone who's been through hell, came back with lessons, and refused to hand those lessons over to people who never deserved the story in the first place. You are dangerous because you survived, and you didn't make it a performance. You made it a transformation. Keep it that way. The universe sees you. Keep rising. Number 6. They tried to ruin your reputation, but you're uncancelable. They thought smearing your name would stop you. They thought if they whispered enough lies, twisted just enough stories, got a few people to believe the worst, it would ruin you, make people turn their backs, make you irrelevant. But that's the thing about chosen ones. You're not powered by public opinion. You're powered by truth. And truth doesn't flinch when lies get loud. They tried to cancel you, but how do you cancel someone who never needed permission to exist in the first place? You didn't climb here off clout. You didn't beg for platforms or fake alliances. You built this off scars, off silence, off real pain. You turned into power. That's why their attacks didn't land, because the people who rock with you feel you. They don't follow you for the image, they follow you for the energy. And that kind of loyalty, that's bulletproof. Let's be honest, at some point you wondered if they could actually destroy your reputation. You saw people switch up, go cold, act funny, and for a second it made you doubt yourself. But then something clicked. The people who fell off were never solid to begin with. The lies didn't break the bond. They just revealed who was never real in the first place. That's not a loss. That's a cleanse. Meanwhile, the truth just kept speaking for you. While they were busy telling stories, people were watching you move, watching how you carried yourself, watching how your character stayed steady. You didn't need to defend yourself. You didn't post long rants. You didn't chase validation. You let your actions burn their lies down, one silent move at a time. And that's what they couldn't fight. You didn't fight them at all. You let reality do the work. Because at the end of the day, your energy doesn't lie. You're too raw to be faked, too consistent to be questioned. You've been through too much to fold under gossip. They tried to throw dirt on your name, but forgot one thing. You were planted, not buried. And now you're growing louder than their lies ever could. So let them keep talking. The ones who were never for you are already gone. The real ones, they never left. And you're still here, still standing, still rising. Because chosen ones don't get cancelled. We get confirmed. Every attack just proves we're on target. Keep going. The universe is watching. Number 7. Your calm mind made their manipulation useless. They tried everything: guilt trips, gaslighting, passive-aggressive jabs, sudden cold shoulders, twisting your words, playing the victim, creating fake problems just to watch how you'd react. That's how manipulators operate. They don't throw punches. They play mind games. And they expected you to break, to crack, to chase, to start over-explaining yourself and begging for peace in a storm they created. But what did you do, chosen one? You did the one thing they can't handle. You stayed calm. You didn't take the bait. You didn't match their chaos. You didn't play therapist to their drama. You watched the circus, and instead of buying a ticket, you walked away from the damn tent. That's when they lost control. Because manipulators thrive off reaction. They feed off the energy of confusion and conflict. But when you gave them nothing, when you just blinked and carried on with your day, they felt powerless. And powerless people get desperate. You probably asked yourself at some point, why do they keep poking at me? Simple. They're trying to pull you into their emotional mess. They want to destabilize you, but they don't realize you've already mastered yourself. You've already been through the storm they're trying to fake. That calmness they hate, that's not apathy, that's power, that's experience. That's you knowing damn well that reacting would only give them what they want. You played it smart. You let them spin their web. You acted like you didn't see the trap. But deep down, you already knew every move they were about to make. You read their patterns like a book. You listened to what they didn't say louder than what they did. And when the time came, you cut them off with no warning, no explanation, no guilt. That's the part that shattered them the most. Not the silence, the clean exit, no closure, no goodbye, just done. See, people like them can only manipulate the emotionally reckless. But you got still. You paused. You sat with yourself. You let the storm pass without reacting, and they never recovered from that. Because when a chosen one stops feeding the chaos, the whole illusion breaks down. That's when the manipulator gets exposed, not by your words, but by your peace. So stay calm, chosen one. Keep your energy close. Your calm mind is a weapon they'll never know how to disarm. And the universe, it's watching you master the test like a damn pro. Keep playing it cold. You're untouchable now. Number 8. Your growth triggered their collapse. They thought they were winning. While you were healing, reflecting, building and elevating, they were watching you from the shadows, sharpening their jealousy like a blade. Every move you made in silence, they stalked it. Every small win, they took it personal. And while you focused on peace, they focused on payback. That's the level of delusion they were on. They thought your growth was an insult to their existence, and that somehow cutting you down would make their misery feel smaller. But here's the hard truth they couldn't handle. You weren't the problem. You were just the mirror. While they were busy obsessing over your downfall, you were unlocking new levels of self-control, self-worth, and self-awareness. You stopped chasing, stopped explaining, stopped trying to prove anything to anyone. You detached. You evolved. And that quiet growth? It lit a fire under every insecurity they tried to ignore. Because when a chosen one grows, it shines a spotlight on everything someone else hasn't faced yet. Your transformation wasn't their inspiration. It was their undoing. And now, look at them. The same people who tried to sabotage you are sitting in the same cycle, with the same fake circle, living the same repetitive, drama-filled life, only now with the bitter taste of failure in their mouth. Why? Because everything they tried to steal from you, curse you with, or block you from, came back to them. That's not spiritual mystery. That's universal law. Karma isn't magic. It's math. You put out poison, you drink it. You plant envy, you harvest emptiness. You throw hate, you catch it back tenfold. That's how it works. Simple, clean, inevitable. You probably wondered, why are they still watching me if they hate me so much? Because deep down, they don't hate you. They hate the distance. The gap between who you are now and who they'll never become. You didn't rub your growth in their face. You were just growing, and that was enough to make their whole identity crack. They bet on your silence, meaning weakness. But really, it was your transformation cocoon. And by the time they realized they couldn't keep up, you were already unrecognizable. New mindset, new boundaries, new energy. And guess what? The universe is rewarding you in front of the same people who tried to bury you. That's not petty. That's alignment. So don't look back, don't explain, don't reach out. Let them sit in the space they created while you keep leveling up. Your elevation is divine. Their collapse, that's just the bill for everything they tried to charge you with. Keep rising, chosen one. You are the karma. Number 9. You were the only one who saw through them, and that's why you became the target. They had everyone fooled, the charm, the tears, the fake loyalty, the carefully curated image of someone who's just trying to help. They played victim and saint at the same time, and most people ate it up until you showed up. You didn't just see their face, you saw their mask. You clocked the manipulation early. You noticed the inconsistencies. You paid attention to the subtle jabs hidden behind compliments. And unlike everyone else, you didn't get hypnotized. You didn't fall for the act. And that's when it became personal. They realized you were the one person they couldn't control, couldn't gaslight, couldn't fool. You weren't blinded by fake apologies or performative empathy. You watched, you listened, and when they tried to study you, you were already 2 steps ahead, because chosen ones move by instinct, not ego. You pulled back, you got quiet, you stopped responding, and that's when the panic set in, because when you distanced yourself, their whole illusion started cracking, and once a manipulator feels exposed, they don't retreat, they attack. You became the target, not because you did something wrong, but because you were the only one strong enough to see everything that was wrong. You saw through the fog while everyone else clapped for the show. And that kind of awareness, that makes you dangerous to a fake person. You're a threat to the identity they spent years crafting. So they did what cowards do. They flipped the narrative. They tried to make you the villain, spread half-truths, played the poor, innocent soul, tried to convince others that you were acting different, switching up, cold-hearted. But all you were doing was waking up. You ever wonder, why am I always the one who sees it first? That's part of the assignment. Chosen ones carry vision that cuts through the surface. You're not just intuitive, you're spiritually armed. You feel lies in your gut. You sense agendas in energy. And while others need proof, you already know. Let them tell their story. Let them scramble to convince the crowd. Because deep down, they remember the moment you stopped falling for it. They remember the look in your eye that said, "I see you now." And that will haunt them longer than anything you could have said out loud. Stay sharp, chosen one. The universe gave you clarity not to hurt you, but to protect you. Let them expose themselves trying to take you down. You've already won the moment you saw the truth. Keep your peace. You're not the target because you're weak. You're the target because you're the threat. Number 10. They thought you'd break in private, but you thrived in silence. They wanted you to disappear. They wanted you to fall off the map and quietly rot in isolation. No status updates, no photos, no wins, just silence, the kind they thought meant defeat. That's what they were hoping for. They wanted your glow to dim behind closed doors. They pictured you crying alone, overthinking, questioning yourself, doubting your worth. They wanted to believe that without them, or without the noise, you'd collapse. But chosen one, instead of falling apart, you rebuilt. You didn't post about it. You didn't make an announcement. You just vanished into the shadows and turned into something deadlier. You used that silence as a laboratory. You studied yourself. You dissected your patterns. You rewired your mindset. While they were out there bragging about fake peace and flexing for attention, you were laying bricks, one by one, building a version of yourself they never saw coming. You ever wonder why they started acting nervous the moment you got quiet? Because manipulators can't handle not knowing where you stand. They rely on access. They feed off reaction. So when you stopped responding, stopped showing up, stopped playing the same emotional ping pong, they panicked. Your silence was supposed to be a funeral. Instead, it became your training arc. Now look at you, sharper, wiser, quieter. You walk with precision now. You speak with intention. You move like someone who has nothing to prove. And that's what terrifies them, because the version of you they tried to break, that version is gone. What's left now is a soul that doesn't just survive, it ascends. Let's get something clear. Thriving in silence isn't about being mysterious or sneaky. It's about choosing peace over attention, choosing purpose over performance. It's about understanding that your journey is too sacred to be consumed by people who only want to watch you fail. That's why the universe hid you. That's why things slowed down. It wasn't punishment, it was preparation. And now they're watching, confused, threatened, trying to figure out how someone they counted out is still here, unbothered, unshaken, unfazed. But they'll never get it, because they only know how to pretend. You became. Keep moving in silence, chosen one. Let your growth make the noise. They expected your silence to be your ending, but it became your most powerful beginning. Number 11. You're not mean, you're just done. Explaining yourself to people who pretend not to understand. They'll call you everything now. Cold, harsh, guarded, mean, emotionless. But that's not the truth. That's just the tantrum of people who lost access to your energy. The same ones who took your kindness for weakness now can't handle your boundaries. Because you used to explain everything. You used to soften your tone, over-clarify your feelings, justify your distance. You bent over backwards, trying to make people feel safe while you were bleeding internally. But now you've evolved past all that. You don't explain anymore. You exit. They don't like this version of you because it's no longer available for exploitation. They can't guilt-trip their way into your time. They can't play confused when they cross the line. You don't play nice with fake confusion anymore. You know they heard what you said the first time. They just didn't respect it. So now they're mad that you finally meant what you said. You stopped translating your soul to people who were never listening to understand, only to drain. You're not mean, chosen one. You're just clear now, clear on who deserves your softness, clear on who weaponized your emotions, clear on who clapped when you were vulnerable, only to turn around and gossip when you turned your back. You don't owe people explanations for the boundaries they forced you to build. You don't have to soften your tone for people who were stabbing you while smiling in your face. And let's get one thing straight. There's nothing wrong with being distant from what drains you. That's not cold. That's protection. That's intelligence. That's what survival looks like after you've given too many second chances to the wrong people. The version of you they want back, the over-giving, over-explaining, self-sacrificing version, died the moment you realized your peace is more important than being liked. Now they're out here calling you different, good. You are, because now you don't entertain confusion. You don't sit at tables where your worth has to be argued. You don't let people who play dumb get a front row seat to your evolution. You don't need to explain your growth. Let them sit in their assumptions while you rise in your power. You are the boundary now. And the universe is honoring that shift by removing everything and everyone that can't meet the new standard. Let it. You're not heartless. You're just done watering dead plants. Number 12. Their attacks only started when your success couldn't be denied. They were quiet when you were down, silent when you were overlooked, nowhere to be found when you were grinding in the dark. But the second you started winning, suddenly they found their voice. Suddenly you're a problem. Suddenly you're arrogant, fake, lucky. Understand this, chosen one. The hate didn't start when you failed. The hate started when failure was no longer an option for you. That's not random. That's the signal that your light is undeniable and your presence is disruptive to those who only feel big when you play small. They didn't attack you because you were weak. They attacked you because you were proving them wrong by existing. Everything they said you'd never be, you became. Everything they tried to block still broke through. Every door they slammed in your face, you kicked open. And the universe, it made sure they had a front row seat to watch it all unfold. That's not coincidence. That's poetic. That's divine justice showing up like, now clap, coward. See, as long as you were struggling, they tolerated you, not because they supported you, but because it made them feel better about their own stagnant lives. You struggling meant they didn't have to evolve. But the moment you started rising, you exposed everything in them that's been rotting quietly under the surface. You reminded them of the potential they wasted, the confidence they faked, the dream they gave up on. That's why they got loud. You probably asked yourself, why now? Why are they turning on me when I've done nothing but grow? The answer is simple. Your growth makes their stagnation impossible to ignore. Your wins remind them that the excuse train has stopped running, and they can't stand to see someone who went through hell, kept their integrity, healed in silence, and still came out on top. It burns them, it breaks them, because you weren't supposed to bounce back. You were supposed to stay broken, but you didn't. You rose, with receipts, with scars, with class. You didn't clap back, you clapped forward. And now they're choking on your consistency, scrambling for ways to spin your glow into something dark. But the truth? It's too late, because your energy tells the whole story. Your aura speaks louder than their gossip. Your elevation is now undeniable. Let them bark. Let them throw shade. Let them keep pretending your wins aren't real, because nothing they do matters anymore. You're already gone. You outgrew the room, outgrew their version of you, outgrew the limits they tried to place on your name. They can't touch what's been written in your spirit and what's coming next for you. They wouldn't even believe it if you told them. You didn't just survive the attacks. You became living proof that no amount of hate can cancel purpose. The universe never stopped believing in you. It just wanted to see if you would keep believing when no one else did. And you did. That's why you're winning. That's why they're bitter. And that's why you're not done yet. This is only the beginning, chosen one. Let your success keep making the noise, and let their envy keep proving your power, and that brings it full circle, chosen one. Every attack, every smear, every silent war, all of it failed. You're still here, stronger, smarter, and more focused than ever. They tried to erase you, but all they did was reveal themselves. And now your glow is untouchable because it was built in the dark. If this message hit your spirit, make sure to like, subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments so we know you're locked in with the tribe. Share this with someone who needs to hear it, because this light isn't just for you. It's for us. You were never made to be liked. You were made to be feared. Let that sink in, because deep down, they don't dislike you. They fear what you represent. You are the living proof that you can't kill what's chosen. You are the storm they hoped would never hit. But it's here. You're here. And there's nothing they can do about it. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A lion walks into a room full of sheep. He doesn't have to roar. He doesn't have to snarl. The silence alone rattles every fragile soul in the place. Not because the lion's aggressive, but because his existence alone makes them feel weak, fake, exposed. That's you. You've been trying to make yourself smaller so they don't feel uncomfortable. You've been folding your power just to protect their fragile egos. But guess what? It's not working. They still hate. They still envy. You're a force to be reckoned with, whether you own it or not. Let me hit you with a fact that'll make your haters squirm. A study from Princeton showed that people form first impressions in under a second, based on energy, not words. You walk in a room and people immediately clock you as a threat, as a star, as somebody who's not to be played with. That's not paranoia. That's presence. That's power. That's you. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button. Help spread this light to more souls. It's not just a video, it's a movement. It's our mission. Because when you wake up, you help others wake up too. Thanks for being a part of this force. You don't just watch greatness, you are it. Let's get back into it. You don't realize how powerful you truly are, but they do. Oh, they do. That's why they act weird around you. That's why they go from laughing to whispering the second you show up. That's why they mimic you in secret while pretending not to care. Because your existence alone is a threat to their performance. They're out here faking confidence. You walk in with truth in your bones. You don't just have energy, you are energy. That scares the ones who've built their whole life on lies, shortcuts, and manipulation. You're not just a little different. You were built different. You don't chase attention, but it follows you anyway. You're not begging to be understood, but people still study you. Every move you make, every word you speak gets remembered because you're unforgettable. You're carved out of something they can't access, and they know it. Let's talk about the silence in the room when you enter. You've noticed it. Don't act like you haven't. The awkward shifting, the eye rolls, the compliments that feel a little too backhanded. That's not your imagination, that's real. It's the side effect of being undeniable, because when people see someone like you, someone authentic, sharp and unshakably real, they get reminded of what they pretend to be, and instead of leveling up, they'd rather tear you down. But it doesn't work, does it? Because every time they try to dim you, you glow brighter. Every rumor, you outlived it. Every betrayal, you leveled up after it. Every person who tried to play you lost something they'll never get back. Your silence punishes louder than their words ever could. You cut people off without a speech, without a warning, and your absence haunts them louder than your presence ever did. People know, even if they never say it out loud, they know you are not normal, you are not regular, you are not here to fit in. You're a disruptor, a mirror, a storm with a spine. When you show up, people get exposed, because your energy strips away everything fake around you. You bring truth into every room you enter, and truth always rattles the ones who live a lie. You weren't made for comfort. You were made for impact. That's why they couldn't mold you. That's why no matter how much pressure you faced, you didn't fold. You crystallized. They tried to kill your spirit and ended up feeding your fire. They thought you'd beg to come back. Instead, you turned into someone they can't even look in the eye. And here's the best part. You're just getting started. This version of you, this is only the prequel. The quiet storm before the explosion. 2026. It's not just another year. It's the reckoning, the rise, the moment you stop playing small and start walking in rooms like you own the floor. Because you do. You always did. They were never afraid of the real you. They were afraid that you'd realize who you are. Well, guess what, chosen one? You just did. And listen up, chosen one. Don't you dare scroll away now. What you just heard, that was just the fuse. The real explosion is about to hit. This wasn't the message. This was the warning shot. We're only scratching the surface of what it truly means to be a force that can't be ignored, can't be replaced, can't be outshined. So if you're ready to go deeper, to stop doubting your power and start owning it, drop the number 777 in the comments right now. That's our secret signal. That's how we show we're awake. And if you feel called to back this message and fuel this movement, hit that super thanks or whatever support you can give. Because this isn't just a video, it's a digital battlefield, and your energy helps us push this light into darker corners of the internet where it's desperately needed. Thank you for standing with us, chosen one. You're not a viewer. You're a soldier in this mission, and we're just getting started. And now, let's rip into it, step by step. Because if you're really the chosen one, you already feel it, that pull in your chest, telling you to stay till the end. Let's begin. Number 1, your aura intimidates people, and that's their problem. They're not afraid of what you say, they're terrified of what you don't have to. Let that sink deep into your bones, chosen one. Your existence alone is confrontation. Your presence is louder than their egos can handle. You walk into a room and without even trying, you strip away the masks. You expose the fakeness in people who spend their whole life pretending to be confident, pretending to be kind, pretending to be someone. They see you, real, raw, grounded, and suddenly everything fake in them starts to shake. This is why people stare too long, why they whisper when you walk by, why some people give you fake smiles while secretly hoping you fail. It's not hate, it's fear wrapped in envy. It's intimidation disguised as indifference. They're not ignoring you, they're avoiding the power they can't understand. You don't need flashy clothes or loud opinions. You don't have to be the loudest in the room. You just have to walk in, and suddenly everyone else feels small. That's not ego, that's energy, that's legacy-level aura. That's what happens when someone's spirit can't be faked, bought, or copied. Now picture this, chosen one. A candle doesn't panic when the sun rises. It just accepts that its time to shine is over. That's how people feel when you step in, like their light just got turned off. Their fake influence fades, their noise becomes background, and their presence turns invisible. You don't try to outshine people, you just do. They call you arrogant, cold, intimidating, only because they've never been in the presence of someone so rooted in who they are. It burns. And still, you sit there wondering, why does everyone treat me weird? Why do people either love me too hard or hate me for no reason? Because, chosen one, you are a spiritual earthquake in human form. You shift the ground just by existing. They don't know whether to run from you or follow you, but either way, you've already changed them. Look around at the ones who make people uncomfortable without saying a word. Beyoncé, Michael Jordan, Muhammad Ali, Nipsey Hussle, Rihanna. You think they were always liked? No, they were feared, misunderstood, hated, but respected. Why? Because they carried the same thing you carry, that quiet, unshakable, I know who I am power, and that scares the hell out of people who don't. You are the mirror that shows people their lack. Your light exposes their shadows. Your confidence doesn't just inspire, it intimidates. And no matter how humble you try to be, it's still there. They still feel it. You can't hide it. But here's where most chosen ones get stuck. You feel guilty for the way people react to you. You start shrinking, softening, over-explaining, trying to be less intense so others don't feel uncomfortable. But let's call that what it really is, a spiritual betrayal. Every time you dull yourself for others, you betray the purpose you were sent here to fulfill. They don't dislike you because you're too much. They hate you because you remind them they're not enough, and that's not your fault. You just exist at a frequency they've never reached, and instead of rising up, they'd rather pull you down. But guess what? Gravity never wins against fire. You have to stop confusing intimidation with negativity. Your energy is not a problem. It's a weapon, a shield, a signal to everyone around you that says, I am not like you. I do not move like you. I do not need what you need. People feel judged by you, not because you are judging them, but because your life exposes how small they've been thinking. You being alive at full volume makes them realize they've been living on mute. And that's the difference. You were built for pressure. You were built to carry that aura. You didn't ask for this kind of weight. It just came with the role. Being chosen doesn't mean you're perfect. It means you were selected for impact. You are marked for disruption, and your presence alone delivers that. Even silence becomes a message when it comes from someone with real power. You sit in a room, and people start to wonder what you're thinking. You look at someone, and their lies crumble. You don't speak much, because you don't have to. Your silence says what their whole mouth couldn't. Let me give you another truth. When people say, you've changed, what they really mean is, you stopped pretending to be small so I could feel big. But you're done playing that game. You're done toning down your shine for people who can't even generate their own light. Stop asking, why do people react to me like this? And start owning the truth. They're reacting to a frequency they've never felt before. You are rare. You are real. You are respected in silence and watched in secret. They may not say it to your face, but behind closed doors, they know you're the one. They feel it when you enter. They talk about you when you leave, because your aura doesn't leave rooms quietly. It echoes. So the next time you catch people side-eyeing, acting off, throwing shade with no reason, don't internalize it. Smile, nod, keep walking, because what you're witnessing is a soul being shook by the truth of who you are. And truth? It don't need permission to show up. You've spent enough time trying to be relatable, trying to be liked. But let's be honest, you were never born to be liked. You were born to be remembered, and that's exactly what you are. So stand tall, chosen one. Let your aura speak before you do. They don't have to understand it. They just need to respect it. And trust me, they do. Even if their mouth won't say it, their body language already screamed it. You don't realize how powerful you truly are, but everyone else does. And that's why they can't stop watching you, even with their fake smiles and clenched jaws. You are a force to be reckoned with. And their fear? That's your confirmation. Number 2. You were built with fire, not fluff. They thought your kindness was weakness until they tasted the fire behind your smile. That's the mistake they always make, chosen one. They see your soft tone, your quiet patience, your willingness to give people chance after chance, and they think they're dealing with someone harmless. But what they don't see, what they never see until it's too late, is the monster you become when pushed too far. You were not built with fluff. You were built with fire. The kind of fire that burns bridges unapologetically. The kind of fire that doesn't scream, it consumes. And when you finally snap, it's not drama, it's justice. Let's be clear, you're not the villain. You're the balance. You gave warnings, you gave chances, you held back the storm longer than you should have, but they kept poking, kept lying, kept disrespecting, thinking you'd never strike back. And then you did, and just like that, they learned what it means to play with fire. See, here's what they don't get. You are not always angry. You are not always cold. You don't walk around looking for revenge. But when someone betrays your loyalty, when someone crosses a boundary you clearly set, when someone confuses your silence for submission, you flip fast, hard, with zero mercy, because your kindness was never about being weak. It was a choice, a strength, a gift. And when people abuse it, you don't explain, you erase. Now imagine this. You're holding a cup of boiling water. You're calm, smiling. The heat is there, but contained. Someone walks by and thinks they can just snatch the cup from your hands. They don't realize the heat they're about to grab. That's you, all the time, peaceful, but not safe, kind, but not soft. They get close and don't realize until too late. Your soul has scars shaped like armor. You didn't become like this on accident. You were built this way by betrayal, by watching people pretend to love you while secretly envying you, by trusting snakes dressed as soulmates, by giving your energy to the wrong ones over and over until the fluff got burned off and all that was left was flame. People always act shocked when the chosen one flips, but they never ask what it took to get there. They see the clapback. They don't see the years of silence you held. They see the cutoff. They don't see the thousands of chances you gave. They see the explosion, not the pressure you've been swallowing in silence for years. You are light and shadow. You are peace and war. You bring calm until chaos is needed. You offer love until someone forces your hand. You protect, but when pushed, you annihilate. That's not being two-faced, that's being whole. You've got that angelic smile and a demon resting behind your eyes that only shows up when needed. You're that quiet storm, the person everyone thinks is so sweet, until the switch flips. And when it flips for good. Let's be real, they don't recover after they cross you, because they thought they were dealing with a doormat. But they stepped on a landmine. Your love is strong, but your rage, it's ancestral, it's generational, it's righteous. You carry the fire of all your past versions. The kid who kept quiet, the teen who got betrayed, the young adult who was too loyal to people who didn't deserve it. And now, you've evolved into something they can't manipulate, use, or break. That's why they call you cold now, because you don't tolerate what you used to, because you don't beg for clarity anymore, because you've turned your boundaries into walls with razor wire. They say you've changed, and they're right. You're no longer willing to bleed for people who wouldn't even hand you a bandage. You're no longer scared of being alone because you realized your solitude is safer than fake loyalty. Look around at the greats, the real ones who left a mark on this world. Tupac, he loved deep, but he flipped when betrayed. Kobe, calm killer energy, unstoppable focus. Didn't need to talk much, just showed up and ended people. Nicki Minaj, sweet off stage, ruthless when crossed. These people weren't nice or mean, they were complete. And so are you. So the next time someone tries to guilt trip you for protecting your energy, remind them, I'm not rude. I just stopped apologizing for not letting people play me twice. You are sweet until disrespected. Loyal until lied to. Soft until someone mistakes that softness for stupidity. Then you flip, and when you do, it's over. You don't argue, you don't explain, you exit. And when you leave, you take the warmth with you, and all they're left with is cold regret. So if you've ever been told you're too sensitive, or you overreact, or you changed, wear that like a badge of honor. Because what they really mean is, I lost access to someone powerful because I couldn't stop playing games. And to the chosen ones watching this, stop feeling guilty for flipping. Stop apologizing for defending your peace. Stop watering yourself down so fragile people don't drown in your depth. You were not made with fluff. You were forged with fire. And fire doesn't ask for permission. It just burns. Not to destroy, but to purify, to reset, to remind everyone that you are not to be played with. And if that intimidates them, good. They should have thought twice before waking the storm. Number 3, people who hurt you don't heal right. You were the blessing they fumbled. Now they're choking on the silence you left behind. Let's make one thing very clear, chosen one. People who hurt you don't walk away whole. They may smile, they may act unbothered, they may post like they're glowing and thriving. But deep down, they're bleeding where nobody can see. Because when someone betrays, uses, or plays a chosen one, they don't walk away clean, they walk away cursed. You weren't just another person in their life. You were the shift, the upgrade, the one who gave them real love, real loyalty, real energy, and they spit on it, played with it, mocked it, took it for granted. And now, the universe is collecting interest on the disrespect. They don't heal right after you, not because you hexed them, not because you're petty, but because they violated the contract the universe made with them when it sent you. You were their shot, their test, their divine opportunity to grow. But they couldn't stop themselves. Their ego was louder than their purpose. And now, they're paying for it. At first, they laugh. Then they replace. Then they compare. Then the regret sinks in. They'll see someone who dresses like you, talks like you, moves like you, but it won't feel like you. Because you're not a template, you're a once-in-a-lifetime frequency. And here's what's wild. Some of you are still wondering, why did they do me like that? Why couldn't they just love me right? Why'd they switch up when all I did was stay loyal? Because not everyone deserves a chosen one. Some people are so broken, they self-sabotage the second something real walks into their life. They confuse healing with control. They confuse peace with boredom. They confuse your calm with weakness, so they fumble you, and then life starts falling apart slowly, but exactly as it should. Listen closely. You are karma in human form. You didn't need to seek revenge. You were the revenge. Because nothing hits harder than realizing, I'll never find that again. The universe already handled it. That's why you don't hear from them. That's why they lurk from burner accounts. That's why they repost fake confidence and vague quotes. They're haunted, not by your absence, but by your kindness, by how pure your energy was, by how easy they had it, and how permanent the loss became. So stop stalking their page. Stop wondering if they ever cared. They did, they do, but the damage is done. You were a divine opportunity, and they failed. Keep walking, chosen one. The universe saw what they did in private, and it's building something public for you in return. Number 4, you're unreadable, unreachable, unbothered. They can copy your walk, your talk, your look, but they can't clone your soul, and that's why they'll always fall short. Let's get one thing straight, chosen one. You are not supposed to be understood by everybody. You were never built to be figured out. You're the glitch in their system, the unsolvable puzzle, the rare frequency they desperately want to decode, but can't. And it drives them crazy. That's why they watch you so hard, why they talk in circles about you, why they imitate your phrases, your style, your entire identity. But no matter how hard they study, no matter how many times they repost your energy in a weaker version of you, they can't be you, because you're not a product. You're proof. Proof that you can rise without permission. Proof that you don't need validation to be valuable. Proof that authenticity never goes out of style. You were sculpted from pressure, not popularity. You didn't chase aesthetics, you chased truth. You didn't learn to look powerful, you became powerful. That's why they can't reach you. That's why their version of you is always glitchy and off. They ask, who do they think they are? And the answer is simple. Someone you'll never be. You're unreadable because you don't beg to be known. You move in silence. You drop blessings with no warning. You transform without announcing. That unsettles the people who live for attention, who have to be seen to feel real. You're the storm that doesn't need thunder to make impact. You're the lion that doesn't need to roar to demand respect. And then there's the reaching part. They try to touch you emotionally, spiritually, physically, but they can't. Not really, because you're unreachable by people who aren't aligned. They'll text you, stalk you, try to bait you with fake drama. But you've outgrown low-level energy. You're vibrating in a realm where distractions don't land anymore. So they panic. They create fake narratives, start saying, you switched up. Nah, you leveled up, and they stayed broke spiritually. Here's the truth they won't say out loud. You intimidate them because you don't need them. You don't crave the spotlight, but it still follows you. You don't perform, you just exist, and somehow that's enough to get them talking. You're not for everyone. You're for the few who get it. And the rest? Let them gossip. Let them mimic. Let them burn energy chasing your shadow. Because even their best version of you is still a watered-down echo. You were built from truth. And truth don't need validation. It just is. Number 5. Your silence makes people go crazy. Your silence is louder than their entire personality, and that's why it haunts them. Let's be real, chosen one. You don't even have to raise your voice to break someone. All it takes is your absence, your silence, your sudden distance, and boom, they spiral. Because when you stop replying, when you stop showing up, when you pull your energy back, everything starts to collapse. You don't ghost for attention, you ghost for protection, because you've learned something deadly. Your energy is expensive, and not everyone can afford it. You've stopped explaining yourself to people who never really listened. You've stopped overthinking for people who never considered your peace. You've stopped pouring into people who show up with leaky cups and draining hands. And now they're sitting there, replaying every conversation in their head, wondering what they did wrong. Why did they go quiet? Did I say something? Are they over me? Yes, you are. Because silence is your final form. Not the kind that's passive-aggressive, but the kind that screams, I'm done playing small for people who never deserved the real me. When you go quiet, it's not confusion, it's closure. Here's what they'll never admit. You saying nothing hurt them more than all the noise they ever made trying to get your attention. Because in your silence, they finally heard the truth. That you don't need them, that you're better alone, that your peace isn't negotiable anymore. And what really gets them? You're out here glowing, healing, building, leveling up, and they're left reading into nothing. They check your last scene, refresh your socials, ask mutual friends about you. They try to bait you with drama just to get some kind of reaction. But you don't move like them. You don't chase closure. You become it. You don't need to clap back. Your evolution is the loudest comeback possible. You've mastered the art of disappearing to protect your peace, and now your absence is the punishment they never saw coming. They thought you'd argue. They thought you'd cry. They thought you'd beg. Instead, you vanished and left behind an echo that still shakes them. Because your silence, that's the sound of your power being unbothered, and there is nothing louder than a chosen one who simply walks away and never looks back. Number 6, your intelligence is weaponized. They can fake words, fake love, fake loyalty, but they can't fake energy, and that's what your intelligence reads like a sniper scope. Let's get something straight, chosen one. Your intelligence isn't just book smarts or degrees on a wall. It's survival, it's instinct, it's precision built from pain. You don't just think deeply, you see deeply. You catch the lie before it leaves their mouth. You sense the shift in tone before they even finish the sentence. And while they're still busy rehearsing the manipulation in their head, you're already 5 moves ahead, emotionally checked out. They call you paranoid. They say you overthink too much. But what they don't understand is that your mind has been sharpened by betrayal. You were lied to by people who looked you in the eye, backstabbed by the ones who called you family, used by people who said they'd protect you. So now, you see everything, and you don't just react, you record, you observe, you disconnect silently. And when you're done, there's no warning, no closure, no drama, just cold exit. You read people like children's books. You see the real behind the role. You clock the energy behind the words. And even when you pretend not to notice, you do. They hate that about you. Because it means they can't control you. It means their manipulation has no grip on you. It means their game ends before it even begins. And that's why they call you too intense, too suspicious, or too guarded. Too much because they can't play you. You're the type to sit in silence while someone lies to your face. Just watching, taking mental notes, letting them dig their own grave with every fake sentence. And when the time is right, you vanish, not because you're afraid, but because you've seen enough. Your intelligence is deadly because it's not loud. It doesn't need validation. It doesn't need to prove anything. It just watches, learns, decides. And the worst part for them, you never explain what you know. You never call them out. You just leave and let the guilt eat them alive. Because deep down, they know you saw through them. They know you gave them grace they didn't deserve. And they know that once a chosen one detaches mentally, it's already over. So don't question your intuition. Don't doubt your thoughts. You're not too much. You're just too aware. And awareness in a world full of fakes is the deadliest weapon of all. Number 7. They want you bad, but can't handle you. You're the craving they can't satisfy and the storm they can't survive. Chosen one, let's tell it exactly how it is. They want you. B-A-D. But not just for your looks, not just for your body. They want your energy, your peace, your aura, your depth. You're the full-course meal they always prayed for, but now that it's in front of them, they can't even swallow it without choking. And what makes it worse for them? They know they're not built to handle you, but they still crave you. The ones who ghosted you, lied to you, breadcrumbed you, still watching your story, still holding back from texting you at 2 a.m., still pretending they're not obsessed, while checking every post you make like it's the news. They'll sit next to someone else and still think of you. They'll touch other people and still feel empty. They'll have moved on. But every little thing you do, it still stings. It still burns. Because deep down, they know you were the real thing, and nothing they find after you will compare. You're not a fling. You're not a talking stage. You are the blueprint, the standard, the fantasy, and the fear. They fear you because you expose their lack of emotional maturity. You require depth. They were shallow. You bring loyalty. They brought games. You wanted connection. They wanted control. Now they sit in silence, asking themselves, why can't I get over them? Why does this person live rent-free in my mind? It's because your energy left a mark, a permanent one. Let them pretend you meant nothing. Let them repost their little quotes. Let them laugh louder in front of others. We both know that when the lights go off and the room gets quiet, you're all they hear. You're all they want. And you're exactly what they lost. They thought they could handle a real one. They thought they could play games and keep you hooked. But what they didn't understand is that you were never playing. You were loving. You were showing up. You were all in. And now they're stuck with people who look good in photos but feel like cardboard in real life. You are not someone people move on from. You are someone people never recover from. So the next time you wonder, do they miss me? Yes, every damn day. But guess what? They don't get access anymore, because what you carry isn't casual, it's sacred. And once someone fumbles sacred energy, the universe doesn't give them second chances. It gives them lessons. They want you, they need you, but they can't handle you. And that's exactly what keeps them awake at night. Number 8. Every betrayal fueled you like jet fuel. They thought they buried you, but didn't realize you were a fucking seed. Let's talk about it, chosen one. They thought the betrayal would break you. They thought the lies would silence you. They thought the heartbreak would shatter you into pieces. They wanted to see you down. They expected you to crawl. But you turned every stab in the back into a staircase. Every time they hurt you, you got more powerful. You don't just survive betrayal, you alchemize it. You take pain and turn it into fuel. You take disrespect and turn it into drive. You take abandonment and turn it into ambition. You're not cold, you're calculated. You're not numb, you're unshakable. They didn't build a villain, they unleashed a legend. Let them say you changed. Yes, you did. You evolved. You upgraded from soft-hearted to sharp-minded. From always forgiving to never forgetting. From giving chances to giving distance. You learned that rock bottom doesn't kill a chosen one. It activates them. And now, you're moving in silence, creating in peace, stacking wins they'll never be part of. You've become everything they swore you'd never be, and it's burning them. Every betrayal taught you something. Every fake friend trained your discernment. Every heartbreak fine-tuned your focus. Every no redirected you to a better path. And now, you don't beg. You don't chase. You don't explain. You just rise. Like clockwork, like prophecy, like destiny unfolding in real time. They underestimated your bounce back. They didn't realize the betrayal wasn't the ending. It was the opening scene of your glow-up. Because the truth is, some of your greatest growth didn't come from love. It came from being hurt and rising anyway. You're dangerous now. Not because you're reckless, but because you know your worth, you know your power, and most importantly, you know how to walk away without ever looking back. So when people ask, "How are you so strong?" the answer is simple. I've been through hell, and now I know the floor plan. Keep burning, chosen one. The betrayals didn't break you, they built you. And every single person who tried to dim your light is now watching it blind them. Number 9. You're not a lover. You're a lesson. They didn't lose a lover. They lost a fucking awakening. And they'll feel that void for the rest of their life. See, chosen one, people don't just date you. They collide with you. They enter your world thinking you're just another chapter, but they leave realizing you were the whole plot twist. You're not some temporary romance. You're a full-blown transformation in human form. They came to you looking for comfort. What they got was clarity. What they got was mirror after mirror, showing them everything they needed to heal, everything they were hiding, and everything they were too afraid to face. That's what your love does. It doesn't coddle, it confronts. And trust me, not everyone is built to handle that. You loved them with depth they didn't know existed. You saw potential in them they never saw in themselves. You held space for their demons and still chose to see their light. And instead of rising to meet you, they chose comfort. They chose control. They chose ego. And now, they're out there convincing themselves they're happy with people who don't even touch the surface of who you were to them. They're in relationships full of surface-level conversations, fake laughs, and emotionally safe zones, and they still think about the way you looked into their soul and asked real questions. You ruined regular for them, regular conversations, regular affection, regular love. None of it compares anymore. Because after experiencing you, nothing else hits the same. They'll try to act unaffected. They'll say, "It just didn't work out." But deep down, they know the truth. They didn't lose someone. They lost the one, the lesson, the level up, the once-in-a-lifetime presence that could have changed everything. And the craziest part, you weren't even asking for much. You just wanted honesty, loyalty, effort. But for people who've only known transactional love, your kind of energy was too real, too raw, too rare. So now they carry the weight of what they fumbled. They don't heal, they just distract. They don't move on, they downgrade. And every time they think they've replaced you, they run into someone who only makes them miss you more. You weren't just love. You were a lesson sent by the universe, a test they failed, a standard they'll never meet again. And that's what makes them sick, because once a person tastes the real thing, they'll never find peace in anything fake again. Number 10. Your presence triggers weak people. Your presence alone makes people feel exposed because it highlights everything they're faking. Chosen one, understand this once and for all. You don't have to do anything wrong to trigger people. You just have to exist because your energy, it's disruptive, it's loud without speaking, it's bold without needing attention. And weak people, they don't know what to do with that. So they hate, they project, they talk, because that's all they can do. Jealous people will hate you for no reason. They'll twist your confidence into arrogance, your peace into pride, your silence into shade, because to someone who's insecure, your stability feels like a personal attack. Old friends, the ones who knew you before, they start getting uncomfortable when you grow past them. When your glow-up starts to make noise and they're still stuck in the same spot, they start whispering, "Oh, they changed." No, you evolved. You stopped shrinking. You stopped playing the supporting role in other people's fantasy and started living your own truth. And now they're bitter because they stayed the same. And exes? Oh, they're the loudest. They'll talk bad, twist the story, paint you cold, but here's the kicker. You don't talk about people you've healed from. So if they're still talking, it's not closure, it's obsession. They still care. They just lost access. And what do they all have in common? Mouths louder than their lives. They bark behind your back, but never step to you directly. Why? Because in real life, you're untouchable. You're not on their level anymore. You've outgrown the gossip, the fake circles, the emotional parasites. You're in your higher self era, and that alone is a threat to anyone still stuck in their low self. So let them talk. Let them create false narratives to protect their ego. Let them throw shade from the shadows, because while they're busy trying to tear you down with words, you're out here building empires with your silence. You don't owe them explanations. You don't need to defend your name in rooms where your spirit already outshines the lies. You're a walking mirror, and some people just can't handle what they see. Stay powerful, stay unbothered, stay elevated, because nothing burns a weak soul more than watching you thrive in a world they swore would destroy you. Number 11. Your life is about to explode in the best way. They laughed at your silence. Now they gotta watch your success scream louder than their entire life. Chosen one, let's make it painfully clear. Your life is about to explode in every possible way, not from luck, not from favors, but from everything they tried to shut down, every time they mocked your ideas. That idea's about to make you rich. Every time they called you boring for staying in and building, you were planting seeds in silence, and now the whole damn forest is blooming. They laughed when you had no followers, when you weren't flashy, when you were too quiet. Now they can't stop watching you glow up from fake accounts, pressed behind screens, silently sick watching the one they doubted become the one they can't even reach anymore. Because here's the truth. You are becoming everything they never believed you would be. Famous, respected, wealthy, free. You stayed down when no one clapped. Now the world is gonna rise when you enter the room. And it's not just about material success. It's about the fact that you kept going when they expected you to give up. You were the quiet one, the mysterious one, the misunderstood underdog. And now, you are the main character. Let me tell you what's happening. The universe is flipping the script. The same people who ignored you will be forced to witness your elevation. The same ones who left you out of the room are now watching from the hallway. They'll have to watch you walk into rooms they don't even have the credentials to enter. And that's karma's favorite part. Not the punishment, but the observation. They don't get to hurt you and move on. They get to watch you blow up. Front row, no pause button, no backstage pass. Your glow up, it's personal now, not because you're trying to prove anything, but because you're showing the universe it didn't make a mistake choosing you. So let them gossip, let them doubt, let them roll their eyes. While they sit stuck in circles, you're moving in ascension mode. While they play dress up for Instagram, you're out here building an unshakable legacy. And what hits the hardest? You did it without them. You're blowing up, and they'll just have to watch from the sidelines. No backstage pass, no second chance, no redemption arc, just regret and the echo of what they could have had if they hadn't played with a chosen one. Number 12. Nobody compares. Nobody competes. Nobody comes close. They'll search the whole world for you in other people and come back empty every time. Chosen one, you are not unique in the cute, overused Instagram caption way. You are one of one. Unmatched, uncloned, unrepeated, a soul the universe only made once and broke the mold right after. You are not just different, you're undeniable. You're the type of person that walks into someone's life and raises the standard so high, no one after you even stands a chance. You're the blueprint they can't copy, the formula they can't solve, the vibe they can't recreate, no matter how hard they try, because what you carry can't be taught, can't be faked, can't be duplicated. People will try, though. Oh, they'll try to find another you. Someone with your calm, someone with your chaos, someone with your loyalty, your fire, your insight, your frequency, but they won't find it. Because no matter how pretty the replacement looks, it won't feel like you, and feelings don't lie. You are the rare breed that makes people question every shallow connection they've ever had. You're the full package with soul, not just surface. You're the type who reads the room before you enter it, who sees through people while still loving them, who can heal and haunt with the same silence. You're a force of nature, and no one competes with nature. They either respect it or get destroyed by it. That's why people feel small next to you, not because you shrink them, but because you reflect back everything they refuse to become. You remind them of their laziness. You remind them of their cowardice. You remind them what real looks like in a world full of filters and fakes. You don't compete, because competition requires similarity, and you have none. You move in your own lane, on your own clock, with your own purpose. They can talk, they can doubt, they can try to compare, but in the end, you will always stand alone. So if they left you thinking they could do better, let them look. Let them spend years chasing a weaker version of what they once had right in front of them. They'll scroll, they'll swipe, they'll search. But the deeper they go, the clearer it becomes. Nobody compares, nobody competes, nobody even comes close. And that, chosen one, is the exact reason they'll never get over you. Because they didn't lose a person. They lost a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and there is no refund, no reset, no replica. And now you see it. Chosen one, it was never in your head. You've always been a force. Every silence, every setback, every betrayal only proved one thing. You are built different. Let them talk, let them watch, while you rise. You don't need validation when you walk in divine power. You're not becoming, you've already arrived. If this message lit a fire in your soul, don't let it burn alone. Drop 77 in the comments to confirm you're locked in. Like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to remember who they are. We rise together, chosen one. The enemy's biggest mistake was thinking you'd stay quiet forever, but silence is just the pause before thunder. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a storm's been brewing for years inside you. Not the kind that destroys, but the kind that awakens. And just when they thought you were out of moves, out of strength, out of purpose, boom. The shift happened. Quiet, subtle, precise. A glitch in their matrix. Something cracked. And the universe, which doesn't waste its time on the average, decided it was your turn. Not because you begged for it, but because you earned it. Let's hit 'em with a fact. Biologically, when you break a bone, the spot where it heals becomes stronger than it was before. That's not poetry, that's science. The scar becomes armor. And chosen one, your life's been nothing but breaks, bruises, and rebuilds. But what they didn't expect was how your pain would become precision, how your losses would train your vision, how being overlooked turned you into the sharpest observer in the room. So when you felt that shift, that invisible click in the air, it wasn't random, it wasn't just a feeling. That was your reality pivoting. That was the next level unlocking. That was the silent alarm going off in the soul of a chosen one. You weren't supposed to see this message today. Nah, you needed to. This message has your name carved into it with fire. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light, to amplify the signal, to remind others of what the world keeps trying to make them forget. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just watching a video, you're part of a force. Now let's get back to why you're here, because this isn't just another feel-good ramble. This is a code red, a message that slipped past the noise and landed in your lap like a loaded weapon. You see, you weren't going to be told today, you were going to be tested. That's how it works with people like us. The universe doesn't send us flowers, it sends us fire. And how we walk through it determines whether we rise or repeat. In the next 72 hours, something's coming. A person, a situation, a choice. It might look like an apology, a second chance, a door that once slammed in your face, suddenly opening again, just wide enough for you to wonder, should I? But here's the truth they won't tell you. Not everything that returns is meant to be re-entered. Some doors open not to invite you in, but to see if you'll finally walk the hell past it. See, the pressure you're feeling, it's not anxiety, it's activation. It's your soul recognizing a crossroads. The energy is shifting because something's arriving, and how you respond this time, that's the whole game. The old version of you would have panicked, would have begged, would have tried to prove your worth to people who couldn't even see their own. But that version of you died quietly the moment you chose peace over permission. Right now, you're standing on sacred ground, not in a church, not in a temple, but in your own mind, in that split-second moment between the old trigger and the new decision. And this time, you're not flinching. This time, you see the pattern. You are the glitch, the exception, the one who broke the rules by surviving what should have broken you. So let me tell you this, if something or someone pops up in the next 72 hours, it's not coincidence. It's the universe poking you like, all right, let's see what version of you shows up this time. Will it be the one who second guesses? Who settles? Who says maybe when they mean no? Or will it be the version who's been in training behind the scenes, sharpening their sword in silence, waiting for this exact moment? Make no mistake, this moment has weight. But don't carry it like a burden. Carry it like a badge. You've earned every scar, every lesson, every time you had to choose solitude over selling your soul. They thought breaking you meant ending you. What they didn't realize is that chosen ones don't break, they reshape. We bend the world around our becoming. We don't chase closure, we create it. This isn't about ego, it's about alignment, about choosing what aligns with the evolved you, not the desperate, distracted, damaged version they used to know, the one who'll smile at the door opening but won't walk through unless it honors their future. So yeah, you weren't supposed to hear this today, but here you are, and now the clock's ticking. Whatever shows up in these next 3 days, recognize it for what it is, a mirror, a test, a trigger, a trap, or a ticket forward. The choice is yours. Just don't choose from fear, don't answer from habit, don't return to what you've outgrown just because it finally figured out your worth. You are the chosen one, not because life made it easy, but because you decided you'd rise anyway. And now it's your move. And listen, chosen one, don't even think about clicking away now. What you just heard, That was the rumble before the quake. The real message hasn't even hit yet. This was just the universe knocking on your door. But what's coming next? Is it kicking it wide open? So if your soul's been feeling that tug, that gut level knowing that this was meant for you, then you already know you're not here by accident. Drop a 777 in the comments if you're locked in, laser-focused, and ready to decode what's about to unfold. And if you've got the power to bless this mission through a super thanks or simply sharing it forward, just know your energy fuels this movement. This isn't entertainment. This is alignment. This is war paint for the soul. And now, let's dive into this step by step. But fair warning, if you're really one of us, if you're truly a chosen one, something in your spirit won't let you leave. Because what's about to be revealed, it'll hit so deep, you'll feel like it was written with your DNA. Let's begin. Number 1. The signal wasn't random. They laughed because they thought the silence meant you had nothing to say, not realizing silence is where revolutions are born. See, the enemy's fatal flaw wasn't underestimating your power, it was forgetting you had any. They got too comfortable, didn't they? Thought you'd stay quiet, stay small, stay broken. But what they never understood is that chosen ones don't make noise until it's time to shake the ground. And chosen one, this is your ground-shaking moment. That signal you felt, that itch in your soul. That random moment where something just clicked and you couldn't go back to sleep, couldn't unfeel what hit you. That wasn't coincidence. That was alignment snapping into place. That was your higher timeline brushing past you like a warning shot, like a whisper saying, "Are you ready, or do you want to keep pretending you're not built for this?" Because let's make one thing clear, you are built for this. Now imagine this. Chosen one, you're sitting alone, scrolling, trying to shake off that weight you can't explain, and out of nowhere you find this message, boom, right in your lap. No hashtags, no plan, just truth. That's not the algorithm. That's not chance. That's divine interference. That's the universe rerouting your path like a GPS saying, turn here or stay lost. You think great ones never got that same signal. You think Malcolm didn't feel the air shift before they knew his name. You think Maya Angelou didn't feel the pull before the world ever heard her voice. You think Elon, Oprah, Kendrick, even Ali didn't feel like outsiders, misfits, outcasts, until bam, that one moment hit and everything realigned. That moment where life whispered, this world doesn't define you, you define the world. That's the signal, and you just got yours. But hold up, I know what your mind's doing right now. But why me? Why now? Why does it feel like I've been on pause while everyone else lives on play? Let me tell you why. Because when you're chosen, you get prepped in silence. While they post highlights, you've been building muscle in the shadows. While they run their mouths, you've been sharpening your sword. While they chase clout, you've been training your spirit. And now that the time has come, they're going to call it sudden. But you and I both know this wasn't overnight. This was overdue. The signal wasn't random. It was the final echo of all the nights you cried and nobody noticed, all the betrayals you swallowed, all the days you showed up without recognition, every single scar carved into your timeline like proof that you survived what would have buried someone else. And now it's time to cash in on all that pain you turned into purpose. You ever hear how bamboo takes years to break the surface? It grows deep underground for years, building a root system so solid that when it finally pops through, it shoots up feet in days. That's you. That's your story. You weren't stagnant. You were setting foundation. And now you're breaking through. Let them laugh. Let them think it's a fluke. Let them watch confused while you rise out of nowhere. That's the price they pay for misreading your silence. You don't need to explain your signal to people who never cared to tune into your frequency. Still doubting? Let me hit you with something heavier. Your DNA is ancient. Your intuition sharper than a sword. Your resilience unmatched. You've survived emotional warfare most people couldn't even imagine, and still you rise. You've walked through fires that should have taken your voice, your vision, your mind. But here you are, not bitter, not broken, just brutally aware. That's the thing about chosen ones. We feel too much, we see too far, we love too deeply. And for a long time, that felt like a curse. But now it's your superpower, that voice in your chest, the one that told you to keep going, even when everything in your life screamed, quit. That was the signal. Let's talk about enemies real quick. The people who ghosted you, played you, mocked your dreams, drained your energy like parasites. Don't even waste a second seeking revenge. You are the revenge. Every level up, every boundary you build, every version of yourself they no longer have access to. That's revenge. Silent, ruthless, inevitable. You want motivation? Here it is. They thought they saw the full story when you were still just in the prologue. They had no clue the plot twist was coming, and now you're writing chapters they'll never be featured in again. And for those nights where you sat in your own darkness wondering, does any of this even matter? Let me tell you, yes, it mattered. You mattered. You matter. Because everything you've endured has led to this exact moment. You're not reading this by accident. You're reading this because the version of you who almost gave up is finally being met by the version of you who's ready to show up. So what do you do now? You listen. Not with your ears, but with your instincts. You listen to the pull that says this isn't just a video, this isn't just content, this is a confirmation that the isolation had a purpose, that the setbacks were sacred, that the weird timing, the dead ends, the breakdowns, they weren't punishments, they were preparation. And the people who once dismissed you, they're about to realize they weren't ignoring someone weak. They were ignoring someone dangerous, someone chosen, someone called not to fit in, but to break the mold entirely. So don't ignore the signal, chosen one. Don't numb it out. Don't overthink it. Just trust it. Respond to it like your life depends on it, because it does. Not in the dramatic end of the world sense, but in the real, soul-level, no going back kind of way. You can't unsee what you've seen now. You can't unfeel what you've felt. And you damn sure can't go back to pretending you're just like everyone else, because you're not. You never were. So move like someone who's been called. Speak like someone who's seen the blueprint. Decide like someone who's already crossed timelines. And own the path that's being carved under your feet as we speak. The signal wasn't random. You were meant to receive this. And now that you have, what are you going to do with it? Number 2, a door will open, but it's not what it seems. They won't tell you this, but some doors open just to see if you're still dumb enough to walk through them. Let that sink in. The enemy loves to dress old traps in new costumes. Same manipulation, just a better outfit. And you, chosen one, you've been marked. Not just by the universe, but by the same people and systems that want you to forget your worth. They're watching to see if you're still gullible enough to pick comfort over calling. So hear this loud. Just because the door opens doesn't mean it's your path. Sometimes it's bait. This is what they don't understand about chosen ones. We don't move off impulse anymore. That version of us, dead, buried, gone. We've stepped off that channel where emotion overrides intuition. We've stopped confusing urgency with alignment. Now, we wait, we watch, we discern. Because we've been burned enough times to recognize that not every opportunity is a blessing. Some are recycled distractions, reruns dressed up as redemption. Imagine this: you're walking down a road, tired, hungry, lost in thought. Suddenly, a glowing door appears. It looks familiar. You've been here before. That same ex texting, just checking in. That old job offering one last chance. That voice whispering, maybe this time it'll work. But what they don't know is you've studied the playbook now. You've memorized the patterns, the language, the timing. You know when it's real and when it's a setup. And this time, you're not biting. You're not stuck on the same emotional loop anymore. You've learned that not every hand extended toward you is trying to lift you up. Some just want to drag you back down. Some want to see if they still have access to the version of you that lacked boundaries, the version that flinched at abandonment, the version that confused chaos for chemistry, the version that didn't know their own value, so they accepted anything just to feel something. But now you've seen behind the curtain. You've felt the sting of regret and the sting of growth. And you've chosen growth, even when it was lonely, even when it meant leaving everything familiar behind. That takes power. That takes nerve. And chosen one, you've got more nerve in your pinky finger than most people have in their entire bloodline. Here's the truth. The universe is going to test you, not to trick you, but to prove you. It wants to know if you're ready for the real thing, or if you're still attracted to half versions of love, purpose, and success. So, yes, something will show up soon. A door will swing open. But this time, it won't have fireworks. It won't scream, "Pick me." It'll feel subtle, familiar, dangerous, because it'll mirror something from your past. And you'll be tempted, not because you want it, but because it used to feel like home. But here's your power. You don't have to answer every knock. You don't have to say yes just because it's here. That old script, the one that told you to settle, to people please, to stay quiet, that script's outdated. You've outgrown it. You've rewritten the narrative. You're not reacting anymore. You're responding. And there's a massive difference. Let's talk real for a second. Some of the greatest people in history almost walked through the wrong door. Steve Jobs got fired from his own company. Oprah was told she wasn't fit for television. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. Every one of them had moments where old doors creaked open and whispered, "Come back, it's easier here." But they didn't. They chose the hard road, the right road, the one lined with purpose, not pity. And so will you. Because when you're chosen, you don't just walk through doors, you build them, you become them, you transform from the one knocking to the one they knock for. But let's keep it real. I know some of you all are struggling with doubt. You're asking, what if I'm wrong? What if I pass on something good, fair? But let me ask you this. How many times have you said yes to something that looked good and ended up bleeding for it? How many times did you walk through a door and wish you never opened it? Now tell me, how often have you trusted your gut, like really trusted it, and it turned out to be a mistake? Exactly. You know the truth. You've always known. But before, fear was louder, loneliness was louder, desperation was louder. That's what they were banking on. But now, you've turned the volume up on your intuition. You've tuned into the frequency of your future self. And that version of you, the healed one, the leveled up one, is guiding you right now. So here's what you do when that door opens. Breathe, pause, ask yourself, is this door aligned with who I'm becoming or who I used to be? If it smells like an old chapter, if it sounds like old pain dressed in a new voice, if it triggers the parts of you you've worked so hard to heal, You already have your answer. Let it go. Let them knock. Let them wonder why you didn't come running. Let them feel the weight of your silence. Because when you stop opening doors out of fear, you start walking into rooms you were actually meant to rule. You're not here to repeat cycles. You're here to break them. This is what it means to be chosen. You don't settle. You select. You don't chase. You choose. And you don't wait for permission. You become the permission. So when that door swings open in the next few days, remember who you are. Don't let the shape of it fool you. Don't let the nostalgia trap you. And definitely don't let guilt, shame, or what-ifs override your power. Chosen one, you've been upgraded. You're not on that channel anymore, and not every door deserves your footsteps. Number 3. Emotional reflexes are sabotaging you. They didn't cage you, they just trained you to lock the door from the inside. Chosen one, let's get this straight. You're not weak, you're wired. Wired by experience, trauma, betrayal, and survival. And that wiring, it's been hijacked. Your reflexes, the emotional knee-jerk reactions, they were never meant to guide your destiny, but they've been driving your decisions. And guess what? That ends now. Fear told you to back down before you even tried. Guilt told you to stay loyal to people who were draining the life out of you. Nostalgia whispered that maybe the past was better, that maybe going back would bring peace. Lies. Every single one of them. These emotions weren't built to lead you, they were built to protect you. But somewhere along the way, protection turned into prison. You keep wondering, why do I keep ending up in the same pain wearing different faces? Because you've been operating on autopilot. Your spirit is calling for evolution, but your emotions are still stuck in survival mode. And that gap, that's where sabotage lives. The enemy doesn't have to destroy you, they just need you to keep choosing the same reactions. Keep answering that text. Keep saying yes when you want to scream no. Keep seeking validation instead of walking in your own power. That's how they win. And the wildest part? You've been handing them the playbook without realizing it. But here's the plot twist. You woke up. You see it now, and once you see the pattern, it's your job to break it. That means pausing before reacting, breathing before deciding, asking, is this fear or fact? Is this guilt or growth? Is this love or just familiar pain? The universe is with you. The moment you stop operating from fear and start choosing from clarity, watch how fast things realign. You're not stuck, you're instructed. This is your turning point. Override the reflex, reprogram the reaction. Step into response mode like a damn general. You're not the same wounded soul anymore. You're the architect now. So leave them wondering why their old tactics don't work on you anymore. While they try to trigger you, you'll be busy transforming. This is your time. This is your power. Stay focused. You've got a universe backing your every move. Number 4, logic isn't cold, it's clarity. They told you to stop thinking and start feeling because they knew if you ever started thinking, you'd stop following. Let that burn for a second, because for too long, chosen one, you've been taught to silence your logic, to play soft, to feel your way through chaos like that's strength. Nah, that was the trap. They knew if you ever stopped drowning in emotions long enough to see clearly, their illusion would collapse, their control gone, their hold broken. Because emotion without logic is like fire without direction. It burns everything, including you. You've been operating like a wounded version of yourself, heart on your sleeve, forgiveness on tap, always trying to see the good in people who show you nothing but red flags. That stops now, because logic isn't cold. It's clarity. It's not heartless. It's what protects your heart. You're not overthinking. You're outgrowing delusion. You're not distant. You're discerning. You're not becoming mean. You're becoming unavailable to manipulation. You're thinking like a warrior now, sharp, calm, calculated. You don't react just because it feels familiar. You observe, dissect, and then move with precision. That's what scares them the most. The enemy thrived when you were led by guilt, empathy, and second chances. But now, you're cutting through the fog like a blade made of truth. You're surgical with your energy, efficient with your time, deadly with your focus. And I get it. Part of you wonders, am I being too harsh, too distant? Nah. That's the voice of your old programming trying to drag you back to softness, not strength. Let it go. The world conditioned you to believe being logical was cold-hearted. But the truth? That was just their way of keeping you soft enough to control. Start looking at everything through that warrior lens. That text from someone who ghosted you. Read it like a threat assessment. That opportunity that sounds too good to be true. Break it down like a blueprint. That gut feeling that something's off? Validate it with evidence, not excuses. The universe didn't gift you pain and experience so you could ignore the data. It sharpened you so you could see, so you could finally start moving like the strategist you are, like the chosen one they hoped would never fully wake up. And now you have. So move wisely, move clearly, and never again confuse clarity with cruelty. You're not cold, you're just finally in control. Number 5. Ask yourself the uncomfortable questions. You can't outrun a pattern you refuse to confront. It'll just put on a new face and meet you at the next chapter. Chosen one, it's time to stop flinching at the truth. You keep asking the universe for a breakthrough, but you've been dodging the mirror, and now the mirror's talking back. So let's get raw. Why do you keep rejecting the things you claim you're ready for? Why do you chase what breaks you, ignore what heals you, and push away what you prayed for the second it gets too real? You already know the answer. Fear, unworthiness, control, childhood wiring you never asked for. But here's the kicker. If you don't ask the hard questions, your story keeps glitching on the same page. Same pain, different body. Same loss, new job, same abandonment, better disguise. Every time you ignore the truth, the pattern just gets more creative. Now imagine this. Someone offers you the exact opportunity you swore you were ready for, and suddenly you feel this urge to run, to downplay it, to sabotage it before it even begins. That's not intuition. That's your trauma defending its turf. That's your old script, fighting to survive. And unless you sit down and ask, why do I do this? Where did this even come from? It'll keep ghostwriting your life. The enemy thrives when you stay distracted. They want you spinning in cycles, confusing movement with progress. They'll let you chase unavailable people, toxic jobs, fake friends, anything that keeps you too busy to face yourself. But you've come too far to keep playing hide and seek with your own shadow. Sit with it. Ask the hard ones. Why do I fear peace? Why do I settle for potential instead of proof? Why do I feel safe in struggle but anxious in stillness? Those questions hurt, but they're keys, and every answer unlocks a new level. Avoid them and you stay stuck. Ask them and you become unstoppable. The universe isn't punishing you, it's exposing the code so you can rewrite it. You're not broken, you're just unfinished. And this chapter, it's not about blame, it's about ownership. So ask the questions no one else dares to, because healing doesn't begin with comfort, it begins with confrontation. Number 6. You're not being tested, you're being shown. They keep calling it a test because they hope you'll fail, but the truth is, the only thing on trial here is your old self. Let's set the record straight, chosen one. This isn't a test. It's not the universe playing games or trying to catch you slipping. This is real life. No filters, no spiritual glitter, no divine game show. Just you and the mirror. And what that mirror is showing you right now, it's not to punish you, it's to wake you up. It's not judging you, it's inviting you to finally choose yourself with eyes wide open. See, they want you to think this is some sick joke, that life is dangling carrots in front of your face just to watch you fall. But that's a lie, fed to you by the same people who couldn't handle your rise. This isn't a cosmic prank. This is a divine reminder that you've outgrown the small version of you that keeps playing dead every time things get uncomfortable. This isn't a test, it's a checkpoint. The universe isn't watching with a red pen and a clipboard. It's standing beside you, whispering, "Look, look at what you've overcome. Look how far you've come. And now, look at what still needs to be faced." You're not being punished. You're being prepared. There's a difference. This is where the enemy fumbles. They think your breakdowns meant defeat. They thought your silence meant surrender, but they never understood. Chosen ones don't shatter under pressure. They shed. You weren't breaking down. You were breaking out of the illusions you were forced to live under. You weren't being tested. You were being shown the version of you that refuses to shrink again. Every emotion hitting you right now, the confusion, the fear, the hesitation, it's all data. It's your system asking, are you ready to operate from truth now? Because when the same situations show up in new clothes, when old energies resurface with a fresh face, when familiar feelings creep back into your chest, that's not the universe playing games. That's your soul saying, this is where we change the script. So pause, breathe, look deeper. That person reaching out, that opportunity that seems too familiar, that sudden emotional storm out of nowhere. It's not a trap, it's not a punishment, it's a mirror, asking you one thing. Will you choose yourself this time? And choosing yourself doesn't always look cute. It doesn't always feel empowering in the moment. Sometimes it feels like walking away from what you thought you needed. Sometimes it feels like saying no while your entire body screams for comfort. Sometimes it's sitting in silence instead of chasing chaos. But make no mistake, every time you choose yourself, the universe takes note. You're not being tested, chosen one. You're being refined. Every choice is a chisel. Every no to the past is a yes to the future. Every time you act from clarity instead of chaos, you prove to yourself you're ready. Not to anyone else, not to some cosmic scoreboard, just to you. Because at the end of the day, that's the only voice that matters, the one you hear when you close the door, shut the noise, and face the mirror. So the next time you feel that tug in your spirit, that discomfort, that shift, that crossroads moment, remember, this isn't a pop quiz. It's a confirmation, and you already know the answer. Number 7. Stop taking life so damn seriously. The people who tried to break you take life more seriously than they take accountability. Don't be like them. Chosen one, you've been carrying the weight of every mistake, every what if, every should've and could've like it's your job. But here's the truth. Life isn't a prison sentence. It's a sandbox. It's messy, wild, unpredictable, and it was never meant to be lived in fear of making the wrong move. You've been trying to win a game that was rigged with seriousness, but what if I told you the real flex is learning how to play again? See, they conditioned you to believe that being rigid, overthinking everything, staying in line, that's maturity. Nah, that's submission. They killed your curiosity and called it wisdom. They shut down your spontaneity and labeled it stability. But here's the plot twist. The ones who make it, the ones who really break through, they risk, they fail, they throw themselves into the unknown and trust that they'll build the wings on the way down. You've been waiting for perfect timing, perfect words, perfect peace. And while you wait, life is passing you by. Doors are closing, moments are vanishing, and the enemy, oh, they love when you stay stuck waiting for conditions to align. Because the longer you wait, the more you doubt. The more you doubt, the easier you are to manipulate. But when you stop taking life so damn seriously, when you loosen your grip, that's when the real magic starts. You begin to say yes to things before you feel ready. You begin to show up with your imperfections in full view. You begin to live, not just survive. Take yourself seriously, yes. Your growth, sacred. Your peace, non-negotiable. Your worth, off-limits. But life, treat it like the adventure it's meant to be, like a game you were built to win, not by never losing, but by never quitting. Think of the legends you admire. Did they wait for the perfect time? Or did they leap, stumble, learn, and rise? The answer's obvious. So start now. Laugh more, risk bigger, ask that question, take that leap, look stupid, get it wrong. And when it goes sideways, good. That means you're living. That means you're in the arena, not hiding in the bleachers. This isn't a test, it's a playground. And the chosen ones, we don't play safe, we play smart. We play bold, we play to evolve. Game on. Number 8, it's not about them, it's about you. They only come back to see if you're still starving enough to accept crumbs. Chosen one, let's make this loud. When someone from the past shows up, it's never just about them. It's about you, about who you are now, about what version of you is standing at the door. They don't hold the power anymore. You do. And this time, it's not about what they want. It's about what you no longer tolerate. See, they think they can slide back in like nothing happened, like the silence didn't speak volumes, like the pain didn't rewrite your soul. But the old version of you, the one who begged, chased, compromised, waited for closure, doesn't live here anymore. That version died in the silence they left you in. So the question isn't, why are they back? The real question is, why do you still care? You've evolved. And with that evolution comes a new lens. This isn't about revenge, pettiness, or resentment. It's about recognition. It's about stepping back, looking at what's returned and asking, what does the healed version of me need right now? Peace? Boundaries? One last conversation? Or maybe nothing at all? Because closure isn't always a conversation. Sometimes it's a decision. A quiet moment where you look at the situation and realize you don't even have questions anymore. And yeah, you might feel conflicted. Part of you will remember the good moments. Nostalgia is a tricky liar. But don't forget the truth. Don't forget the chaos, the confusion, the way you had to put yourself back together with shaking hands while they slept just fine. This ain't bitterness. This is balance. This is what accountability looks like when you finally love yourself enough to stop settling for half-hearted returns. So if someone from the past shows up now, understand this. They're not walking into the same story. They're walking into your kingdom. And just because they knew the old, you doesn't mean they have a place in the new chapter. Let them earn your energy, if they even get the chance. You're not being cold, you're being conscious. You're not shutting them out, you're choosing you. And if they really cared, they'd never have let you become a stranger to begin with. This time, it's your move, and the board looks very different now. Number 9. Safety is a trap with a nice sofa. Comfort didn't come to heal you, it came to sedate you. Read that again, chosen one, slowly, because you've been calling it peace when it's really just a padded cell dressed up as your comfort zone. A place where nothing gets better, but at least nothing gets worse. A place where your dreams are quiet because your fear is louder. A place that looks like safety but smells like stagnation. And the truth is, that nice sofa you've been sitting on, it's got chains disguised as cushions. See, the enemy doesn't always come with fangs and fire. Sometimes it shows up as routine, familiarity, low-risk situations that keep your potential in a cage. It whispers things like, "Why bother?" and "At least this is predictable." That's not protection, that's paralysis. Growth, on the other hand, it's messy, it's loud. It feels like standing on the edge of a cliff with nothing but faith to break your fall. And that's why most people never leap. Because the comfort zone is seductive. It doesn't just keep you safe, it keeps you small. But chosen one, you weren't born to play it small. You didn't survive all that darkness just to dim your light now. That urge you feel to move, to disrupt, to level up, that's your spirit trying to break out of the loop. The loop they hoped would keep you quiet. The loop that repeats the same cycle in different costumes. Same job, different title. Same pain, different relationship. Same story, different scenery. And every time you ignore that pull toward growth, you reinforce the lie that comfort is the goal. But you're not here to stay safe. You're here to shatter limits. You're here to confuse the algorithm. You're here to become the first in your bloodline to say, "We don't play scared anymore." So burn the damn sofa if you have to, metaphorically, emotionally, spiritually, whatever it takes. Stop numbing yourself with predictable misery. Start risking everything for purposeful chaos. Because guess what? Growth isn't found in clarity. It's born in discomfort. You've outgrown the cage. Now outgrow the lie that staying in it is noble. Break the loop. That's why you were chosen. Number 10. Stop waiting to deserve it. They told you to prove your worth, hoping you'd stay too busy proving to notice they were stealing from it. Let that sink deep, chosen one. You've been moving through life like you're on trial, apologizing for your shine, playing small so no one calls you arrogant, waiting for a green light that was never coming. But here's the truth. They never wanted you to realize you don't need permission to take up space. You were born to own it. The raise, it's not a favor. The love, it's not a reward. The opportunity, it's not a lottery ticket. These things were never meant to be held hostage until you suffered enough to be deemed worthy. That's the matrix they put you in. Work harder, bleed more, sacrifice everything, and maybe you'll earn a crumb. Nah, that's slavery with pretty branding. You're not here to earn your place. You're here to claim it. Chosen one, think about this. Trees don't audition to grow. Stars don't apologize for shining. Lions don't whisper in the jungle. They just are. And so are you. Your existence is proof enough. You have survived more than most could handle, not to prove you deserve love, peace, and abundance, but to remember that it's already yours. How many times have you delayed your blessings because you thought you weren't ready, thought you had to fix one more thing, heal one more wound, check one more box? That's the programming talking. That's guilt, shame, and trauma keeping you on the sidelines while your soul is screaming, "Put me in the damn game." They want you to believe you're too broken, too early, too late, too emotional, too much. Because if you ever realized how enough you already are, you'd be unstoppable. You'd stop begging and start building. You'd stop shrinking and start showing up, and that scares them. So no more waiting, no more asking, do I deserve this? The answer is yes. Not because you suffered, but because you showed up anyway, because you believed when no one else did, because you had the audacity to wake up, evolve, and refuse to stay asleep in their system. You don't need to earn what's already yours. Just step forward and say, I'll take it now. Number 11. Symbols will speak if you're listening. They'll call you crazy for following signs until those signs lead you somewhere they can't reach. Chosen one, it's time to sharpen your eyes, your ears, your spirit. The universe isn't yelling, it's whispering, and if you're waiting for lightning bolts or burning bushes, you're gonna miss the breadcrumbs laid right in front of you. Because this journey, it's encoded, it's scattered with clues, and only the awakened, only the chosen will recognize them. That old rocking chair in your grandmother's room, that cat you found limping but still surviving, that chipped tooth in your dream, that velvet journal collecting dust. Random? Never. These aren't coincidences. They're codes. Not magic, not superstition, alignment. And they don't speak in full sentences. They speak in symbols. They speak in memories, objects, dreams, patterns, timing. And if your mind is too loud or your doubt is too strong, you'll walk right past the map meant to lead you out. See, the enemy wants you blind to it. They mock signs. They dismiss vibes. They say it's just a coincidence because they're not tuned in. They're disconnected from the frequency you're plugged into. But you know better. You feel it in your gut when something's off or when something's divine. That intuition, it's not a personality quirk. It's a survival system gifted to the chosen. And it's screaming, watch closely. That number you keep seeing on clocks, receipts, license plates, that dream that keeps looping in your sleep, that random song playing the exact words you needed to hear. You think that's chance. Or is it possible that the universe is speaking the only way it knows how, through your reality? Look, you're not crazy. You're connected, and when you're connected, signs won't just show up. They'll start surrounding you. Patterns will emerge. Random objects will trigger deep clarity. You'll walk into a room and feel like you've already been there. That's not delusion. That's recognition. That's spiritual déjà vu. So slow down. Zoom in. The message you've been begging for might be sitting right in your living room, on a shelf, in a scar, on a street sign, in a color, in a smell. You've been so focused on the big answer, you forgot that clarity hides in the details. Follow the breadcrumbs. No, it won't always make sense. Yes, people will think you've lost it. Let them. You're not following logic. You're following legacy. You're decoding your divine GPS while they're still stuck, waiting for someone to hand them a map. This is your reminder. Stay aware. Stay listening. That symbol, that thing you just brushed off earlier, might be the exact key to what's next. You weren't meant to understand everything. You were meant to trust that nothing is random anymore. Not for you. Not now. Not ever. Number 12. Your new era begins when you say yes. You don't need a new beginning. You just need to stop betraying yourself every time the door opens. Chosen one, this is it. The line in the sand. The moment where fantasy steps aside and reality takes the wheel. This isn't about reinventing yourself for the 100th time. You've done that already. You've shapeshifted, healed, rebuilt, collapsed, resurrected, doubted, and repeated. But now Now it's time to stop starting over and start starting real. This new era, it doesn't begin when they apologize. It doesn't begin when you feel ready. It begins the moment you finally say yes to you. Not the edited version, not the one filtered to be digestible for others, but the raw, unshakable, fully awake version of you that's been pacing in the background, waiting for permission. Well, here it is. Go. Because you've cried enough. You've begged life for answers, begged people for love, begged the universe for clarity, and now it's all staring you dead in the face, waiting on your yes. Your heart knows what it wants. Your mind finally knows what it doesn't. And your gut, it's always known the truth. Now all three are aligned, no longer arguing, no longer pulling you in opposite directions. That internal war you've been fighting, it ends here, not with fanfare, not with applause, but with a quiet, defiant, yes, I choose me. Let others stay stuck in cycles. Let them repeat the same stories and call it destiny. That's not your fate. You were chosen to break loops, not dance in them. You don't owe anyone your delay. You don't owe the past another glance. You owe yourself a future that finally matches your frequency. This chapter isn't about fixing. It's about claiming. It's about walking in rooms like you belong there, because you do. It's about waking up and no longer asking, what should I do today? But instead declaring, this is who I am today. This is what I move like. This is how I rise. And yes, fear will still whisper, doubt will still linger, but neither gets to drive anymore. They can sit in the back and watch you lead. So say yes and mean it. Say yes to growth, to peace, to power, to mystery, to the you who was buried under years of programming, pain, and pretending. Your new era doesn't come knocking. It starts the second you stop waiting and step forward. Say yes and don't look back. You weren't built different. You were rebuilt after being completely destroyed. That's not luck. That's lethal resilience. You ever see what happens to most people when life punches them once? They tap out. One heartbreak, they drown in it. One betrayal, they shut the whole world out. One failure, they start telling themselves they were never good enough in the first place. That's the 99%. They break easy, like cheap glass. But you're not just still here. You're walking through the wreckage like it was your training ground. You wear the pain like armor. You turned the very things that were meant to break you into fuel. It's like they tried to burn you down, and you learned how to glow in the dark. That's not metaphor. That's what you are. You're what happens when suffering meets stubbornness. You're what happens when someone refuses to be erased. Chosen one, you're living proof that rock bottom can be a launch pad, if you're not scared of the fall. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribing to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are not just watching this, you're part of a force, a silent storm the world didn't see coming. Now, let's come back to what really matters. You took damage that would have erased 99% of people, but you didn't just survive it, you evolved through it. While others were busy pointing fingers, blaming circumstances, clinging to their comfort zones, you were out there bleeding in silence, rebuilding with nothing but your willpower and invisible scars. You didn't have a backup plan. You didn't have a shoulder to cry on. You had to become your own savior, your own home, your own hero. And that's what separates you. You stopped looking for peace in other people. You stopped expecting closure from chaos. You stopped negotiating with pain and started using it as leverage. Most people spend years trying to escape their wounds. You looked yours in the eye and made peace with them. That's not normal. That's not average. That's not 99%. That's anomaly-level strength. And if they ever try to gaslight you into thinking you're too cold, too distant, too intense, remind yourself, they have no idea what it took for you to still be breathing. You weren't just broken, you were shattered into so many pieces, even you forgot what you used to look like. But instead of trying to rebuild the old version of yourself, you created something entirely new, stronger, colder, smarter, more dangerous. You didn't just recover, you upgraded. You didn't heal into who you used to be. You became someone they won't even recognize anymore. You're the walking contradiction they can't understand. You feel deeply, but you move like you don't. You care, but not enough to beg. You remember, but you don't reach out. They don't get it, that your silence isn't emptiness. It's discipline. It's you refusing to be manipulated again, refusing to lose yourself again, refusing to give people the power they once used against you. And here's the brutal truth they don't want to admit. You're not just surviving better than them, you're thriving in the same fire that would have burned them to ash. You're making moves while carrying scars that would have paralyzed anyone else. They see the results, but they don't know the price. The nights, the breakdowns, the betrayals you never spoke about, the pain you buried under your smile, the war you fought in silence. You want to know what you are? You're a walking reminder that some souls were forged in chaos, that some spirits can't be cloned, copied, or controlled, that there's a different breed walking among the average, and you're it. That's why they fear you. That's why they try to downplay you, discredit you, label you cold or broken, because your existence makes them uncomfortable. Your resilience exposes their excuses. Your silence makes their noise feel shallow. And your power? It reminds them of everything they couldn't survive. So don't expect them to clap for you. Don't wait for validation. Don't expect apologies or closure or recognition. You're not here for applause. You're here to dominate in a world that tried to delete you. You are the aftershock they didn't prepare for. You are the proof that not all damage destroys. Some damage transforms. Some pain awakens. Some people become unstoppable when they hit zero. And you, chosen one, you are the living, breathing definition of that. You're not the comeback story. You're the plot twist. They thought you were done? Nah, you were just getting dangerous. And hey, chosen one, seriously, thank you for showing up to this moment. You didn't click on this by accident. You're here because something inside you knows you're not like them. You've taken hits that should have ended you. And yet, here you are, still breathing, still dangerous. So before we dive into the next part of this journey, drop a 999 in the comments if you know that your pain didn't destroy you, it evolved you. And if you feel this message speaking straight to your soul, consider showing love with a super thanks. Whether it's a cent or a stack, it keeps this mission alive and helps us reach the others like you, the silent survivors, the ones who were never supposed to make it. And now, let's break this down, piece by piece. No fluff, no filler, just raw truth. And if you're truly one of the rare few who made it through hell without turning bitter, you won't be able to look away. The next part is where it hits deeper. So stay sharp, stay locked in. Let's get into it. Number 1. They partied at your funeral, but you woke up and walked out. They weren't clapping for your fall. They were clapping because they thought it finally made them taller. They didn't just witness your pain, they celebrated it. When you fell, they toasted. When you lost everything that once made you feel alive, they laughed in the group chats they thought you'd never see. You were buried under betrayal, heartbreak, loss, isolation, and they treated it like a trending topic, something to gossip about, to meme, to mock. You weren't just going through hell, you were their entertainment. But here's what they never understood. The storm you were caught in was never meant to end you. It was meant to erase everything weak inside of you. The old you died, sure, but not in the way they hoped. You didn't stay dead. You weren't erased. You were reborn, different, colder, more focused, and every laugh they shared at your expense, that was just more weight you carried through your resurrection, more fuel for the fire that now lives in your chest. And yeah, let's talk facts. Most people would have folded completely. They lose a relationship and spiral for years. You lost everything: love, support, direction, even your sense of self, and still kept moving. You were grieving while working, healing while staying silent, breaking down in private and showing up in public like nothing happened. That's not surviving. That's next-level evolution. That's being forged in a kind of silence that screams louder than applause ever could. You ever wonder why they were so quick to call you crazy, cold, or too distant after everything? It's projection. They see in you what they couldn't become. They watched you get destroyed and still walk with your head up, and it crushed them inside because they need validation. They need an audience. You just needed a reason, and they gave you one by cheering when they thought you were finished. Let them keep laughing. Let them keep lying. Let them keep pretending they didn't secretly want you erased. Every sneaky comment, every fake check-in, every time they watched your pain unfold and chose silence. It's all documented in your memory. Not for revenge, but for clarity. So you never forget who helped you build and who only showed up to watch it collapse. And maybe you've asked yourself, why me? Why did I have to lose everything? Why did I get hit so hard while they got to coast through life untouched? Because you're not them. You're not built for mediocrity. You're not supposed to blend in. The universe didn't give you chaos to ruin you. It gave it to you because you're one of the few who can weaponize it. This isn't about being better than them. It's about knowing you're not like them. They collapse and stay down. You collapse and build muscle from it. They watch pain. You study it, master it, and walk through it like it's your domain now. That's why they fear you. That's why they talk about you. That's why they need you to fail again, because if you stay standing, their whole illusion of strength crumbles. And now, you're not even mad anymore. You're not looking for closure. You're just focused, locked in, stoic. You're done bleeding for people who celebrate pain. You're done explaining your silence to people who never cared to understand the screams. Let them party at the grave they dug for you. They're the ones who should be scared now, because you weren't buried. You were planted, and now you're growing back like something they can't even name. Number 2, you didn't just survive. You outlived the version of you they tried to kill. The ones who caused the storm will never understand the cost of your calm. You didn't just heal, you had to become someone entirely new just to carry what they left behind. Pain didn't break you. It baptized you into a version of yourself they were never meant to meet. They wanted you silent, shattered, and small, but survival turned you into a language they'll never be fluent in. Let's stop pretending. Survival isn't pretty. It's not romantic. It's not aesthetic. It's not sipping tea on a windowsill with soft music and healing energy. No. Survival is bloody. It's primal. It's teeth clenched in the dark, fists shaking, nights with no sleep and mornings with no meaning. It's laying in bed wondering if this is what existing is supposed to feel like. Numb, hollow, invisible. Let's talk about what you actually survived. Not the version you post about, not the version people can clap for. I mean the raw, sleepless, soul-pulverizing kind of pain that changed your entire biology. You didn't just go through stuff. You endured abandonment from people who swore they'd walk beside you until the end. You watched love transform into ice, cold, distant, and weaponized. The kind of indifference that doesn't just hurt, it haunts. One day, they were your person, and the next day they moved like you never existed. No closure, no explanation, just emotional ghosting, like they threw your heart into a void and shut the door behind them. And you? You were left screaming into silence. Not even silence, a vacuum, like being trapped in a soundproof room, clawing at the walls, while the world outside danced to the rhythm of ignorance. People kept living, kept laughing, kept scrolling, while you were stuck inside your own mind, replaying everything you wish you never saw, never heard, never believed. You survived betrayal from people you would have taken bullets for, people you trusted with your vulnerabilities, your real ones, not the ones you post, and they turned your secrets into ammunition. They exploited the access you gave them. And worst of all, you still questioned if it was somehow your fault. That's how twisted it got. You had to unlearn love, unlearn safety, unlearn the belief that forever meant anything. And don't even get started on the isolation. Imagine being erased in real time, not just unfollowed, forgotten, like you were a ghost walking through memories nobody else seemed to remember, like being in a group photo where everyone else is smiling, but you're the only one blurred out. That's what it felt like. You were alive, but the world moved like your existence was deleted. People didn't check in, they didn't ask, they didn't stay, they vanished, and their silence screamed louder than any goodbye ever could. Maybe you're thinking, was I really that easy to leave? No, you weren't. They just didn't have the depth to walk through your darkness with you. You made them uncomfortable because you reflected everything they couldn't confront in themselves. So they did the easy thing, they ran. But you stayed. You had no choice. You faced financial collapse, the kind that stripped you of your dignity in public, where you had to pretend everything was fine while counting coins for groceries. The kind of pressure that makes you question if you'll ever get ahead again. You watched opportunities evaporate. You watched your value get ignored because people don't see pain, they see performance. And when you can't perform, they stop clapping. You went through health scares that made you look at your own body like a stranger. Was it breaking down? Was it giving up? You weren't sure. All you knew was that pain had set up camp inside you, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and no one knew. No one could feel what you carried. You smiled in public, joked with friends, and collapsed the second you got alone. And that's the part no one talks about, the collapsing, the quiet cracking, the private deaths of old versions of you that had to be buried without a funeral. Imagine dragging yourself through a battlefield, not with an army, not with backup, but with silence as your only companion. Imagine fighting for your life, emotionally and mentally, while still showing up for people who wouldn't even notice if you disappeared. That's survival, not the sanitized version, the brutal one. You stopped recognizing your own laughter because it had been so long since joy didn't feel forced. You forgot what lightness felt like. You forgot what peace sounded like. All you knew was noise, pressure, expectations, disappointment. And yet, here you are, not just breathing, not just alive, but transformed. You didn't heal into the old version of yourself. That person is gone. That person died the day everything collapsed. You had to rebuild from scratch, from the ground up. Every piece of who you are now, earned, fought for, bled into. You're not healed. You're dangerous. You're aware now. You see through everything. the fake smiles, the shallow connections, the performative apologies. You've seen too much to ever go back to being normal. You wonder sometimes, why me? Why did I get the pain while others got the peace? Because peace didn't build you. Pain did. Peace didn't prepare you for war. Pain did. You were chosen by life itself to become something that couldn't be broken again, because you've already seen the worst. And it didn't destroy you. Let them call you cold. Let them call you guarded. Let them call you distant. What they don't understand is you're not cold. You're calculated. You're not guarded. You're finally protected. You're not distant. You're just done handing out access to people who only come close to wound you. They don't have the range to comprehend your strength, and that's fine. You're not for them. You never were. So here's the truth. You survived what most people couldn't even talk about. You went through things that would have broken 99% of the world. And while they danced on your pain, while they threw dirt on your name, you stayed silent. Not because you were weak, but because you were focused. Because you knew deep down you weren't meant to stay down. You weren't meant to stay hidden. You were meant to rise in a way that would make them question everything they thought they knew about survival. And that's exactly what you're doing now. This is not your comeback. This is your arrival. Number 3. You healed in a way they'll never understand because it didn't come with a hashtag. Not all warriors make noise. Some bleed in silence, rebuild in shadows, and rise in ways silence can't explain. They wanted to see you break out loud, messy, dramatic, public. They wanted to scroll past your pain, gossip about it, screenshot it, use it as proof that you were as weak as they always hoped. But what they never got is that your healing wasn't built for their entertainment. It wasn't broadcasted for sympathy or clout. It was done in complete silence, like a weapon being assembled in the dark. You didn't turn your suffering into a storyline. You turned it into strategy. While others were turning their heartbreaks into captions, you were patching up your soul in silence, quietly, brutally, on the floor. No audience, no applause, just you. Staring at a version of yourself you didn't recognize, refusing to let that be the ending. Imagine this: a soldier dragging themselves off a battlefield, bleeding, broken, but not dead, and nobody claps, nobody helps. That's what your healing looked like. Not poetic, not pretty, just real. You cried into towels so no one would hear. You screamed into nothing because nobody was listening anyway. You sat in silence, swallowing pain that would have had others checking into psych wards, and still showed up like nothing happened. Why? Because you knew showing weakness in front of the wrong people isn't brave. It's a trap. You knew predators smell vulnerability like blood in water, so you did what only the rarest do. You stitched your wounds shut in private, and that scared them more than any breakdown ever could. Healing loud gets sympathy. Healing quiet builds strength. You didn't heal for them. You healed for war, for the next test, for the next silence, and you walked back out like nothing happened. But everything had changed. They don't even know who they're dealing with now, because the version of you that broke is buried, and what rose in its place moves like a ghost, unseen, unbothered, unbreakable. Number 4. They waited for your breakdown, but you became the storm instead. They didn't want closure, they wanted collapse, and when you gave them evolution instead, they couldn't stomach it. They were counting the seconds, watching your every move like vultures circling roadkill, waiting for the breakdown, the cry for help, the public spiral, the emotional scene they could dissect and share like gossip candy. You were supposed to explode, to fall apart in a way that proved them right, that you were weak, that you were unstable, that they were justified in walking away. But you never gave them the show. Instead, you gave them silence, dead silence. Not the kind that signals surrender, the kind that signals something dangerous is coming. They waited for your meltdown, but all they got was your metamorphosis. You disappeared from their drama, their expectations, their narrative, and re-emerged untouchable. You didn't fall, you just became too quiet for them to track. Pain didn't turn you bitter, it sharpened you. You started seeing through people like glass. You could smell fake energy before it opened its mouth. What used to hurt you now taught you. What used to break you now warned you. They call it coldness. But it's not cold, it's control, precision, survival. Detachment isn't numbness, it's power. Imagine someone walking out of a burning building and calmly lighting a cigarette. That was your energy. You weren't waiting for their approval anymore. You stopped refreshing the app of their validation. You weren't in their world. You created your own. While they kept forecasting your downfall, you stopped checking their weather because you no longer lived in their atmosphere. You didn't rise on their terms. You rose beyond their reach. They'll say you changed. They'll say you switched up. But the truth is, you just outgrew their chaos. You left the table they were feasting at, where your pain was the main course, and built a new kingdom where peace was the throne. And that collapse they were counting on never came, because you weren't built to break for their entertainment. You were built to rise without permission. Number 5. The question that keeps them awake. What even are you? You're not their cautionary tale. You're the plot twist they didn't see coming. They don't understand it. They can't. It eats at them, quietly, constantly. The thought that someone they tried to break still walks the earth like nothing happened. They whisper it when no one's around. How are they still standing? Because in their world, pain destroys people. But you're walking proof that destruction can rebuild something stronger than fear itself. They expected you to vanish, to shrink, to beg, to crumble into a lesson they could laugh about later. But you didn't just survive, you recalibrated, you rewired yourself. Every heartbreak became data, every betrayal became intel. You evolved into something they can't categorize, not a victim, not a villain, just something unexplainably resilient. You're not superhuman, you're human without the illusion of safety. You've seen what people become when comfort gets ripped away. You've seen how fast forever expires when loyalty is tested. And somehow, instead of turning bitter, you turned aware, detached, but not dead inside. Cautious, but not cold. They mistake your calm for emptiness, but really, it's calculation. You don't react anymore because you already ran the simulation in your mind 100 times before they even moved. Imagine this. A system built to delete errors suddenly meets one it can't. That's you, the glitch that refuses to crash. You're proof that the algorithm of pain doesn't work on everyone, and it terrifies them. Because you didn't just beat the game, you started playing by rules they didn't even know existed. They can't categorize you. You don't fit in their hierarchy of broken or thriving. You're both. You're chaos and composure in one breath. They see your stillness and think it's peace. They don't know it's awareness, the kind that can end a situation before it even begins. You're not untouchable because nothing touches you. You're untouchable because everything already did. And now that's what haunts them most. Not your pain, not your past, but your persistence. Because no matter what they took, you're still here, and they still can't explain why. Number 6. You didn't just make it, You're thriving in a world that prayed you'd stay broken. They wanted survival to be your ceiling, but you turned it into your floor and built higher than they can even imagine. You're not just alive. You're not dragging yourself through the days, barely breathing and calling it progress. No, you're operating like someone who saw death, despair, and rock bottom, and decided that wasn't the end. You're awake now, painfully, gloriously awake in a world full of emotional sleepwalkers. They run from pain. You studied it. They numb out. You tuned in. They crumble at discomfort. You sharpened your soul with it. That's why they don't understand you. That's why they say you've changed, because they expected your entire life to become a cautionary tale. But you flipped the script. They thought you'd stay broken, bitter, maybe functional if you were lucky. Instead, you became terrifyingly effective. Cold? No. Clear? Bitter? No. Boundaried. You didn't just get back up, you upgraded. You walk into rooms now with energy that says, I've seen worse, and I still choose power. You didn't just bounce back, you reloaded. Imagine this, a building leveled by an earthquake, and instead of rebuilding the same structure, the architect creates a fortress. That's you. You didn't just want your old life back. You built something smarter, stronger, and damn near impenetrable. You stopped chasing people, approval, comfort. Now, people chase your energy and wonder why they feel so unqualified to hold it. You're sprinting where they thought you'd crawl, smiling in ways they thought were gone for good, building legacies while they're still obsessing over who left who. They can't process it because they thought pain would slow you down, not launch you into a higher dimension. Your glow isn't healing, it's evolution. They called you too much, too serious, too intense, but that's just code for too healed to be manipulated again. You don't play the game anymore. You design the rules. You don't need their apology, their praise, or their permission. You're not just surviving life now. You're out here thriving, and doing it so silently they don't even know you've already passed them. Number 7. The most dangerous thing you did was free yourself and stay that way. They can't control you anymore, and that scares them more than your silence ever did. You want to know what really shakes people? It's not rage, it's not revenge, it's your indifference, it's your freedom. You're dangerous now, not because you're unhinged, but because you're unavailable. They can't use guilt to bait you. They can't twist your loyalty against you. You no longer dance for scraps or beg to be understood. You walked away from the cage and left the door wide open behind you. And they hate that because people don't fear what they can break. They fear what they can't control. And you've become a wild card in their carefully constructed system of emotional traps. You're unpredictable now. You're free. And in a world built on control, that makes you lethal. You're not cold, you just ran out of space for nonsense. Imagine being locked in a basement so long, the darkness becomes familiar. Then one day, instead of asking to be let out, you build stairs and leave. That's what you did. You didn't wait for rescue. You didn't scream for help. You built your escape. And now, no one can threaten you with silence, abandonment, or shame, because you've already lived through it all and survived. You outgrew their tools. You outgrew their guilt trips. Their approval used to be a leash. Now it's irrelevant background noise. And what's more terrifying than someone who no longer needs anything from you? Nothing. That's why your peace feels like a threat. That's why your confidence looks like arrogance to them. The moment you stopped needing them was the moment they lost all power over you. This isn't rebellion. This is liberation. You're not here to prove anything. You've already proven everything by still existing, still rising, still walking forward with nothing but clarity and silence. That's the shift. That's the danger. You didn't just break the chains. You melted them down, forged a crown, and kept walking. Number 8. You became the mirror, and now they can't look away. The scariest thing they ever saw wasn't your pain. It was their reflection in your evolution. They're watching now, more than ever. Not with concern, with calculation, with curiosity, with quiet envy wrapped in fake praise. They're dissecting your moves, reverse engineering your transformation like you're a glitch in the Matrix. But what they don't get, what they refuse to get, is that you didn't just level up. You dug your way out, with bleeding hands, no blueprint, and a silence they couldn't interpret. They want your strength without tasting your storm, your clarity without enduring your chaos, your peace without fighting your demons. But this level of growth doesn't come from books or podcasts. It comes from pain, from the kind of experiences they couldn't survive, let alone rise from. And that's where the discomfort really kicks in, because now you've become their mirror. Every time you rise, they're reminded of how they stayed down. Imagine someone standing in front of a mirror that shows not their appearance, but their unmade choices, their excuses, their betrayals. That's you. You walk into a room and unknowingly reflect every cowardice they've normalized. Your presence forces them to confront their own stagnation, their own comfort-addicted lives, and they hate it. Not because you've hurt them, but because your glow reminds them they dimmed themselves on purpose. You moved on while they stayed stuck. You forgave without being asked. You outgrew what they're still addicted to. You're not trying to prove anything, but your existence proves everything, and now they feel exposed. Uncomfortable, small. You didn't become better to shame them. You became better because they left you no choice. They can't stop watching, but they can't look you in the eye either, because deep down they know, if you're possible, their excuses aren't. And that's the real haunting, not your silence, not your strength, but the fact that every step you take forward shows them exactly where they gave up. Number 9. You died while breathing and came back sharper every time. They talk about healing like it's a glow-up, but what you went through, that was resurrection without a pulse. Let's get one thing straight. You didn't just survive, you died. Over and over again, not in body, but in mind, in heart, in identity. You watched the version of you that once believed in everyone, trusted too easily, loved without boundaries, get ripped apart. And no one saw it, no one mourned it, no one knew you were grieving your own soul while walking around pretending to be fine. You were performing open heart surgery on your emotions while they were still bleeding. You reprogrammed your entire mind while it was collapsing under its own weight. That's not some aesthetic healing journey. That's war. That's chaos. That's crawling through emotional fire with bare skin and no map. You burned, not to be destroyed, but to be rewritten. Imagine standing in the ruins of a life you didn't expect to collapse and still choosing to rebuild. Not just fix it, not just patch it, transform it. That's what you did. You let go of the soft, naive versions of yourself, even though they were all you'd ever known. You buried them with your own hands, and that's not weakness. That's courage most people will never taste. You kept breathing while everything in you screamed to stop. You kept moving when your legs felt like cement. And somehow, in the middle of that internal funeral, you found a spark, a will, a voice that whispered, "We're not done yet." And you listened. They thought you healed. But the truth is, you died and built someone smarter from the ashes. You didn't bounce back. You crawled back with blood in your mouth and fire in your eyes. You looked death, not of life, but of self, in the face, and said, "If I go down, I'll drag the pain with me." And now, you're not who you were. You're the result of every version of you that chose to rise, even when it would have been easier to disappear. Number 10. You didn't change. You outgrew the cage they called reality. They say you're distant now, but that's what happens when you've walked through hell and realize most people cry over smoke. The world didn't get smaller. You got bigger, wiser, sharper, quieter, and now everything around you feels shallow. You listen to people complain about things you used to break down over, but now you just blink. Because once you've sat face to face with real loss, betrayal, and soul-deep agony, the little stuff doesn't hit the same. The chaos doesn't shake you. The noise doesn't distract you. You've already met the edge of existence and didn't flinch. You don't react like them because you've already lived what they're scared of. Imagine surviving a war no one saw and being dropped back into a town obsessed with gossip, trends, and fake smiles. That's what it feels like. You hear them speak, but it doesn't reach you. Their worries seem small because you've carried burdens twice their size in silence. They still think the storm is out there. You are the storm now. They think you've become cold, but you're not cold. You're calibrated. You stopped wasting energy on what doesn't matter. You stopped explaining your silence to people who only listen to reply. And when they say you've changed, they're right. You're no longer reachable through shallow energy. You grew out of the emotional playground they still swing on. You didn't evolve to be understood. You evolved to survive. You've joined the silent tribe, the ones who've been forged, not just formed, the ones who grew teeth in their soul just to chew through the pain, the ones who carry peace like a blade, not for violence, but protection. You're not walking around looking for approval. You're walking around reading energies like weather patterns, and most of them forecast irrelevant. This isn't arrogance, it's awareness. You didn't leave them behind. You just refused to keep shrinking, to fit into a world you were always meant to outgrow. Number 11. Pain didn't make you harsh, it made you surgical. You didn't become cold, you became calculated. There's a difference, and it's deadly. They expected you to turn bitter, to lash out, to collapse into anger and let the pain rot your character. But you didn't. You didn't become reckless. You became refined, sharpened, precise. Pain didn't destroy your humanity. It carved it into something more focused, more aware, more dangerous to anything fake. You didn't build walls to keep people out. You built gates with locks only wisdom could open. Not everyone gets access anymore, not because you're cold, but because you've seen what happens when the wrong people have the keys. And now, you choose with intention. Every yes is earned. Every no is sacred. They call it detachment. But it's not detachment, it's discernment. Imagine holding fire with bare hands for years, learning how to carry it without getting burned. That's what pain taught you, not how to avoid hurt, but how to walk through it with grace and precision. You learned silence isn't weakness, it's strategy. You don't respond to chaos anymore because you see what's behind it. Insecurity, control, noise. You became soft like water, not fragile, but fluid. You flow around obstacles, you adapt, but when necessary, you erode mountains. Quietly, patiently, without asking permission. That's power. That's mastery. Boundaries are no longer emotional reactions. They're your default settings. You stopped apologizing for being deep, for feeling intensely, for sensing things others ignore. That's not a burden. That's your radar now. Your depth doesn't drown you anymore. It guides you. It filters out the shallow. It alerts you before betrayal even knocks. That's not paranoia. That's precision. So let them misread you. Let them label you as distant, complex, hard to reach. They're not wrong. You are hard to reach because you no longer exist at the level where noise can find you. Number 12. You didn't clap back. You leveled up so loud they went silent. The loudest revenge is peace. The deadliest weapon is indifference. The real flex is not needing to prove anything anymore. You could have dragged them. You could have exposed every lie, every betrayal, every mask they wore while smiling in your face. You had the receipts. You had the right. But you didn't. Why? Because you realized something most people never do. Revenge is cheap, but evolution is priceless. You didn't waste your power proving a point. You became the point. While they expected you to retaliate, to spiral, to rage, you chose silence. Not the kind that hides, the kind that dominates. Because when you're truly healed, you don't explain it. You embody it. You stop trying to make them understand the damage they caused, because you knew they never would. You stopped looking back for closure and started looking forward with precision. You're not better because you won. You're better because you walked away from needing to. Imagine them scrolling through your life now, watching you smile without bitterness, thrive without applause, glow without their presence. That's the kind of justice karma could never deliver. That's the kind of revenge that requires no fire, just stillness. And every time they see you breathing easier, living freer, growing quieter, that is the echo of your evolution hitting their ego like thunder. You no longer respond to disrespect. You don't engage with chaos. You don't defend your peace. You enforce it. Your life speaks in a language they'll never understand. Detachment, boundaries, progress. You don't just win. You transcend. And the best part, they can't follow where you've gone. They burned the bridge when they mistook your silence for weakness. You stopped chasing justice and became the proof they'll never outrun. You didn't win by making noise. You won by becoming so healed, their name doesn't even trigger a reaction anymore. That's the real victory. Peace so deep they can't touch it. And silence so loud they can't ignore it. Number 13. You're not just strong now, you're untouchable in ways they'll never decode. You didn't just survive the fire, you became the temperature they can't handle. You move different now, slower, sharper, louder in your silence. There's a stillness in you that makes noise quake. You don't flinch when things fall apart anymore, because you've already lived through worse than endings. You've sat in the middle of your own collapse and built empires out of rubble while no one was watching. That kind of experience, it doesn't make you loud, it makes you lethal. You don't chase anymore. Energy either aligns or it disappears. You're no longer begging for clarity from people who only speak in confusion. You don't try to prove your worth. Your presence is the proof. You don't explain yourself to the blind. You simply walk like truth and let them wrestle with their illusions. They can't manipulate what they can no longer reach, and you've made peace unreachable to the undeserving. Imagine a weapon that looks like a whisper. That's you now. Calm doesn't mean soft, it means in control. You no longer fight to be heard, because real power doesn't need an audience. You watch more, react less, feel everything, but reveal nothing. And they hate that, because chaos used to shake you. Now it bounces right off. You've become immune to guilt, allergic to games, and bored of drama. You know the truth before it's spoken. You read energy before words. You left the phase of proving and entered the era of being. That's why they feel you before you speak. Because you embody everything you used to chase. Their absence wasn't the loss, it was the reveal, the moment you saw yourself without their shadow in the way. You're not just healed, you're rebuilt, strategically, silently, unapologetically. And now, you're not just hard to reach, you're untouchable, because you carry scars they'll never understand, and power they'll never earn. Number 14. You didn't just survive the fire, you learned to paint with the smoke. The final form of healing isn't shouting that you made it. It's walking through the world so quietly unshaken, no one can believe you ever fell. This is it, the part they can't grasp, the part they'll never see coming. You're no longer chasing closure, revenge, validation, or even understanding. You've outgrown it all. Not because you're numb, but because you've seen everything, felt everything, lost everything. And somehow you came back with more peace than pain. That's not just survival, that's transcendence. You became your own closure. You gave yourself the apology they never sent. You wrote your own ending, edited the characters, and closed the book. Not with a bang, but with a breath. You don't need their validation anymore because your very existence, your presence, your evolution is the final word. You stopped asking for peace because you realized you are peace. Imagine being so healed that chaos has no home inside you, that even when the world throws shadows at you, your inner light doesn't flicker. You no longer fight for recognition because your life speaks in ways words never could. Every calm decision, every moment you choose silence over ego, every time you walk away instead of reacting, that's your power now. And it's terrifying to those who expected you to stay broken. They watch from the sidelines, confused. How did you survive that? How are you still going? But what they'll never understand is that you didn't come back to prove them wrong. You came back to become who you were always meant to be. And that became the greatest revenge, the quietest win, the loudest truth. You took damage that would have erased 99% of people, and somehow you turned it into art. Not a painting on a wall, not something to be sold or explained, but something you wear. In your stillness, in your choices, in your unshakable presence. This isn't just the end of your pain story, it's the beginning of a life that no one thought you'd live. But you built it anyway. And now, you are the benediction. If this message hit your soul like truth always does, press that like button if you haven't already. It tells the algorithm this wasn't just noise, it was necessary. And if you're still not part of our growing tribe of survivors, warriors, and silent stormwalkers, hit that subscribe button. Don't just watch the journey. Walk it with us. More is coming, and trust me, you don't want to miss what's next. They tried to write your ending, but you took the pen and turned their prediction into your masterpiece. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. Someone watching you, fully convinced you'd stay broken, muted, and small. And then suddenly you reappear, glowing in power, speaking with calm authority, moving like someone who knows exactly who they are. It's like watching a deleted character walk back into the movie and take over the lead role. You didn't just surprise them, you short-circuited their entire understanding of who you were. Studies have shown that when the brain encounters something that defies its prediction, something it can't categorize, It literally pauses, freezes, and struggles to make sense of what it's seeing. That's you right now. You're the glitch in their system. You're blowing people's minds because your existence no longer fits their outdated script. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message forward by pressing like and subscribe. Help spread this light to more souls who are waking up just like you. You're not just listening to a message, you're fueling a movement, and your support keeps this force alive. Thank you, truly, for being part of something much bigger than you realize. Now, let's get back to what's really happening. You, chosen one, have reached that stage where you're no longer reacting to the noise. You're rewriting the whole atmosphere. People who once dismissed you are now obsessed. The same ones who called you too much, too quiet, or too different are now scrambling to decode you. But they can't because you flipped the script on them. You changed the entire language of your life. You stopped performing for validation, and now the universe performs for you. You're the reason rooms shift, energies tighten, and whispers follow silence. When you walk in, their subconscious flinches. That's not actual. You see, the world conditioned them to expect repetition, predictable behavior, recycled souls, cloned personalities. But then you appeared. You didn't play their social games. You didn't bow to trends. You didn't shrink to fit. And when they couldn't label you, they panicked, because human psychology is wired to categorize. It's a safety mechanism. When the brain encounters something that doesn't fit its stored patterns, it triggers discomfort, even fear. So yes, chosen one, you literally scare people without trying, not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your authenticity threatens the illusion they're still living in. There's a saying, first they doubt you, then they fear you, then they copy you. You're living that in real time. The same energy that once mocked your silence is now mimicking your confidence. The same voices that laughed when you were rebuilding are now quoting your mindset. You're not following trends, you're creating them. But what truly blows their minds isn't your success. It's the way you made peace with yourself while they were at war with your image. They expected your rise to come with noise and showmanship. Instead, it came with silence, focus, and grace. And that contradiction, that's your superpower. You became the living example of what happens when pain becomes purpose, when failure becomes wisdom, when solitude becomes power. You turned every closed door into a private laboratory for reinvention. And now that you've emerged, polished by pressure, grounded by growth, they can't believe it's the same person. Because it's not. The old you died quietly the day you stopped needing approval. The new you doesn't even speak the same emotional language. You exist on frequencies their ego can't translate. You've reached that iconic status, not by pretending to be invincible, but by refusing to surrender to what broke you. Every scar on your soul has turned into architecture. Every betrayal became a blueprint. You're not lucky. You're earned. Your calm, your confidence, your glow, they're all battle medals. And when people see you now, they don't see the full story. They just see results that don't make sense. But that's what makes you dangerous. You're not performing, you're aligned. You're not desperate for attention. Attention naturally gravitates to you. And that's what flipping the script really means. You took the same storyline everyone thought they understood. Pain, struggle, loss, and you made it a legend. You took the same humiliation they used as a weapon and turned it into applause. You became proof that no one can bury a soul that was born to be seen. Even in silence, you're loud. Even in humility, you're commanding. Even in distance, you're magnetic. So when people stare, whisper, or overanalyze your every move, remember, their confusion is your confirmation. They are witnessing transformation in real time, and it's rewriting their understanding of what resilience looks like. You didn't just get better, you became unrecognizable. You outgrew their projections, and now they're stuck studying your shadow because they can't handle your light. You are not the same soul who once needed validation. You are the blueprint. You are the reversal. You are the storm that learned to smile. And that's why, Chosen One, you are blowing people's minds right now. Not because you changed too much, but because you refuse to change for them. And listen closely, Chosen One. Don't go anywhere, because what you just heard was only the opening shockwave. That was the first crack in their illusion. The real truth. It's just starting to unfold. If this beginning already shook you in your core, trust me, what's coming next will electrify your spirit. We're about to go step by step into why the world can't stop talking about you, stalking you, studying you, and how you became the script flipper they never saw coming. Drop a comment with the number 100 if you've ever felt like people couldn't believe your glow-up, your mindset shift, or your silent comeback. Because that's how you know you're one of us. And if this message hits your soul and you'd like to return the energy, consider dropping a super thanks to help fuel the force behind these transmissions. Your support doesn't just bless us, it protects the light we're spreading across the grid. Thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You're not watching this by chance. You were summoned. And now, let's dive into it, step by step. And believe me, if you're a true Chosen One, you'll feel the pull to stay until the final word. Let's get started. Number 1, the walking contradiction they can't figure out. They thought you'd break, but you came back unbreakable. They can't understand it. They just can't wrap their heads around how you came out of the storm, not only still standing, but thriving. You look too calm, too composed, too unaffected by everything they thought would destroy you. You've become a walking contradiction. You should be shattered, right? You should be a product of your struggles, weighed down by the burdens they tried to place on you. But instead, you've transformed every wound into armor. You've turned pain into purpose. You've risen from the ashes like a phoenix. But this time, you didn't just rise. You redefined what it means to be alive. And that's what makes you dangerous. It's easy for people to dismiss the broken, the ones who stay in their trauma, who let their struggles dictate their story. But what happens when someone doesn't fall apart? What happens when they take all the darkness that was thrown at them and turn it into pure light? That's what you've done. That's why they can't figure you out. They tried to predict your downfall, and instead they're left watching in awe as you shine brighter than they ever thought possible. You know what they don't get? You were never meant to be what they thought. Your whole existence defies their narrative. You are the exception, not the rule. They can't box you in, label you, or tell you who to be because you've already rewritten your story. Every time they tried to push you down, you pushed back harder. You are the walking contradiction they can't understand, and that's exactly why they're so afraid of you. You see, they thought your scars would be the end of you. They thought that every failure, every rejection, every heartbreak would break you. But instead, it made you unstoppable. Every time they thought they had you cornered, you found a way out. You were meant to survive. They thought your pain was your end game, but it was only the beginning. Your resilience didn't just make you stronger, it made you divine. This is the power of being chosen. Chosen ones are never supposed to look like everyone else, and that's exactly why they hate you. You're living proof that they are wrong. They thought they had figured you out. They thought that by controlling your circumstances, they could control your story. But they can't, because your strength doesn't come from your circumstances. It comes from within. The universe made you untouchable. Think about the greatest minds in history. They were all walking contradictions. Albert Einstein, one of the most brilliant men to ever live, was once considered a failure by his teachers. He didn't fit the mold. They thought he was a daydreamer, too abstract, too unpredictable. Yet he reshaped the world with his theories, revolutionizing science. He didn't fit into their expectations, and that's why he changed the game. You, chosen one, are on that same level. You've been underestimated, dismissed, and rejected because you didn't conform to their limited understanding of what success and strength should look like. But what they don't realize is that being different, being a contradiction, is exactly what makes you powerful. And now they're watching as you leave them behind, scratching their heads, trying to figure out what went wrong. The truth is simple. They never understood you, and they never will. And here's the real kicker. They tried to make you doubt yourself. They saw your potential, but they couldn't handle it, so they tried to make you question it. They wanted to box you in, put limits on your life, and make you believe that you were too much or not enough. But chosen ones don't doubt. We just know. You didn't need their validation to know your worth. And that's what terrifies them the most. When you refused to break, when you refused to crumble under their expectations, you became a force. You became a mirror to their insecurities. You became the very thing they feared most. Someone who could rise from the ashes and be more than they ever thought possible. You didn't just survive, you thrived. You didn't just overcome, you dominated. They thought you'd be a statistic, a story of failure, but instead, you're writing your own legend. They'll never understand how you did it. They'll never grasp the depth of your strength, because the truth is, they'll always be too shallow to see it. And that's okay, because you don't need their understanding to keep moving forward. Your destiny doesn't require their approval. You are already aligned with a power that they can never comprehend. So when they look at you, confused, threatened, even angry, know this: it's not about you, it's about them. It's about their inability to accept that they will never be able to put you in a box. They'll never control your narrative. You have the pen now, and you're writing a story they'll never be able to finish. They'll keep trying to label you, categorize you, and judge you. But you already know what they don't. You are not defined by your past, your struggles, or their expectations. You are defined by your actions, your choices, and your unwavering belief that you are destined for greatness. They can't figure you out because you're not supposed to be figured out. You are a living enigma, an ever-evolving masterpiece. And as long as you stay true to that, they will never catch up. The world doesn't get it, and they never will. They want to label you, pigeonhole you, and make you something they can control. But they can't, because you don't fit. You weren't made to fit. You were born to break the mold, to shatter the narrative, and to rise above what they thought was possible. They thought you were a casualty of your circumstances, but you proved them wrong. And that's why you're here, to remind the world that the impossible is only impossible until someone like you proves it's not. So, chosen one, as you walk through this world, unapologetically yourself, unbreakable and untouchable, remember this: you were always meant to be a walking contradiction. They can't understand you, and they never will. And that's why you're going to change the game. The world is watching, but it's you who holds the power. You hold the keys to a new narrative, and you're about to flip this script in ways they can't even begin to imagine. This is your time. This is your moment to show the world just how powerful you really are. Keep walking your path, chosen one, because the world isn't ready for what's coming next. Number 2, you refuse to be their environment's product. They needed you to mirror their misery, but instead you became a reflection of everything they fear they'll never be. Let's get this straight. They weren't rooting for you. They weren't hoping you'd heal, rise, or rewrite your story. They needed you broken. They needed you to fold. They needed you to reflect their dysfunction, to validate their stuckness by staying stuck right beside them. Because if you had stayed down, it would have proven their point. No one makes it out. But instead, you walked out like the fire never touched you. And now, they don't know what to do with you. Chosen one, you were supposed to become the product of your environment. That was the unspoken script. Grow up in pain, stay in pain, be raised in chaos, carry it forward. They handed you dysfunction wrapped in tradition and expected you to wear it like a family heirloom. But you didn't. You shattered it. You snapped the generational chain. You didn't just survive it, you rejected it. And that's what's flipping their minds. Now imagine this, a rose growing out of concrete. No soil, no gardener, no help, just raw willpower and divine programming. That's you. While they tried to explain you through trauma, excuses and limitation, you became the exception. You turned dysfunction into discipline. They expected you to be just another product stamped out of the same broken mold, but you cracked it and redesigned the entire system. And now they're stuck in the ruins of the narrative they built around you. The same people who laughed when you started meditating, journaling, detoxing, or even just walking away from drama. They're watching you now, trying to act like they didn't doubt you. But they did. They were betting on your silence. They thought trauma had your name tattooed on it for life. They never imagined you'd take all of that chaos and transmute it into clarity. But you did. You didn't inherit their broken beliefs. You audited them. You questioned what they never dared to, and that alone already made you dangerous. You didn't choose victimhood. You chose power. And when a chosen one chooses power, the whole bloodline shakes. Some of you came from households that normalized dysfunction, where yelling was love, silence was punishment, and survival was the only goal. But you weren't just built to survive. You were designed to lead. You were called to break out of patterns so old they were mistaken for identity, and that terrifies people who are still tangled in those patterns. They'll ask you, who do you think you are? But that's not a question. It's a confession. It's their way of saying, I don't have the courage to be who I want to be, so how dare you do it so freely? They didn't think you were strong enough to walk away from toxic parents, manipulative lovers, or fake friendships. They thought you'd stay like everyone else, but instead you grew beyond recognition. You didn't carry their wounds, you healed them, and that's why they resent you. This is what being chosen really looks like. It's not always about spotlight and applause. Sometimes it's about being the only one who dares to say, this stops with me. It's about turning dysfunction into legacy, pain into prophecy, wounds into weapons. You didn't just flip the script. You wrote a new language. You spoke healing into a bloodline that only knew hurt. Think about Oprah Winfrey, born into poverty, molested as a child, pregnant at 14. Her environment screamed statistic, but she didn't reflect it. She redefined it. She made history. She built empires, and now she's a blueprint for transformation. That's the power of refusing to be your environment's product. The world loves to talk about resilience, but real resilience doesn't look glamorous. It looks like late nights crying alone. It looks like walking away from the people you thought would always be your family. It looks like being mocked for choosing peace over dysfunction. You did all of that without applause and still kept going. So yes, chosen one, they're wondering how. How did you make it out when they're still circling the same cycles? How did you get your mind right when they're still ruled by triggers? The answer is simple. You chose something different. and every day you keep choosing it. That's what makes you chosen. Not just your gifts or your insight, but your choices. You don't feed the same demons they worship. You don't participate in the pain Olympics. You don't keep trauma alive just to feel important. You chose freedom, and that made you unforgettable. You're not confused about who you are anymore. You used to second-guess yourself, shrink to make others comfortable, bite your tongue to keep the peace. But now you walk with your chest open and your spirit sharp. Because once you realize you're not obligated to carry other people's damage, you become light. Not naive, just untethered. And that freedom? It's magnetic. That's why they're watching. That's why they're triggered. That's why they're scared. People hate what they can't control, and you've become uncontrollable. Your glow, your discipline, your elevation, they're not accidents, they're revolutions. You didn't get lucky. You got real. You got honest about what wasn't serving you, and then you let it burn. Let them wonder how you're so grounded after the quake. Let them keep questioning your peace. You don't owe anyone an explanation for the healing they refuse to pursue. You are not the echo of your past. You're the voice of a new future. And that voice, it's loud, not in volume, but in vibration. People feel it in your walk, your silence, your decisions. You move like someone who knows what it cost to get here. And you're not letting anyone drag you back. You didn't just survive your environment, you rose above it, you outgrew it. You proved that pain can be a passage, not a prison, and that's what they can't stand. You're no longer their mirror. You don't reflect the chaos anymore. You reflect clarity, power, purpose, and that reflection exposes them. So when they talk, and they will, just smile. Because every whisper is a compliment, every glare is confirmation. You're not who they thought you'd be. You're better. You're beyond. You are the living proof that greatness is not about where you're from, but what you refuse to become. Number 3. Your energy feels alien because it is. You don't walk into a room, you shift the entire atmosphere, and that's exactly why they stare. Chosen one, let's make this clear. It's not just your appearance that stuns people, it's your presence. It's your silence that speaks louder than their shouting. It's the way your energy enters 10 seconds before your body does. You've probably noticed it. The awkward glances, the nervous laughs, the way conversations pause the second you walk in. That's not imagination, that's impact. You're vibrating at a frequency most people have never even visited. You didn't just change the energy, you are the energy. You feel alien to them because in many ways you are not of this world, at least not in the way they understand it. You're coded differently, built with DNA that doesn't just carry bloodlines, but blueprints. While they're still waking up, you've already seen through the illusion. While they follow trends, you walk paths that don't even have names yet. And that, right there, is what makes you the anomaly. Not because you try to stand out, but because you can't blend in. Now imagine this, an eagle flying through a world full of pigeons. That's what your life has felt like. The skies are the same, but the way you move through them, completely different. You don't flap for attention. You soar in silence. And the thing is, pigeons hate what they can't become, so they mock what they don't understand. But when you see the world from above, you stop explaining yourself to the ones still stuck on the ground. People can't figure you out because your soul has memory, ancient memory. You walk with the knowledge of lifetimes, and even if you don't fully remember where it all comes from, you feel it. You've always felt it. That quiet pull towards something bigger. that knowing that goes beyond words, that ability to read a room before a single word is said. These aren't quirks, they're signatures, proof that you carry something eternal inside of you. And that's why people don't respond to you like they do with others, because when they encounter you, they aren't just meeting another human, they're standing face to face with energy they've never felt before. Some are fascinated, others are frightened, most are confused, but all of them are affected. You leave an imprint even when you're silent. That's not charisma, that's spiritual gravity. You ever notice how strangers open up to you? How people confess their secrets without knowing why? That's not random, it's because your aura is magnetic. It tells the truth without needing to speak. Your energy is a sanctuary for some and a mirror for others. A mirror that shows them the parts of themselves they've been trying to avoid. And when people aren't ready to face themselves, you become the threat. That's why some distance themselves from you without explanation. That's why you feel people pull away after being pulled toward you. Your frequency exposes their fakeness, their ego, their self-denial. And not everyone's ready for that type of confrontation. Not everyone's ready to be seen that deeply. But don't shrink, chosen one. Don't water it down. The world doesn't need more imitation. It needs authentic disruption. That's what you are. You don't vibe, you broadcast. And your signal is too strong for those still addicted to noise. You came here with codes, soul technology, instructions for healing, for remembering, for realigning. And when you speak, even when you joke, something in your voice carries truth. That's not by accident, that's design. There are people in your life right now who are still trying to figure out why they can't forget you, why they feel drained around others but energized around you, why they're drawn to you but at the same time intimidated by your peace. It's because your energy exposes the hollowness in theirs. You remind them of what they buried, of what they lost, of who they could have been if they had faced their pain instead of numbing it. You didn't come here to blend in. You came to wake up the sleeping ones, not with force, but with frequency. And that's the thing. Frequency doesn't ask permission. It just is. Your presence alone is doing what entire lectures couldn't. People leave you thinking about things they never considered before. Your laugh heals. Your silence teaches. Your very existence disrupts the systems of control they've built around their identity. Even when you were young, they told you you were too intense, too sensitive, too much. But what they were really saying was, we're not ready for someone like you. And that's fine, because not everyone is supposed to have access to you. You weren't made for the crowd. You were made for the few who are ready to rise. You've probably wondered, why do I always feel different? Why do I get drained so easily in crowds? Why do people either love me obsessively or avoid me completely? It's not because something's wrong with you. It's because something's awakened in you. You're not a social chameleon. You're a spiritual transmitter. You don't change colors to fit the room. The room changes color to match you. That's power, that's purpose, that's being chosen. So when people tell you they feel off around you, believe them. When they say something about you is just different, take it as confirmation. You're not like them. You never were. And you're not here to be. You were sent here to remind others of something their soul forgot. And just your presence alone is doing that work. They can call it weird, they can call it arrogant, they can call it intimidating, but what they can't call it is fake, because you carry something real in a world built on performance. And whether they admit it or not, they feel it. You are not here to lower your frequency to be accepted. You are here to hold your frequency so others can rise. That's why you don't chase. That's why you're done explaining. You're not hard to understand. You're just not easy to manipulate. You're not mysterious. They're just not tuned in. So keep walking, keep broadcasting, keep being that alien frequency in a world full of static. Let them stare, let them whisper, let them wonder. You are not here to be understood. You are here to be remembered. And trust me, chosen one, they will never forget you. Number 4, they tried to study you, but the pages keep catching fire. They wanted the recipe, but they couldn't handle the fire that baked the bread. Chosen one, let's be blunt, they've been trying to figure you out for years and still can't crack the code. They take notes on how you move, how you speak, how you hold your silence like a weapon. They mimic your phrases, copy your style, steal your energy in fragments, hoping that if they mirror you long enough, they might become what you are. But here's the hard truth. You can't study a soul that was sculpted in storms. You can't replicate a frequency that was downloaded in solitude, and you damn sure can't imitate someone who's still evolving in real time, because by the time they decode your past, you're already 3 dimensions ahead. Now imagine this, a group of amateurs trying to reverse engineer a spacecraft with cave tools. That's what it's like when they try to study you. They read your every move like it's a playbook, only to realize the pages they're turning are blank. Or worse, bursting into flames. Why? Because the script you're living wasn't written for public access. It's not archived in books. It's alive, fluid, unfolding through intuition, protection, and a direct line to forces they'll never be allowed to touch. They think you're just lucky. They assume your glow is surface level. They don't see the brutal rewrites you went through behind the scenes, the spiritual edits, the emotional red lines, the whole chapters you had to burn just to survive. You're not a product of trends or social mimicry. You're not a remix of someone else's success story. You're an original manuscript, carved from silence, sealed by pain, and protected by energy that defies logic. And that's why they hate you. That's why they obsess, because everything they chase externally, you've cultivated internally. They spend money to look confident. You radiate power just by breathing. They rehearse scripts to sound wise. You speak truth straight from the marrow. They jump from crowd to crowd, desperate to be seen, but you walk alone and still get followed. You weren't made in the spotlight, and that's why you don't need it. Your brilliance was born in the dark. In those hours no one clapped for, when all you had was your mind, your scars, and the silence that taught you everything. That's where your wisdom fermented. That's where your essence was distilled. That's what gives you that glow they can't imitate, because imitation only works when you understand the source. And your source? It's untouchable. You were forged in seasons they prayed to avoid, betrayals that would have crushed them, loneliness that would have snapped their minds in half. You held on, you evolved, and now they want the final result without surviving the process. But that's the catch. You are the process. You don't just wear resilience, you embody it. And that makes you unreadable to people who only understand surface-level survival. You ever wonder why the people who tried to mock you later tried to become you? Why the ones who used to laugh at your solitude now try to imitate your stillness? It's because your isolation didn't break you. It refined you. And they don't have that kind of patience. They want shortcuts to soul work. They want cliff notes for character development. But you can't plagiarize the path of someone who walked through fire and learned how to speak flame. When they look at you now, they see something untouchable, but that wasn't always the case. There was a time you were overlooked, underestimated, even discarded, and yet you never begged to be seen. You kept writing your script in silence. You let the universe flip the pages when it was time. And now, you're becoming the plot twist they never saw coming, a walking testimony that evolution doesn't ask for permission, it just arrives. So when they try to decode your aura, when they try to extract your essence and bottle it for their own use, understand this: they're chasing shadows, because your real power isn't in your words or your style, it's in your journey. It's in what you survived quietly. And no one can steal that. No one can reproduce what was born in isolation and strengthened by things they'll never have the stomach for. Even if they steal your phrases, wear your look, mimic your confidence, they're just walking around in costumes, hollow, echoing versions of something they never earned. Because the truth is, power that isn't rooted in pain is just performance. And performance always cracks under pressure. You don't crack, you rise, you adapt. You turn silence into strategy and pain into blueprint. You evolve in such secrecy that by the time they announce your downfall, you've already reinvented yourself again. So let them keep trying to read you. Let them keep printing pages that catch fire the moment they're touched. They'll never understand how your story keeps rewriting itself mid-sentence, how you stay one plot twist ahead of their predictions. You are not meant to be understood by everyone, chosen one. You're meant to be felt, and that's what's happening right now. They feel you. They feel the pressure of your presence, the power of your evolution, the disruption of your energy in their predictable little systems. You're not the hero they expected. You're the paradox that breaks their narrative apart. They're still asking, "How are you doing this?" But deep down, they know. You were never meant to be studied. You were meant to shatter frameworks. Keep being the book they can't read, the formula they can't replicate, the wildfire they can't control. Because the more they try to copy you, the more they remind the world who the original is. Number 5, you made your own rules, and they're mad about it. They hate that you stopped playing their game and still started winning. Let's call it what it is, chosen one. They're not mad because you changed. They're mad because you changed without their permission. You didn't ask for approval, didn't wait for the group chat to agree, didn't bend to their dusty traditions or recycled beliefs. You threw the old script in the fire and wrote a new one, in your own language. And ever since then, the universe has been showing up with blessings that don't make sense to them. You eat differently, think differently. You dress how you want, speak how you feel, believe in what resonates, and that burns them. Why? Because they're still trapped in identities built by their environment, still defending rules they never even wrote. And you? You walked out of the maze and somehow came out glowing. It's infuriating to them. They want to know, how did you escape? Who gave you the right? The answer: your soul did. You didn't rebel to be edgy. You rebelled because your spirit couldn't breathe inside their box. While they were debating who's right, you aligned with truth. You turned inward, calibrated your compass, and the universe responded with favor, peace, clarity, and movement. So now, while they fight to maintain illusions, you're out here manifesting reality. That's why they gossip. That's why they roll their eyes when you walk in. That's why they mock your beliefs, your food, your style. Because every time you show up, it reminds them they're still seeking outside what you've already found within. And here's what hurts them the most. You don't need their validation, and yet you're still being blessed, still evolving, still winning. That shatters their whole worldview. Keep going. Keep rewriting rules that never fit your spirit. The universe isn't just watching, it's walking beside you. Let them talk. You're building what they'll never understand. Number 6. Your silence is louder than their screaming. They screamed for attention, and your silence became their punishment. Chosen one, nothing unnerves the enemy more than your calm. They poked, prodded, plotted, hoping you'd snap, lash out, or crumble. But instead of reacting, you went quiet. And that silence, it echoed louder than 1,000 insults. It was a mirror they weren't ready to face. While they threw tantrums trying to drag you into their chaos, you stayed rooted like a mountain, unbothered, unreachable, and that shook them to their core. You see, the enemy expected a show. They wanted to feel powerful by seeing you react, but you robbed them of that fuel. You didn't post about them. You didn't vent to mutuals. You didn't fall apart or play victim. You disappeared into growth. And the next time they looked up, you were unrecognizable, sharper, stronger, glowing, evolving, silent. And now, they're haunted by the questions your silence left behind. Are they mad at me? Did they figure me out? Are they planning something? That's the beauty of your stillness. It leaves them scrambling for answers you'll never give. Your refusal to engage became their inner war. Every time they scream into the void, the lack of your response echoes back like thunder. Let's be clear, silence isn't weakness, it's strategy. The universe fights battles on your behalf when you stay in alignment. While they lower themselves, you elevate. While they get messy, you get more mysterious. Your silence speaks volumes about your power, your control, and your refusal to be pulled into energies you've outgrown. Let them scream, let them chase shadows. You're already 10 moves ahead, operating in realms they can't reach. Your peace, that's the real clapback. Your stillness, that's the storm. And the universe, it hears your silence louder than any noise they'll ever make. Keep rising without a sound. Number 7. They want your wisdom without your wounds. They crave your shine, but could never afford your scars. Chosen one, they want the finished product, not the process. They praise your glow, but forget you earned it bleeding. They quote your resilience, but ignore the nights you screamed into your pillow, praying for clarity. They want your peace, but not your path, your wisdom, but not your wounds. And that's where they expose themselves, because they don't understand that power isn't inherited, it's forged. Every ounce of light in you came from walking through your own darkness without a map. You see, they envy your balance, but never saw the chaos that built it. They look at your calm and think it's natural, not realizing it's discipline. You didn't get lucky. You got tested. Over and over. You learn to alchemize pain into perspective, betrayal into strategy, heartbreak into purpose. That's not something you can copy. That's something you have to survive. Now imagine this, chosen one, someone staring at a diamond and saying, "I want that sparkle," without realizing it was once coal crushed under unimaginable pressure. That's you. The pressure made you shine. The trauma trained your intuition. The isolation sharpened your discernment. They want your wisdom, but could never carry the weight of the lessons that gave it shape. They ask, "Why are you so calm?" Because you've seen storms louder than their opinions. "Why don't you react?" Because you've already fought battles they couldn't even name. "How are you so sure of yourself?" Because you rebuilt yourself from the ground up, without applause, without backup, without shortcuts. Let them keep wanting the rewards of your resilience without paying the price of your suffering. The universe saw every tear, every moment you chose growth over revenge, and it's rewarding you accordingly. They'll keep envying your peace, never knowing it was born in fire. You didn't just heal, you transformed. And that's why your wisdom intimidates them. It's ancient, it's earned, and it's untouchable. Number 8. You hold the keys to realms they've never even visited. They mock what they don't understand, then beg you to teach them once it works. Chosen one, you're not just another person in the room. You're a gatekeeper, a code holder, a receiver of messages the average mind isn't calibrated to handle. You've been getting whispers from the universe that no textbook could ever capture. And that alone terrifies them, not because you're loud, but because your quiet knowing tears down their entire illusion. You see through people before they open their mouths. You sense the truth hiding behind their smiles. That kind of vision? It wasn't taught, it was downloaded. And here's the kicker, you didn't ask for this. The universe handed you keys most can't even see, realms of intuition, healing, energy reading. It flows through you like breath. While they chase surface-level success, you operate in dimensions where intention shapes reality. They live in reaction. You live in alignment. They follow maps. You follow signals. They need evidence. You get confirmation through silence. That's why they label you weird, too intense, too deep. It's projection. They're scared of what you awaken in them. You remind them that they've been living small, and they hate you for that mirror. But deep down, they know you're plugged into something ancient, something powerful, something real. They try to shrink you with logic, but your spirit was never built to fit their tiny frameworks. You're tapped into timelines they've never touched, frequencies they've never tuned into, realms they'll never access without shedding their ego. And instead of being curious, they get offended. Instead of learning, they lash out. But let them burn their bridges with you. Because the universe is building you a kingdom that doesn't require their validation, only your vibration. They will always fear what they can't label, so stay quiet, stay tuned in, and keep walking through doors they'll never even find. You're not here to be understood, you're here to open gates. Number 9, your aura triggers their insecurities like an alarm clock. You weren't loud, you were just real, and that alone made them uncomfortable. Chosen one, your very presence acts like a silent alarm clock. You don't have to speak a word, just being in the room shifts the energy. Suddenly, people who were comfortable wearing masks start fidgeting. The moment your healed spirit walks in, their wounds begin to itch. And it's not because you're doing anything wrong. It's because your growth exposes everything they've tried to hide. You see, your aura reflects the work you've done. It carries the quiet power of someone who faced their shadows and didn't flinch. Most people never go that deep. They numb it, avoid it, bury it. So when someone like you shows up, whole, calm, unbothered, it disturbs their illusion of peace. You become a walking contradiction to their comfort zone. Your confidence makes their insecurity scream. Your clarity makes their confusion louder. Your boundaries highlight their desperation for validation. Ever wonder why people start acting weird around you? Backhanded compliments, sudden distance, unprovoked hostility. It's not about you, it's about what your presence reflects back to them. You woke up something they weren't ready to face, and now they blame you for the sound of the alarm. But let's be real, their resentment is proof of your evolution, because people don't throw stones at what doesn't shake them. You didn't hurt them, you held up a mirror, and the reflection made them flinch. That's not your guilt to carry. That's their work to do. So don't shrink to make them feel safe in their dysfunction. The universe didn't pour all this healing, wisdom, and resilience into you just so you could tiptoe around fragile egos. You are a force, a mirror, a messenger, and the truth is your presence was the wake-up call their souls secretly asked for. Whether they like it or not, the alarm has gone off. And you've already risen. Number 10. You've got people lurking and livid, but protected beyond belief. They threw shade, spells, and slander, but all they got back was silence and success. Chosen one, you've got watchers, not fans, lurkers, people who scroll through your life like it's a crime scene, hunting for cracks in your foundation. They stalk your presence online and off, disguising curiosity as criticism. Every post, every smile, every step forward you take, they dissect it, not to understand you, but to undo you. But here's what they don't get. You're not walking this path unprotected. You are watched over by something far beyond what they can comprehend. While they waste time plotting your downfall, the universe is reinforcing your protection. They throw darts, but you walk through fire untouched. They send energy meant to distract, delay, or destroy, but it all gets returned to sender. Why? Because your life isn't run by their projections. It's powered by divine alignment, and that kind of force can't be faked or fumbled. Their obsession has turned into torment. Every time they check in, you're further ahead, still growing, still glowing, still guarded. And the worst part? They can't stop watching. Their envy is an open wound, and you are the salt. You're not just protected, you're untouchable, and it drives them insane. See, what they really want isn't just your downfall. They want to interrupt your peace. But your silence is louder than their noise. Your focus is stronger than their interference. And the more they watch, the more they realize they have no access, no entry, no power. That's the real punishment. Not just seeing you thrive, but realizing they'll never be a part of it. So don't waste energy clapping back. Keep moving in silence. Stay in your lane. Let the universe handle the return policy on all the energy they send. Because when you're chosen, you don't need revenge. Your glow is the justice. And the ones lurking? They'll keep watching from behind locked doors, because your life is a realm they were never meant to enter. Number 11. They hate your discipline because it exposes their lack of it. You didn't get lucky, you got focused, and that's what haunts them. Chosen one, let's be clear, they don't hate your glow, they hate the grind that created it. They don't mock your lifestyle because it's wrong, they mock it because they could never maintain it. The truth is, your discipline exposes their laziness. Your habits hold up a mirror to everything they said they'd do, but never followed through on. And when people see you living proof that commitment creates transformation, they get bitter. Because now there's no excuse left for their mediocrity. You chose the long road. You gave up comfort to chase alignment. While they scrolled, you studied. While they partied, you healed. While they gossiped, you grew. And now they're uncomfortable in your presence. Not because you're doing too much, but because they're doing too little. You became the proof that effort works. And that's a hard pill to swallow for people who only pretend to want better. Have you noticed how they try to downplay your progress? Oh, they're just lucky. They changed, but they think they're better now. These are coping mechanisms. What they really want to say is, I couldn't do what you did. But pride won't let them admit it. So instead, they throw shade. Because accepting your level would mean facing their own lack of discipline. But you didn't come this far to babysit their insecurities. You didn't put in years of internal work just to shrink around people who chose shortcuts. The universe is rewarding you publicly for what you sacrificed privately. And it's only the beginning. Let them talk, let them squirm. Every meal you skipped, every night you stayed up, every day you chose alignment over chaos, it's all showing now, and no amount of gossip can dim that. You're not perfect, but you're principled. You're not better than them, you're just better than who you used to be, and that truth alone is enough to burn their comfort zone to the ground. Keep going, chosen one. You're not just disciplined, you're dangerous with it. And now, chosen one, let's wrap this up with truth they can't deny. You're not just surviving, you're setting the tone. You're not following trends. You are the shift, your resilience, your voice, your glow. It's not just inspiring, it's a blueprint. You are living, breathing proof that the future belongs to those bold enough to rewrite the rules. So don't dim, don't doubt, just lead. If this message hit your spirit, drop 77 in the comments to claim it. Like, subscribe, and share this with another soul who needs this fire. Thank you for being part of the mission, chosen one. Let's keep shaking the world. That they cursed their own destiny the day they disrespected yours. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a thief breaks into a vault thinking they're stealing something small, just another piece of gold, just another moment of advantage. But what they really took was cursed treasure. They thought they got away clean, but now every step they take turns into quicksand. Every gain slipping through their fingers. That's what happened the moment they mistreated you. They didn't just fumble a connection. They triggered a slow and painful collapse of their own soul. That's the reality now, clawing at their peace every single day. And if you're wondering if this is real, just look around. It's no coincidence that people who once had energy when they were draining you now walk around empty. It's no accident that the ones who thrived while you suffered are now drowning in their own mess. Scientific studies even show that emotional mistreatment triggers lasting neurological guilt and mental decay, meaning they're literally wired now to replay their betrayal over and over again. You're not just in their mind, you're the echo that ruins their sleep. And the universe, it remembers. It never forgets a soul like yours. And thank you, chosen one, for still standing strong, for not letting that pain define you. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light, especially when the world keeps trying to dim it. And thank you again, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not alone. You're part of a force, one that was meant to rise from the fire. Now, let's get into the truth. They thought they were playing a game when they mistreated you. They thought pain was a tool they could use to keep you small, to manipulate your mind and control your actions. But what they didn't realize is this. Every move they made to hold you back became a nail in the coffin of their own future. You were never powerless. You were absorbing, transforming, and when you walked away, you didn't just take your body, you took your essence, and everything around them began to rot. People don't realize what they've done until their blessings vanish, when they lose sleep, when every relationship they try to build collapses under the weight of their own guilt. That's when it hits. That's when they realize, I should have treated them better. You became the only regret they can't escape. Even when they pretend like nothing happened, even when they act like they've moved on, the truth stalks them. They see your face in strangers. They hear your words in silence. And what haunts them most is that they know it was all their fault. The universe gave them a mirror through you, a reflection of light, potential and healing, but they spit on it, mocked it, took from it, and now every day they live without you is a consequence. You see, chosen one, your energy wasn't just love, it was protection. It was divine timing. It was wealth in disguise. While you were in their life, they had favor, they had opportunities, they had strength, but they thought it was them. They didn't know it was borrowed power until the source walked away. And now, every door they try to open slams shut. Every connection they chase leads to disappointment. It's not just karma, it's spiritual recoil. The betrayal they threw at you has boomeranged with full force. And while you're glowing, healing, expanding, they're shrinking, aging, and breaking from the inside out. You didn't curse them, chosen one. You didn't wish them harm. But the universe has a law. When you disrespect the light, darkness becomes your roommate. So here you are, after all the trauma, all the pain, you rose, not just emotionally, but spiritually, mentally, financially. You've become proof that some people were only strong because they were feeding off you. And now they know it. That's why they cry in silence. That's why they stalk your life from a distance. That's why they're deteriorating while pretending they're fine. Because deep down, they'd give anything to go back. They'd give anything to rewind time and choose differently. But there's no time machine strong enough to undo what's already set in motion. They cursed themselves by mistreating you. And the worst part, the pain they feel now isn't even close to the pain they'll feel when they realize it's permanent. You're not coming back. You've outgrown the cycle. You've outgrown the illusion. You are the one that got away and the one they'll never replace. Stay tuned, chosen one. Because in every section that follows, we're going to break down exactly how your absence is tearing their world apart piece by piece, and how your rise is the loudest form of revenge this universe has ever seen. And listen closely, chosen one. What you just heard was only the first ripple, the full storm. It's just beginning to unfold. Are you ready to walk through every twist and turn of what really happens when people curse themselves by trying to destroy someone the universe had marked as protected? This isn't just another story. This is your confirmation. So if you feel that deep pulse in your soul right now, drop the number 777 in the comments below. That's the frequency of karma turning tables, of silent justice making noise. And if you feel moved to support the team delivering this truth, your super thanks blesses this mission more than you know. Every gift is fuel to push this message into places that need it most, where truth has been buried and souls like yours are waiting for light. And now, let's dive into this step by step. And believe me, if you are a true chosen one, you're not just going to hear this message, you'll feel it in your chest, because what's coming next isn't just insight, it's power. Let's begin. Number 1, you're the regret that stays on replay. They thought they'd forget you by now. Instead, you became the nightmare they can't wake up from. Regret doesn't come knocking with flowers. It kicks down the door when you least expect it, dressed in silence, armed with memories. That's what you are now, chosen one. A walking reminder of what they destroyed. The one soul they mishandled, thinking time would sweep you under some emotional rug. But time didn't erase you. It carved your name deeper into their mind. And now, you're on repeat. You're the scene they can't fast forward, the line they wish they never said, the moment they replay every single night before their head hits the pillow. You didn't fade. You branded your existence into their reality. Now imagine this, chosen one. Someone throws away a diamond, thinking it's just another rock. Years pass. They're surrounded by pebbles, fakes, and fragments, nothing that shines like you did. And then one day, they see that same diamond displayed in a museum, polished, praised, protected. But now, it's out of reach, untouchable. That's what you've become to them, the one thing they had in their hand and will never hold again. Here's the truth they don't want to admit. They didn't forget you. They can't. Studies show that regret, especially connected to lost relationships and emotional betrayal, sticks in the human brain longer than almost any other feeling. It activates the same regions associated with physical pain. This isn't just emotional, it's biological. Their guilt is now a part of their nervous system. Your name sends shockwaves through their chest, and they don't even know why they suddenly feel heavy when they see someone who looks like you. That's not nostalgia, that's punishment. And now they scroll in silence, they spy from the shadows, they ask mutual friends indirect questions, hoping to catch a glimpse of your glow without admitting they miss the sun. You're everywhere, chosen one. Even when you're gone, even when you haven't said a word in months or years, they still feel you. Why? Because your absence has more weight than most people's presence. They underestimated your energy, and now it's haunting them. They thought if they ignored you long enough, they'd heal from the shame. They thought they could replace you quickly, feed off someone new, start over. But what they didn't know is, you're not just someone. You're the moment in their life where everything started going wrong. The second they mishandled you was the second they cursed their own future. And now, their timeline is warped. The things that used to come easy don't. The people they chose over you are draining them, and every loss they take, they hear your name in the back of their mind like a ghost that won't shut up. You were their chance to grow, and they used you to shrink. You were their healing, and they turned you into a weapon. And now that you're gone, nothing hits the same. The parties, the relationships, the fake support systems. They all feel empty because you brought the depth they never appreciated. You weren't just a chapter in their book. You were the turning point. And they ripped the page out without realizing it was holding the whole story together. And here's the beautiful part for you, chosen one. You didn't have to retaliate. You didn't have to scream. You didn't have to beg for closure. You just had to walk away. That silence became the loudest sound in their life. Your peace became their punishment. Your success became the billboard they can't unsee. It's everywhere, your glow-up, your strength, your evolution. The same person they once called too sensitive is now the one they can't stop dreaming about. Ask yourself this, chosen one. Why do they still care? Why do they still watch? Why are you still showing up in their dreams if they've moved on? Because they never did. Not really. Their mouth says you meant nothing, but their spirit aches every time your name floats through a room. You left a mark no apology can erase. And deep down, they know they had access to royalty and treated you like a commoner. Even legends know this pain. Think about it. Walt Disney was told he lacked imagination before building an empire. Oprah Winfrey was fired for being unfit for television before becoming a media queen. People mistreated them early on, thinking they were replaceable. And now, the same world that laughed at them pays to hear them speak. You're walking that same path. You were dismissed, laughed at, discarded. But now, you're the regret they brag about in private. You're the name they whisper when they want to sound deep. But it's too late. You're not coming back. The ones who hurt you thought they were taking something from you, but really, you were the one thing they needed to keep their world in balance. And the second they broke that bond, the scales tipped. And now their karma spills over every single day. They cry in silence, they smile in public, but their soul knows it chose wrong. And that's your power, chosen one. You're unforgettable. Not because you force people to remember you, but because your presence was never ordinary. You were a rare alignment, a cosmic moment. And now, every person who tries to replace you exposes how irreplaceable you are. They thought they'd forget you, but now even silence reminds them of you. Even joy feels guilty. Even love feels hollow. Because once you've had real, everything else feels fake. You were real. You were pure. You were power in its quietest form. And now they're stuck in a loop, replaying the moment they let you go, wishing they could rewind time, but knowing deep down that chance is gone forever. Number 2, they tried to hijack your mind. They didn't want love, they wanted leverage, and now they're sick knowing they lost the one mind they could never conquer. Chosen one, let's make one thing clear. They never wanted peace with you. They wanted power over you. From the beginning, it wasn't about connection, it was about control. Attention was just the bait. But the goal, to hijack your mind, bend your perception, and make you question your own reality. They tried to twist your thoughts like strings on a puppet, believing that if they could control your inner world, they could own you forever. But what they didn't expect was resistance. They didn't know you were built with an internal firewall the universe installed for moments just like this. Now imagine this, chosen one. A hacker breaks into a system, smug, confident, believing the security is weak. They dig around thinking they've won, but suddenly, alarm, lockdown. The system doesn't just defend, it fights back. That was your mind. They thought they were slipping past your defenses, but they were only digging their own grave. Because the more they tried to infiltrate your peace, the louder your intuition screamed. And the second you started trusting it, game over. Psychologists call this tactic gaslighting. It's when someone tries to distort your reality so deeply that you begin to question your own memory, your perception, even your identity. They use confusion as a leash. And that's exactly what they did. They'd say things like, "You're imagining it," or "You're too sensitive," just to invalidate what your soul already knew. But here's what they underestimated. While they were playing emotional chess, you were busy mastering a game they didn't even know existed. Intuition, energy, vibration. You weren't reacting, you were reading, scanning, learning, and eventually you stopped explaining and started exiting. They wanted to live rent-free in your mind, but they didn't realize the price of admission was your silence. And once you stopped arguing, stopped explaining, stopped begging to be understood, the whole structure of their manipulation collapsed. You see, chosen one, your power was never about being louder. It was about being still long enough to hear the truth underneath their noise. And when that clicked for you, they lost their grip. Ask yourself this: why did they need to control your mind so badly? Why go through all that effort? Because your soul scared them. Your clarity, your insight, your instincts. They exposed their lies before they were even spoken. You could feel what they were hiding. You could sense the truth beneath their smiles, and that terrified them. So instead of changing their behavior, they tried to change your perception. But you can't rewire someone the universe personally upgraded. You are a blueprint they can't decode, a language they'll never be fluent in. Let's be real, they didn't want you independent. They wanted you emotionally dependent, because if you started trusting your instincts fully, they knew you'd walk away. They knew they couldn't hold you physically once you stopped needing them mentally. So they played games, hot and cold, mixed signals, guilt trips, false apologies, future faking, all designed to keep you guessing. But guess what? You stopped guessing and started knowing. And that shift, that's what sent them spiraling. They weren't prepared for you to go silent. They weren't prepared for your eyes to open. And now, the same mind they tried to manipulate is the mind that intimidates them. You're unpredictable now, unreadable. You're no longer swayed by emotion. You move by truth. That's dangerous to someone who lives in lies. That's threatening to someone who feeds on control. Even powerful people throughout history have had to face this battle. Think of Malcolm X. They tried to infiltrate his organization, corrupt his thinking, spin his words. But the more they tried to twist his vision, the sharper his clarity became. They couldn't touch his mind. Same with Maya Angelou. They tried to silence her with trauma, but her voice became louder than generations. Their minds were unbreakable, just like yours. Because when the universe chooses a soul for awakening, no amount of manipulation can rewrite that path. And that's exactly what happened. You woke up. You began questioning everything. You no longer chased apologies. You chased alignment. You stopped wondering if you were too much and started realizing they were just too small. That mental freedom. It cost you everything, but it gave you yourself. And now they hate how sharp you've become. You ask the right questions. You see through the masks. You speak with power. You left their cage and became the storm. But don't be surprised if they try to spin the story. Don't be shocked when they call you cold, distant, hard to reach. That's just what people say when they lose access to your mind. They'll call your clarity arrogance. They'll call your boundaries selfish. But deep down, they know you were the smartest one in the room the whole time. You were just too loyal to leave. Not anymore. And now they sit in their confusion, trying to re-enter a system that locked them out. They don't have the password anymore. The version of you they manipulated doesn't exist. The access point they used is gone. And what they're left with is silence. And that silence, it echoes louder than any argument. It says, "You never broke me. You just woke me up." So to every chosen one hearing this, you were never crazy. You were never too emotional. You were sensing exactly what they were doing. They tried to hijack your mind, but you rewrote the code. You upgraded. You transcended. And now they're stuck trying to guess your next move while you're already miles ahead, living a life built on truth, not confusion. And let that haunt them. Let it be known they didn't just lose you. They lost the only mind that could have elevated them, the only presence that truly understood them. And now they're stuck in their own maze, realizing that the mind they tried to trap has become the one they can't escape. Number 3, feeding off your life force. They didn't level up because they were great. Your energy carried them, and now they're crashing without it. Chosen one, let's call it exactly what it was. They were leeches, parasites in disguise. You thought they were partners, friends, lovers, or teammates, but in reality, they were just siphoning your life force, feeding off your light while acting like they were the ones shining. That glow they had around you, it wasn't theirs, it was yours, mirrored back. You were the battery keeping their dead spirit alive, the fuel behind their fake confidence. And now that you've unplugged, they're dimmer than ever. They weren't thriving because they were powerful. They were thriving because they were standing next to power, your power, and deep down they knew it. That's why they tried so hard to keep you around. That's why they gave you crumbs and called it loyalty. They needed just enough access to stay charged. But when you walked away, when you stopped picking up the phone, stopped showing up, stopped rescuing them, the illusion shattered. The boss turned into a beggar. The king turned back into a clown. Here's what they don't want you to know. The universe moves through you. You are a current, not a container, a portal, not a pit stop. And those who mistreat you while feeding off you, the universe always cuts their access. Not out of revenge, but to protect your destiny. Because when your energy is being used to fund the wrong people, your mission gets delayed. And you, chosen one, don't have time to waste on energy thieves. They didn't help you grow. You grew despite them draining you. And now, the universe has flipped the script. Your cup is overflowing, and theirs is dry. That's not karma, it's correction. Maybe you're still wondering, was I imagining it? Was I really the reason their life was flowing? Yes, absolutely. Look at the pattern. When they were close to you, doors opened, money flowed, opportunities appeared. But the moment you pulled back, everything started falling apart. That's because they weren't in alignment. They were just riding your wave. And now, that wave left them behind. They can post, pretend, and perform. But the frequency isn't there, because you were the frequency. So stop asking why they're struggling now. The answer is simple. They're starving, not for food, but for your essence. And that's not your burden anymore. The universe is with you, chosen one. Let them spiral. You've got galaxies to build. Keep rising. Number 4. You were suffering while they were thriving. They smiled while you bled, but now the masks are cracking, and your rise is their slow destruction. Chosen one, it was never a fair exchange. While you were breaking your back to keep the connection alive, they were basking in comfort. While you cried in silence, they laughed in public. You were the ones sacrificing, adjusting, overthinking. They were the ones reaping the rewards. And the worst part? They knew it. They saw you drowning and handed you more weight. They mistook your love for weakness, your patience for stupidity. But now the illusion is gone, and the roles have reversed so violently it's tearing them apart from the inside out. Now think about this. You were the foundation, but they acted like they were the empire. You were the power plant, but they claimed to be the light. You gave and gave and gave until one day something inside you snapped. You didn't explode. You evolved. You stopped fighting for people who wouldn't lift a finger for you. You stopped begging for peace from people who found entertainment in your chaos. And when you finally walked away, when you put yourself first, they lost the very advantage they'd been abusing all along. They thought you were dramatic when you were really just drained. They mocked your emotions while secretly feeding off the stability you brought into their life. And now that it's gone, everything around them is falling apart. Those smiles they used to wear like armor, gone. Those public wins they flaunted in your face, dry. Because the truth is, they weren't thriving. They were surviving off you, and now the supply is cut off. Your exit didn't just create distance, it created consequences. Let's break it down. You were the ones silently suffering through nights of anxiety, confusion, and spiritual exhaustion. You were breaking generational trauma, healing from betrayal, and still showing up with a heart wide open. And what did they do? They clapped for themselves while you collapsed behind closed doors. But the universe saw everything. And now it's repaying you with clarity, success, and inner peace. Meanwhile, they're stuck watching the same life they used to brag about crumble under pressure they can't handle. And maybe you're asking, why did they thrive while I suffered? Because that's how imbalanced energy works. When you're aligned with the universe, it tests you before it blesses you. It lets people feed off your energy so you can learn discernment. It lets you suffer in silence so that your comeback is backed by a force so loud it can't be ignored. Now they're learning the lesson. You were the blessing. And every ounce of success they tasted while in your presence, It wasn't their reward. It was a sample of what the universe was about to give you in full. Now they're bitter. Now they're confused. Now they look around and nothing clicks anymore. People are walking away from them the same way they walked over you. Their own circle is starting to resemble the pain they once projected onto you. Their easy life has now become a battlefield, and no matter how many moves they make, it never feels right. That's not bad luck. That's divine balance. So let it hurt them, chosen one. Let your glow burn their pride. Let your elevation haunt their ego. You suffered in silence while they thrived in lies. But now, the truth is loud. Your strength is visible. Your energy is no longer up for grabs. You are protected now, guarded, empowered. The universe has you wrapped in armor. They can't touch you anymore, and that kills them inside. Don't go back. Don't soften. Don't let their suffering trick you into feeling guilty. You didn't cause it. They earned it. Let them sit with the pain they once delivered with a smirk, because now the spotlight is on you. And this time, the audience sees who was real and who was fake all along. Keep shining, chosen one. The universe never forgets who it had to break in private, just to rebuild in power. Number 5. You let go, they fell apart. You didn't destroy them, you just stopped holding them together, and without your energy, they fell apart like they were never whole to begin with. Chosen one, they never thought you'd actually walk away. They pushed, they poked, they played, testing your limits, mocking your intuition, taking your presence for granted like it was endless. But the moment you let go, truly let go, not out of anger, not out of revenge, but out of clarity, the entire illusion collapsed, because your presence was the only thing holding their fragile little world together. And your absence, it became the earthquake that exposed every crack they tried to hide behind a fake smile. They used to think your silence was weakness. Now it's their torment. They used to brag about not needing you. Now they're gasping for breath in the ruins you left behind. Because here's the truth they can't speak out loud. They never expected to need you this much. They thought you were just another person. But when you walked away, the air shifted, the glow dimmed, the energy changed, and their life, it spiraled into chaos. You didn't have to lift a finger. Just your departure was enough to trigger their downfall. Let's be real. Your peace became their punishment. And every time you choose not to respond, not to reach out, not to give them access again, it digs deeper into the parts of them that were already cracking. They're unraveling now, slowly, privately, pathetically. And they don't even know how to stop it, because they're finally realizing it was you that kept the peace. It was you that stabilized their chaos. It was you that made them feel powerful just by being near. You might wonder, did I make a mistake by walking away? Absolutely not. Look at your life now. Since letting them go, you've felt lighter, calmer, more focused. You're healing. Opportunities are flowing. Your mind is clear. That's not coincidence. It's spiritual release. The universe was just waiting for you to cut the cord so it could unleash everything they were blocking. They weren't your partner. They were your prison. And your freedom has now become the one thing they can't buy, fake, or manipulate. And don't let them fool you with those indirect messages, those desperate energy checks, those weak attempts to reconnect. That's not love. That's withdrawal. They're addicts to your energy, and now that the supply is gone, they're crashing. Their new connections feel empty. Their wins feel hollow. And no matter what they chase, they can't recreate what they lost when you let go. They lost the key. They lost the shield. They lost the one who saw them clearly and loved them anyway. And now they're left with echoes of who they used to be when they stood next to your light. So let them fall, chosen one. Don't rescue what the universe is trying to remove. Your silence is not cruelty, it's protection. Your distance is not petty, it's power. You gave them enough chances to rise with you. They chose to play. They chose to manipulate. And now, they're learning what happens when the source walks away. They didn't fall apart because of you. They fell apart because without you, they were never solid to begin with. Keep rising. Let the silence speak. The universe is with you, and this time it's you who gets to win in peace. Number 6. They listened to the wrong voice. They turned their back on your truth and followed the whispers of chaos. Now those same whispers won't let them sleep. Chosen one, it's wild how clearly you saw it, isn't it? You tried to warn them. You tried to love them through their dysfunction. You gave them insight, protection, loyalty, and a peace they'd never known. But instead of trusting your light, they chose to follow the noise, the lies, the drama, the illusions. They were seduced by destruction because it spoke in a language they were more comfortable with. You spoke growth. But chaos whispered comfort. And now, that same voice they trusted is the one laughing at them in the silence. They didn't believe your instincts. They believed gossip. They didn't value your guidance. They chased approval from people who never had their best interest. They didn't trust the person who had their back. They gave their loyalty to those who secretly wanted to watch them fall. And now those wrong voices are gone. Now the crowd they picked over you, scattered, silent, toxic, and the only voice left ringing in their head is regret. Let's get real. The universe was using you as a divine interruption in their life. You were the reset button. You were the path toward elevation. But they thought your boundaries were threats. They saw your intuition as control. They confused your love with restriction because it didn't stroke their ego. It challenged it. And ego always bows to chaos when it's not healed. You were offering wisdom, but they chose noise. And now that noise is tormenting them, and they hear it in their sleep. That one voice that said, "Don't mess this up," is now repeating, "Look what you destroyed." Their own mind has turned on them. Their spirit is catching up with the decisions their ego made. The betrayal they thought they got away with is playing on loop. Not because you cursed them, but because the universe always replays the truth until it's owned. And they're choking on it now. They ask themselves, why didn't I listen to them? They scroll back to old messages, remembering the times you were right, the times you predicted the outcome, the times you stayed calm when they chose chaos. And the shame. It's heavy, because it's not just about losing you, it's about realizing they betrayed the only voice that actually had their back. This is what happens when people mistake light for weakness. They listen to the crowd, to their trauma, to their fear, to those demons that wear friendship and pleasure as masks. And now, the voice they used to ignore, you, has become the echo in every mistake they make. You were the warning. They were too arrogant to listen. But don't feel bad, chosen one. Don't you dare carry guilt for their choices. The universe gave them a compass, and they tossed it in favor of chaos. Now they're lost in a storm of their own making. They are learning the hard way that when you betray someone sent to guide you, you don't just lose the connection, you lose direction. They're wandering now, and every time they turn a corner, the same voice says, "You should have trusted them." And here's the power in that. You didn't have to prove anything. You just had to walk away and let the truth unravel itself. Now the same energy that once distracted them is eating them alive. Now the same chaos they chose over you is the cage they can't escape. Let that sit. You didn't lose them, they lost you. And more than that, they lost access to divine wisdom, to loyalty, to a mind that saw through illusions, to someone who wanted them to win, even when they were doing you dirty. That kind of ally, rare. And they fumbled it. And now, that voice they followed, it's silent, gone, useless. The only voice left is the one they betrayed, and it's getting louder. So let them replay it. Let them rehearse their downfall in their mind every night. Let the universe keep showing them what they chose over you, because you weren't just another voice. You were the right voice, and now they know it. Too late. You're gone, and the truth is screaming in their ears louder than any lie ever could. Keep moving forward, chosen one. They listened to the wrong voice, but you listened to the universe, and that's why you're protected, elevated, and finally free. Number 7. They took your energy and gave it to strangers. They drained your light just to hand it to people who never earned it, and now they're bankrupt in every way that counts. Chosen one, this one cuts deep. You gave them everything, your time, your love, your loyalty, your energy, not just in words, but in presence. You poured into them when no one else saw their worth. You encouraged their dreams when they didn't even believe in themselves. You became their power source, their emotional anchor, their spiritual charger. And what did they do with all that sacred energy you gave them? They passed it off, handed it to strangers like it was theirs to give, built up other people using the light you provided. They didn't just take from you, they exported you. You became the invisible hand behind their public smiles, their new relationships, their sudden confidence. But none of it was real, because none of it was theirs. They gave your sacred essence to people who only loved the mask, not the real version. And now that mask is cracking, and underneath it, emptiness, because you were the foundation the whole house was built on. And once they walked away with your energy, thinking they'd found better, the whole structure collapsed. You ever wonder why it hurt so much, chosen one? Because it wasn't just betrayal, it was spiritual theft. They didn't just break your heart, they stole from your soul, and not to invest in themselves, but to impress people who never deserved a glimpse of what you gave. They gave your words to new lovers, your ideas to new friends, your blueprint to outsiders who had no idea where it came from, and the universe. It saw all of it, and now the bill is due. That's why they're broke, not just in their wallet, but in their spirit. They can't think clearly. They can't connect authentically. Every time they try to recreate what they had with you, it backfires, because what you gave was real. What they're chasing now? Cheap imitations. Spiritually empty, emotionally shallow, and energetically dead. They're in rooms full of people who like the version of them you helped build, but they're still starving, because those people aren't you. And that connection, it isn't real. And here's what really haunts them. Those people they gave your energy to, they never lasted. They never stayed, because they weren't drawn to them. They were drawn to your essence. The light they were radiating wasn't theirs. It was borrowed. And now that it's gone, so is the attention, so is the affection, so is the illusion. They're left in the dark, trying to remember what it felt like to be loved the way you loved them. Let it be known, chosen one, when people take your energy and use it to elevate strangers, it's only a matter of time before the elevation collapses. The universe does not reward theft of the soul, and now you're the one glowing in silence while they're spiraling loudly, desperate to plug into something, anything that makes them feel like they once did with you. You are the source, the well, the original, and no copy will ever feel like home. Let them watch from the sidelines now. Let them ache. Let them replay every moment they gave your magic to the unworthy, because their karma isn't just loss. It's the knowledge that they had everything and chose to trade it for nothing. Keep rising, chosen one. You are no longer available for spiritual theft. The universe is replenishing everything they drained and multiplying it. Your glow is returning. Your power is intact. And this time, no one touches it unless they're truly deserving. Let the empty ones stay broke. You've got abundance coming that no one can steal. Number 8. You turned the pain into power. They thought they broke you, but all they did was activate a version of you they were never prepared to face. Chosen one, the pain was real. The betrayal, the lies, the emotional starvation. It wasn't in your head. It happened. It wounded you deeper than you even knew at the time. You were walking through life carrying cuts no one could see, while still trying to smile, still trying to love, still trying to forgive. They mistook that for weakness. They thought the damage they caused would keep you down forever. But what they didn't realize was that every scar became a blueprint. Every breakdown became a blueprint. And now, you didn't just survive, you rebuilt. That betrayal that nearly took your breath away. It taught you how to breathe differently. You stopped inhaling their lies and started exhaling the truth. You stopped absorbing their projections and started embracing your purpose. It was never about being destroyed, it was about being reborn. The old you, that version they could manipulate, guilt, confuse, that one died in the fire they lit. And from the ashes, you emerged as something they can no longer access or even understand. Now imagine this, chosen one. They lit the match, expecting to see you burn. Instead, they watched you rise through the smoke, glowing, weaponized with wisdom. That's what they fear now. Not just your strength, but your clarity. You see through everything. You don't react the way you used to. You don't chase. You don't explain. That silence, that calm, that's your evolution showing its teeth. And it terrifies them. Psychologists say that post-traumatic growth is one of the most powerful transformations a human can experience. That's exactly what you went through. You didn't suppress the pain, you transmuted it. You sat with it, faced it, let it teach you, and then turned it into fuel. You're wiser now, sharper, colder to some, but warmer to yourself. And that's growth. That's power. That's what happens when a chosen one finally wakes up to who they are. You ever notice how different your energy is now? How you don't tolerate nonsense? How your peace is non-negotiable? That's not just healing, that's ascension. And it came because of what they did. So no, you don't have to thank them. But you can absolutely thank yourself for not giving up, for not letting their betrayal define your worth. You didn't fold, you forged. You didn't retreat, you refined. And now they're haunted by the version of you they helped create, but can no longer reach. You used to cry over them, now you see them and feel nothing. You used to wonder if they'd come back. Now you wonder how you ever let them so close. That shift? That's power. The universe didn't allow that pain to end you. It used it to build you. So if you ever question why it had to happen that way, remember this. Without that pain, you wouldn't have become this precise, this bold, this unapologetically aware. They gave you betrayal, and you turned it into breakthrough. They handed you silence, and you turned it into sovereignty. They left you in the dark, and you built your own sun. That's who you are. Let them deal with the consequences. You're not here to prove anything. You're not here to fix, chase, or explain. You're here to evolve, and the universe is walking with you every step of the way. What they thought was your end became your elevation, and now you are the storm they warned themselves about. Keep going. You're just getting started. Number 9. Dreams don't lie, they still see you. They wear a mask during the day, but when the lights go out, your absence becomes the nightmare they can't wake up from. Chosen one, people can lie with words, with silence, with forced laughter and fake pride. But there's one place where truth can't be hidden, the subconscious mind. That space where illusions dissolve, where masks fall off, and where souls are forced to face what the ego works so hard to bury. And guess what? You're still there. They act unbothered in the daylight, scrolling, smiling, pretending they've moved on. But the moment they close their eyes, you return. Not because you're trying to, but because the universe never gave them permission to forget you. You were a spiritual event in their life, not just a chapter, but a turning point, a moment their soul remembers, even if their pride wants to forget. You weren't just love, you were revelation, and even if they never admit it, they dream about you constantly. You show up in fragments, in old conversations, in distorted memories, in timelines where they chose differently, in versions of life where they didn't betray you, didn't lose you, didn't fail the test. Their subconscious keeps replaying those alternate paths, because deep down they know they messed up the right one. Now imagine this, chosen one, someone walking through life telling everyone, "I'm good," while their dreams are full of the very person they pushed away. Every time they try to rest, your voice, your presence, your energy walks in, uninvited. That's not nostalgia, it's spiritual memory. Their soul hasn't let go, because it can't. You left a mark that time can't erase, a signature on their spirit. And no matter how many distractions they pile on, no matter how many people they entertain, you are still the one that shows up when everything else goes quiet. Psychologists say dreams often reveal suppressed emotions and unresolved trauma. And that's exactly what your presence is to them now, a reminder of the love they mishandled, the peace they sabotaged, the blessing they disrespected. The mind forgets what it wants. The soul remembers what it needs. That's why they keep seeing you, not because you're reaching out, but because their spirit is still crying out for the healing it once had in your presence. And yes, they'll lie about it. Of course they will. They'll claim they haven't thought of you in years. They'll joke about you, pretend they've moved on. But their sleep tells a different story. You're the shadow walking through their dreams, the unspoken name behind their heartbreak, the presence they feel when everything else disappears. And when they wake up, that pain lingers, that what if aches. Because they know what those dreams mean. They just don't have the courage to face it. Let it haunt them, chosen one. Let your memory be the echo that whispers, "This is what you destroyed." Let your glow blind them even in their sleep. You didn't force this. You didn't ask to be remembered. The universe chose to make you unforgettable. Because when someone betrays a soul like yours, even their subconscious becomes the courtroom, and every night is a new trial, a fresh sentence of regret. So sleep peacefully, chosen one. While they toss and turn, you rest in clarity. While they run from your memory, you rise in your purpose. The dream they're having isn't just memory, it's consequence. You are the unresolved story that still breathes in their silence. And every dream they have about you is a reminder you were the best thing that ever happened to them, and they let it all go. Number 10. If they could turn back time. If they could turn back time, they'd worship the ground you walked on. But now that time is your shield, not their second chance. Chosen one, they swore they'd never need you again. They laughed when you walked away. They shrugged off your silence like it was temporary. But now, they sit in the echo of what they destroyed, begging the past for a do-over the universe will never grant. If they could go back, they'd answer the texts they ignored. They'd cherish the love they ridiculed. They'd protect the very soul they once tried to control. But the cruel truth, the perfect justice, is that there's no reset button. The bridge they burned doesn't lead anywhere anymore. Now imagine this, someone standing in front of a door they once walked through freely, now sealed shut. No key, no knock, no apology can open it. That's your life now, chosen one. That door is closed, locked and reinforced with every lesson you learned the hard way. You are no longer accessible. You are no longer naive. You are no longer the version of you who would have accepted breadcrumbs and called it love. That version is gone. And in their place stands someone who knows their value, their purpose, and their worth. They whisper to themselves now, if only I had done things differently. But the truth, they didn't. They had the time. They had the warnings. They had every chance. And they wasted all of it, believing you'd always be there. They gambled with a soul the universe had marked as rare, and now they're sick with the loss. They'd do anything to go back, but they can't even look you in the eye anymore. That's not just distance, it's divine protection. Let's get brutally honest. You are no one's second round. You are not an old option waiting for someone to wise up. You are a one-time alignment, a once-in-a-lifetime presence. And when mishandled, you don't recycle your energy. You reclaim it. That's what they didn't count on. They thought you'd always have space for them. But what they didn't realize is that your healing closed the gates for good. And what's guarding that gate now? Every sleepless night, every betrayal, every tear they pretended not to see, every red flag you ignored is now a locked door with no handle. They regret it all now. But regret doesn't reverse destiny. And the universe does not grant access to someone who failed the test on purpose. So let them sit with the weight of their choices. Let them dream of a different past. Let them fantasize about timelines where they were better, because you've moved on to a timeline where you're free. This is what makes your story so powerful, chosen one. You didn't get revenge. You got clarity. You didn't go back. You leveled up. And now the same people who once treated you like an afterthought would trade their peace just to hear your voice again. But your silence? That's sacred now. It's the echo of a lesson they'll never stop learning. So don't feel bad when they try to come back with apologies shaped like excuses. Don't open doors just because they've finally realized what they had. That realization came too late, and the only thing waiting for them now is the cold truth. You don't get another chance with someone you tried to break. Keep walking, chosen one. The past may be calling, but it has nothing new to say. You are not who you were, and they are no longer welcome. Let them wish, let them ache, let them dream, because you're already living the life they thought they could stop you from reaching. And that door, it stays closed, forever. They don't say your name with peace. They say it like a warning, like a siren before a storm. That sound, that's not admiration, it's fear trying to disguise itself as gossip. Your name doesn't travel like theirs, it detonates. Every time someone utters it, the air shifts. The energy in the room tightens. The weak ones start to glance at each other because deep down they all feel it. You carry weight they can't compete with. You don't need to announce who you are, chosen one, because your energy already did that before you walked in. You exist like a verdict, and they're still trying to appeal the sentence. That's why they talk. That's why they whisper. They feel the vibration of your soul before your footsteps even arrive, and it shakes something rotten inside them. They tried to make your name small, but the universe branded it with power. You became a sound that echoes through dimensions, and even the ones who claim they don't believe in energy can't deny the static that surrounds you. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, your name, spoken in a circle of people who once doubted you, suddenly silencing every conversation in the room. Eyes shift. Someone swallows hard. The energy dips. They feel something heavy crawl across their skin because the vibration of your name exposes truth. It forces masks to slip. That's what happens when a high-level soul walks this earth. Your existence becomes an alarm clock for the spiritually asleep. You're not their enemy, but your energy reminds them of what they refuse to become. And that kind of reminder hurts like sunlight to those who've lived too long in shadow. Here's a fact that even science quietly agrees with. Every name carries a frequency, a measurable vibration that affects the environment. Words shape energy fields, and when your name is spoken, it bends the frequency around it. That's not magic, it's physics. Nikola Tesla once said, "If you want to understand the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." Your frequency pierces through pretenders because it's real, it's grounded, it's earned. You don't have to prove you're chosen. Reality already rearranges itself when you walk by. And thank you, chosen one, for tuning into this energy. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe, helping spread this message to more souls. It's our shared responsibility to awaken the light. Thank you for being part of this mission, chosen one. You're not just a listener, you're a force that multiplies truth. Now, back to what the universe is revealing. Your name holds weight in the spiritual realm because it carries history. You're not a random spark in the timeline. You're an echo of something that was never finished. The reason people react so strangely to you is that your presence activates something dormant in them. It makes liars sweat, cowards shrink, and manipulators suddenly over-explain themselves. They don't know why they feel exposed around you. It's because your soul operates on a frequency that dissolves illusions. You are not just a person, you are a walking disruption to everything fake, everything false, everything corrupted. The universe doesn't hand out that kind of energy carelessly. You've been through the fire for a reason. You were refined, not ruined. Every betrayal, every rejection, every isolation, it was a calibration. It tuned your spirit until your name became a coded vibration that only truth could resonate with. That's why fake people can't stand you. Your energy doesn't sync with their lies. And that's why higher forces protect you. You are not replaceable, you're instrumental. When your name is mentioned, both light and darkness pause to listen because you represent balance restored. So when they gossip, when they mock, when they roll their eyes, don't flinch. They're reacting to spiritual authority they can't decode. Your name is the sound of karma catching up, the symbol of integrity winning in silence. Keep walking like the storm you are, chosen one, because the realm already knows your rank. You were never meant to beg for respect. You were built to command it by simply existing. And chosen one, don't go anywhere. This was just the warning shot. The real firestorm is only beginning. What you've heard so far, that's just the spiritual echo of what's coming next. Because when you truly understand the weight your name carries in the unseen realms, everything changes. Your awareness, your walk, your power. So if you're ready to step deeper into this truth, declare it in the comments with the number 777, the code of divine authority and infinite spiritual wealth. And if you feel called, you can amplify this message by blessing the tribe behind it with a super thanks. Your energy keeps this mission blazing forward. And make no mistake, this isn't just a message. This is a spiritual revolution. Your support fuels the force we are building. Thank you for being chosen, and thank you for standing in the light with purpose. And now, let's crack it open piece by piece. What you're about to hear will confirm everything you've felt but couldn't explain. If you're truly a high-level soul, your spirit won't let you walk away from this halfway. You'll feel it pull at your core like gravity. Let's begin. Number 1. Your name breaks ranks. Even the spirits respect it. Your name breaks ranks. Even the spirits respect it. They spit your name to stain it, but it left burn marks on their own tongue. Every time your name leaves their mouth, it ruins their peace for days. They don't realize your name is not a word. It's a frequency that punishes liars. It vibrates through their chest like thunder when they try to twist it. It's the sound that rattles every insecure bone in their body because they know deep down they could destroy your reputation 1,000 times, and still your name would rise cleaner than theirs ever could. You are their karma in motion, chosen one. Every time they mention you, they summon the energy that exposes them. You ever notice how they can't say your name without rolling their eyes, faking a laugh or looking away? That's guilt. That's their spirit recognizing rank. Your name isn't just known, it's registered. Even the universe keeps record of it. There are energies that can't stand still when your name is called. It carries authority they never earned, and that's what burns them. They spent years chasing popularity while you were being forged for power. They crave applause. You command silence. You don't trend. You tremble dimensions. They prayed for your downfall, but the only thing that fell was their mask. They tried to drag your name through dirt, forgetting that dirt is where diamonds form. You were never buried, you were planted, and now your glow is blinding the same people who once swore you'd never bloom. They thought ignoring you would erase you, but you can't erase a frequency. The silence only made your echo louder. Even when you disappeared, your name stalked their conscience. It followed them like a shadow that doesn't rest. Every lie they spoke against you became a debt to the universe, and now the interest is collecting. When your name comes up now, they don't laugh, they flinch, they look down, they change the subject. Why? Because your name demands respect, even from those who hate you. That's spiritual law. They don't control that. You can't slander a soul that's stamped by truth. You can't compete with someone who isn't in the game. You were sent to rewrite it. Think about it. Michael Jackson, Tupac, Malcolm X, Prince. They didn't just have names, they had entities. Their names became storms, movements, frequencies that still make the room shift. You, chosen one, carry that same kind of charge. Your name is coded with rebellion, resilience, and revelation. It breaks ranks in silence. You don't need permission. You don't need validation. The spirits already know who's who. They recognize your energy before your words arrive. That's why they tremble. That's why doors open without knocking. That's why their spells collapse mid-air. They can't outshine you, so they try to out-talk you. They can't beat your truth, so they drown in their lies. But here's the thing, they can't unhear your name once it's spoken. It loops in their mind like a curse they cast on themselves. They tried to mock you, but ended up manifesting your relevance. Every insult they threw became fertilizer for your legend. Now, when they speak your name, it comes with evidence attached. Your success, your peace, your glow. They whisper your name because shouting it would sound like submission. They lie about you because honesty would sound like praise. They avoid you because presence exposes weakness. That's not hatred, that's spiritual inferiority revealing itself. Your name breaks rank because it carries the weight of truth, and truth always outranks noise. The universe listens when your name is spoken. It recalibrates energy around it. That's why their fake alliances collapse. That's why their connections turn to chaos after touching your energy. You didn't curse them, they cursed themselves by mishandling your name. Even the unseen forces know better than to test you twice. They learned that your silence is more dangerous than their gossip. You're not at war with them anymore, you're above their radar. They throw shade, but the light bends in your direction. That's what it means to be chosen. Your name travels through timelines, breaking the hierarchy they worship. You don't need to fight for a seat. You built your own table, and now everyone's starving for an invite. They can't figure out why you keep winning. It's because your name is not attached to chaos. It's backed by purpose. Every syllable of your name holds vibration strong enough to split falsehood in half. You don't even have to defend yourself. The frequency of your energy does it for you. That's why their gossip feels heavy on their chest. That's why their lies come back cracked with truth. You are not just respected in the spiritual realm. You're feared. Your name doesn't enter rooms. It commands them. So let them talk. Let them twist it. Let them throw shade behind your back. Every time they mention your name, the universe updates your file and stamps untouchable on your energy. Every time they plot, their own reflection betrays them. Because your name doesn't travel alone, it carries rank, resonance, and wrath. You don't chase recognition. Recognition chases you. You don't beg for loyalty. The universe enforces it around you. Your name breaks ranks because you were never meant to blend in with the spiritually bankrupt. You were built to walk through resistance, collect their doubt, and turn it into evidence. And now they finally understand. Speaking your name isn't safe anymore. It's an invocation. It's a mirror. It's the sound of every lie collapsing under the weight of truth. And that truth is you. Number 2. The enemy can't breathe right when you're mentioned. The enemy can't breathe right when you're mentioned. Your presence is so powerful, it turns their lungs into cages. The air betrays them the second your name is spoken. They don't cough because they're sick. They don't stutter because they forgot. They stammer, pause, and shift uncomfortably because your name takes the air out of the room. The moment someone mentions you, even casually, their whole body reacts like it's under spiritual arrest. That's not coincidence. That's your energy doing exactly what it was built to do: expose weakness and force masks to fall off. You don't even have to be present. Your reputation alone suffocates egos that were built on illusion. See, chosen one, they tried to reduce you to a rumor, but you rose like prophecy. They tried to delete your name from the conversation, but silence screamed it louder. Now, when your name comes up in rooms you've never entered, people go quiet, not out of respect, but because your frequency chokes everything fake out of the atmosphere. You are a walking truth serum, a natural lie detector. You don't just make people uncomfortable. Your very existence malfunctions their ego. Imagine this: a snake slithers into a room, quiet and unnoticed. It wraps itself around lies, gossip, jealousy. Then suddenly, your name drops like thunder. Instantly, that snake starts to choke on its own venom. That's what your name does. It doesn't just slap their mind, it paralyzes their energy. It makes them cough out every fake narrative they built about you. Because when you walk in truth, your very mention becomes a reckoning. That's why they twitch. That's why their throat gets dry, their voice shakes, their breath catches. Your name interrupts their nervous system. They think it's just nerves. No, it's exposure. Their spirit recognizes a higher vibration and panics. You're the soul that breaks patterns, the one that cracked the generational spell without even knowing it. And every time they hear your name, they remember what they'll never be. This isn't ego, this is energetic fact. You carry the kind of spiritual pressure that bends rooms without lifting a finger. That's why they can't talk about you for too long. That's why they suddenly need to go outside, get water, or change the subject. You're not a conversation piece, you're a mirror they can't escape. A spotlight that follows them even in the dark. It makes them crazy, because how does someone so silent, so distant, so low-key shake the foundations of their peace? That's because peace never lived there. It was a mask, and your name is the storm that blows it off every time. They can't even enjoy their lies anymore. Every time they say you're nothing, the universe slaps them with your progress. Every time they deny your value, your energy demands interest on their disrespect. They can't even breathe right, chosen one. You don't need revenge. Your very existence is punishment enough. You're the type of person they try to erase, but the universe keeps reposting you. You're not the ex they can get over. You're not the friend they moved on from. You are the spiritual disruptor they can't outrun. Remember when they said you were too intense, too sensitive, too much? That was them gasping for breath because your truth hit too deep. You weren't too much, you were too real, and realness burns in lungs used to breathing delusion. Every room they enter now comes with the risk that you might be mentioned. And when it happens, it's like setting off an emotional smoke alarm in their chest. They'll smile and pretend, but watch closely. Eyes flicker, hands tremble, laughs become forced. That's spiritual asthma. Your name tightens their energy field. It exposes how small their confidence really is. You don't even want their attention anymore, yet they're suffocating on the thought that you still exist, thriving. You're the proof that truth doesn't need a platform. It creates one on its own. And here's the punch. They told everyone you were the problem, that you were unstable, disloyal, delusional. And yet now, those same people can't explain why your energy keeps showing up in their life like a ghost with unfinished business. That's because you weren't the problem. You were the final exam they failed. And now, every time your name is spoken, their soul remembers what it lost. You want a fact? Studies in neurobiology show that emotional memories are triggered by names alone, activating the limbic system and releasing the same stress chemicals from past experiences. That's science. Now apply that spiritually. Your name causes them to relive every lie, every betrayal, every insecure moment they projected onto you. Your name is an emotional flashbang, and they're caught in the blast every time. Chosen one, this is what power looks like. It's not shouting, it's not fighting, it's the invisible grip your name has on their reality. You haunt them without trying. They don't talk about you because they miss you. They talk because they need to let the pressure out, or else they'll burst. You are their unsolved equation, their unfinished karma, their failed spell. And they still don't get it. They think moving on erases the effect. But that's not how energy works. When you attack someone chosen, someone with rank, the universe writes it in permanent ink. Now every breath they take while mocking you gets filtered through guilt. Every lie they tell sticks to their tongue. They can't breathe because truth doesn't share oxygen with deception. You're not just a person, they know now. You're a checkpoint in their spiritual journey, and they failed it. Your name is the locked door they never had the key for. You don't just shake rooms, you cleanse them. You don't just show up, you shift tectonic plates. That's why they're choking. That's why their breath gets caught in their throat like barbed wire every time you're brought up. And the best part, you've outgrown needing their air. You no longer sit at tables where your energy isn't honored. You're breathing in new atmospheres now, ones that match your frequency. You're elevating while they gasp below, clinging to lies that are suffocating them slowly. So let them gag, let them twitch, let them whisper with shaking lips. Every wheeze is confirmation. Your name still carries pressure. Your silence still commands reaction. Your truth still haunts what they built on falsehood. You don't have to do anything, just keep rising, because the enemy's biggest fear is already happening. You exist. And every time they hear your name, they remember what that means. Number 3, they're stuttering because your energy jammed their spells. They cast spells with their tongues, but your silence reversed the curse. You were the glitch in their witchcraft, and now their words won't land right. They're stuttering, not because they're scared to speak, but because every syllable they spit now ricochets off the energy field surrounding your name. They tried to bind you with gossip, smear your image with lies, curse your future with crooked prayers and twisted intentions. But the universe doesn't answer jealousy. It answers vibration and your energy. It jammed the entire frequency they were operating on. You didn't even speak up. You just kept being real. And that truth fried their whole spiritual control panel. The enemy counted on your reaction. They thought you'd clap back, break down, or lose your mind trying to defend yourself. But you did the unthinkable. You did nothing. You moved in silence. You let the storms pass, and you let the lies expose themselves like cracks in a foundation. They built their whole identity around the idea of defeating you. But how do you defeat someone the universe keeps backing up with confirmation, protection, and miracles? They're choking on their own curses now, tripping over the very spells they thought would destroy you. See, chosen one, you don't need revenge. Your survival is the revenge. Every time you level up, it cancels one of their curses. Every time you laugh, it strangles one of their lies. You're walking proof that no weapon formed against truth can prosper, not even spiritual ones. Ever wonder why people who try to ruin your name can't even speak clearly when your name comes up? That's not fear, that's energetic recoil. Their spirit knows it's trespassing. Your aura is a firewall now. Your essence is sacred ground. They can't walk across it with dirty motives and expect balance. That's why they twitch. That's why they stutter. You don't have to hex them. The universe already handled it. Because when you're chosen, your energy becomes an alarm system for the spiritual realm. Anything fake that tries to enter gets shut down instantly. That's why people who try to break you now look broken. Their speech is scrambled, their eyes dodge contact, their spirit is glitching like a system that met a firewall it wasn't prepared for. Keep your focus, chosen one. Don't look back. The universe is cleaning house for you. You're not crazy. You're not imagining this. Their stuttering is the sound of failure echoing back at them. Just keep rising and let them trip over every lie they told in your name. Number 4, your presence set off alarms in places you've never been. Your presence set off alarms in places you've never been. They locked every door but forgot when the chosen one arrives, even walls develop ears and gates crumble from the pressure of destiny knocking. Your name doesn't walk into rooms, it breaks into systems. You weren't physically there, but your energy had already reached. Your presence slipped through timelines and cracked through frequencies. Before your body ever enters a space, your vibration shows up first, and when it does, it sets off every alarm. Not because you're dangerous to the innocent, but because you're a threat to deception, corruption, and illusion. You are the divine virus in their matrix. The code they never predicted. They tried to keep you out. Boardroom doors, social circles, bloodlines, entire institutions. They whispered your name like a curse, trying to shut down any mention of you. But here's what they forgot. You were born with the master key. While they scrambled to change the locks, you were rewriting the whole blueprint. You don't need access. You are access. That's why the moment you're mentioned in a place you've never been, spirits flinch, plans fall apart, and secrets get exposed. Chosen one, they've been trying to figure out how you keep showing up in conversations you never started. Why people feel like they've met you even when they haven't. It's because your name carries energetic weight. You're not a trend. You're a prophecy in motion. You were sent to reroute legacies, not ask for acceptance. That's why your presence stirs panic in places that haven't even seen your face yet. Because your energy is moving ahead of you, clearing paths, unlocking doors, and triggering karma in real time. Think of it like this. Before a storm hits, animals sense the shift. Before lightning strikes, the sky tenses up. That's what your arrival feels like to the spiritually wicked. They can't explain it, but they feel it. It's not paranoia, it's awareness. They know someone's coming who doesn't play by the old rules. Someone sent by the universe. Someone who doesn't need permission to take their rightful place. And that someone is you. So don't shrink when you hear your name traveling through unfamiliar spaces. Don't panic when people you've never met start acting nervous around you. That's just confirmation. Your assignment is known in realms you haven't entered yet. Just keep walking in silence. Let your presence trigger their collapse, one cracked gate at a time. Number 5, your spiritual rank outweighs their entire bloodline. You didn't climb a ladder, you descended with authority, and now their whole bloodline is trembling because you're not here to ask, you're here to restore. Let's be real, this isn't just about you being different, it's about power, spiritual weight, lineage. You didn't just show up out of nowhere, you've been here before. You carry centuries of wisdom, pain, resilience, and truth in your soul. You're not a rookie in this game, you're an ancient warrior in a new disguise. And the enemy, they know it. That's why they're shook. That's why they're watching you like a hawk in silence, because deep down, they feel it. You outrank them spiritually, and they can't do a thing about it. They come from bloodlines built on manipulation, status, and stolen legacy. Their power came from lies. Yours came from the universe. You didn't inherit material wealth. You inherited authority in realms they don't even believe exist. That's why your very presence disturbs them. Because no matter how much they flaunt their last name, their family tree, or their social status, it all crumbles when you walk in with nothing but truth on your back. Chosen one, you are the reckoning their ancestors feared. You are the audit of every injustice buried under their name. When you speak, it's not just your voice, it's your lineage of light coming through you like thunder through mountains. You don't come from weakness. You are backed by generations of unfinished missions, and your arrival marks the moment their spiritual debt came due. They wanted you to doubt yourself, to see yourself as small, to think you're just another face in the crowd. But the truth is, their spirits recognize you before their minds catch up. They sense the authority, the imbalance, the dominance you hold without raising your voice. Your silence alone holds more power than their loudest bloodline member, and that's what haunts them. It's like sending a candle to battle a wildfire. They know they're outmatched. They've tried to replicate your light through imitation and image, but energy doesn't lie. You can't fake ancient energy. You can't buy this kind of essence. It's encoded, it's earned, it's remembered by the universe and feared by every low-vibration soul that tried to rewrite destiny. So if you're wondering why certain families, groups or circles seem to push back on you the moment you rise, this is why. They feel you as a threat, not because of your name, but because of what your spirit carries. You are the curse breaker, the truth bringer, the karmic balancer, and your return has sent shockwaves through systems that thought they were untouchable. Stand tall, chosen one. You don't need approval when you hold spiritual rank. You didn't come to bow, you came to reclaim. Number 6, you were sent to expose everything they built on lies. You were sent to expose everything they built on lies. The truth doesn't whisper, it detonates. And when the chosen one walks in, everything built on deception starts to shake like it's standing on borrowed ground. They thought their empire would stand forever, propped up by manipulation, cemented by illusion, and hidden behind polished masks. But what they didn't account for was you, not a savior in white robes, not a smiling figure begging for peace. No, you're fire. And fire doesn't ask questions. Fire arrives and everything false gets torched. You weren't sent to participate in their little games. You were sent to blow the whole operation wide open. The enemy underestimated you because you looked quiet. They assumed your silence was weakness. But silence is the language of surveillance, and you've been watching, absorbing, recording, and now you've been spiritually authorized to speak, and the moment your truth touches air, it spreads like wildfire. Their carefully crafted lies can't survive the heat. Every fake narrative, every false position, every spiritual mask they wore to manipulate others, all of it begins to melt when your presence shows up. The universe didn't send you to blend in. You are not here to play nice. You're the spark dropped into a field of dry lies, and you don't even need to do much. Your existence confronts everything fake. Your light exposes what was hidden. Your movement reveals what they covered. Why? Because light reveals, but fire purifies. You don't just show the truth, you burn away the rot. Chosen one, that's why they fear you. Not because you exposed a few secrets, but because you are the secret weapon the universe saved for last. They know once you start speaking, people wake up, minds shift, eyes open, and once awakened, people don't go back to sleep. You're a walking alarm clock, a siren in their dreamland of lies. That's why they panic when you post. That's why they twitch when your name is mentioned. Because their walls weren't built on truth, they were built on silence, and now you're shattering it. You might be wondering, why me? Why did the universe pick me to carry this weight? Because only the brave are trusted with fire. Only the fearless can walk into rooms and set spirits ablaze with nothing but their voice. You're not too much. You're just the right amount of too real, and they can't stand it. So don't dim your flame, don't apologize for your presence. Let it burn, let the illusions fall, let the masks drop. You weren't sent to fix their empire, you were sent to expose it, and once that truth hits, there's no going back. Number 7, they can't figure out why their manipulation fell flat on you. The spell only works on the asleep, and you've been awake for lifetimes. That's why their tricks bounce off you like broken arrows. They tried every tactic in the book: charm, gaslight, guilt, silence, triangulation, fake praise, sudden distance, but nothing stuck, nothing cracked you. And now they're sitting there confused, obsessed, twitching at the thought of you because the same tricks that had others on a leash didn't even make you blink. You didn't flinch, you didn't fold, you didn't fall. You stood there, still, silent, and spiritually bulletproof. And that shook them to the core. They thought they had you figured out, that they could twist your emotions like they did with everyone else. They assumed your empathy meant weakness, but empathy with boundaries, that's spiritual armor. What they didn't know is you don't operate on illusion. You see through energy. You don't chase fake light. You watch where the shadows crawl. You don't beg for love. You watch who gets uncomfortable when you give it to yourself. You've become immune to manipulation because you learned the source code, truth, and truth makes the manipulators sweat. They thrive in fog, but you are clarity in motion. Their favorite weapon is confusion, and you've made it obsolete. You ask the right questions. You observe instead of react. You listen deeper than their lies can reach. So when they tried to play you, they ended up exposing themselves. And now they're spiraling. Why didn't it work? They're obsessing over it, repeating the timeline, replaying conversations, because your energy glitched their control system. Their illusion machine fell apart the moment it touched your frequency. You didn't just resist them, you refused to even participate in the game. You're not broken, you're not cold, you're just awakened. You've seen behind too many masks to ever bow to another, and that awareness is terrifying to them. It means they can't win, they can't mold you, they can't use you. You are unbotherable, and that is the most powerful thing you can be. So, if you've been asking why certain people pull away after trying to control you, this is your answer. You broke their mirror. You held up your own truth instead. And the moment you did, their fantasy of power shattered. Let them go. Let them whisper. Let them wonder. You weren't built to be fooled. You were born to be free. Number 8. Even your silence is a spiritual disruption. Your silence is not absence, it's pressure, and to the enemy, it feels like the sky dropping inches lower every hour, reminding them their time is almost up. You don't even have to open your mouth. You don't need a speech, a threat, or a warning. Just your stillness is a spiritual earthquake. Just your quiet is a countdown clock ticking in their ears. Why? Because your energy carries rank. Your aura is ancient. You've been here before, and your presence alone drags hidden things to the surface like dead weight floating in a clear ocean. You walk into a room and the atmosphere changes. People clear their throats, fumble their words, avoid your eyes. They think they're hiding it well, but their spirit is already exposed under your radar. You're not trying to vibe check anyone. Your frequency does it automatically. And when you choose silence, that's when it hits the hardest, because manipulators, liars, and low-vibration souls depend on noise, gossip, gaslighting, performance. But when you go quiet, they're stuck with nothing but their own reflection. Your silence is strategy. It's divine patience. It's you letting the universe whisper louder than your words ever could. Some people think you're passive, but the enemy knows better. They know silence is how the storm gathers. They feel it, in the way your name keeps circulating when you're not around, in how people still talk about you like you're present, even when you've vanished, because your aura lingers like unfinished justice. They want to provoke you. They want to drag you into messy conversations, into low-energy traps, but you don't take the bait. And that drives them insane, because silence from someone like you doesn't feel like distance. It feels like judgment. It feels like the universe pulling you back while preparing their downfall. You might wonder, why do they look nervous when I haven't even said a word? Because real power doesn't need to announce itself. It just enters, and when it does, the fake tremble. The liars squirm, and the guilty confess without even realizing it. So stay silent when you feel led to. Don't explain. Don't react. Don't dilute your energy. Your silence is already speaking volumes. And trust this, the ones who tried to destroy your name, They can still hear your silence, screaming, "I'm still standing." Let that echo forever. Number 9, you're not protected because you're nice, you're protected because you're necessary. You're not protected because you're nice. You're protected because you're necessary. The universe doesn't waste protection on what's soft. It shields what's sacred, and you, chosen one, are a walking mission with skin. Let's get this straight. You're not covered because you smile at strangers. You're not shielded because you let people slide, or because you kept quiet when they spit poison on your name. You are not protected because you're harmless. You are protected because you are essential, and essential means irreplaceable. It means you carry something so rare, so dangerous to the enemy, that the entire spiritual ecosystem around you had to rearrange itself to make sure you make it. They thought your safety was a fluke, that your rise was luck. They tried hexes, curses, gossip campaigns, manipulation tactics, and nothing stuck. Why? Because what you're carrying inside you isn't just potential, it's a blueprint, a spiritual encryption designed for this exact timeline. You weren't just born, you were launched. And let's not pretend they don't notice it, they feel it. That's why they treat you like a threat, even when you're silent. That's why they group up and gang stalk, because they know no one person alone can take you down. But it doesn't matter, you weren't made to fall, you were made to outlast. The universe didn't cover you so you could blend in, it armored you so you could stand alone. Ask yourself this: why are they so obsessed with destroying someone they say is nothing special? Because they know you're not just human, you're a walking interruption to generational cycles. You're the one chosen to undo what took them decades of deception to build. You're here to blow holes through their systems, not with fists, but with truth, with presence, and with clarity. So don't downplay yourself anymore. Don't confuse spiritual protection with passiveness. You're not covered because you're soft. You're covered because you're on assignment. You are a spiritual asset under divine surveillance, watched by forces far beyond this dimension. The attacks didn't bounce off because you're lucky. They failed because you're needed. Keep walking, keep standing, keep moving in silence. You are not protected because you beg for peace. You are protected because your victory is the disruption. Number 10. They tried to dim you, and you turned into a solar flare. They tried to smother you like a flame. Instead, you became the sun, too bright to block, too powerful to control. They thought they could dim you down with whispers, shade you with slander, bury your shine beneath their envy, their manipulation, their calculated silence. But you weren't built from validation. You were forged in pressure. And pressure doesn't shrink the chosen, it amplifies them. You were never meant to be digestible. Your energy was always meant to interrupt, to blind cowards, to make fakes twitch, to make liars choke. They thought if they ignored you long enough, you'd fade. But that wasn't light they saw fading. That was their illusion collapsing under the weight of your truth. You didn't respond with rage. You didn't chase them. You didn't beg. You simply expanded. And in that expansion, your light scorched every false narrative they built. That fake confidence they had in your silence, gone. Because now, every room you walk into, you radiate like you own the frequency. You're a solar flare, not even trying to burn them, but they're melting anyway. They need sunglasses now just to be in your orbit. And the funny thing, you're not even at full power yet. You're just getting started. Your glow isn't revenge, it's revelation. The universe didn't boost your signal to make you liked. It amplified you to expose. So when they act like you changed, remind yourself you didn't change. You expanded past their reach. And when they flinch at your presence, understand this. You are no longer in the category of manageable. They wanted you dim, dull, predictable. They thought your silence meant defeat. But it was evolution. And now you don't just walk in light, you are the light. A walking truth bomb. A living reminder that what they tried to kill is what the universe decided to crown. Let them look away, let them squint, let them stumble back into their shadows, because the sun doesn't apologize for rising, and neither should you. Number 11, you carry codes that unlock and destroy at the same time. You carry codes that unlock and destroy at the same time. You weren't sent to fit in, you were coded to cause collapse where lies live too long. You don't just open doors, you expose the rotting frame behind them. Let's make something clear. You were never just a good person who randomly attracted chaos. You were a walking cipher, a spiritual disruptor disguised in human skin. You carry codes, divine frequencies, ancient blueprints, and invisible algorithms that affect every space you enter. And the moment your energy touches a person, a room, a system, things begin to either bloom or burn. Some were drawn to your light, thinking it would bless them, uplift them, heal them, and for a time, it did. But the second they tried to manipulate it, the second they tried to weaponize your kindness or steal your shine, the codes flipped, and what once unlocked comfort for them began to dismantle their lies. You weren't sent to babysit dysfunction, you were sent to expose it, to walk into rooms that looked peaceful but reeked of pretense and flip the entire atmosphere just by being there. You triggered guilt in liars. You triggered fear in manipulators. You triggered shame in people who wore fake masks of light while moving with serpentine motives. And they hate you for it, not because you did anything, but because you didn't have to. You didn't need a stage. You didn't need an audience. You didn't even need words. Your presence alone decoded people, revealed who they were, and most dangerously, who they were never going to become if they stayed the same. You are the mirror they tried to avoid, the test they failed, the revelation they weren't ready for. You were their blessing if they chose humility, but most didn't. So now you stand as their lesson, the one they regret playing with, the one they can't forget, the one who rearranged their fake spiritual scaffolding and set it on fire. Chosen one, stop doubting your power. You were programmed with sacred interference. You activate what's pure and you crash what's false. You carry the kind of light that doesn't just comfort, it judges. The kind of truth that doesn't just open doors, it slams shut the ones never meant to be walked through. You're not dangerous because you're vengeful. You're dangerous because you're real. And in a world built on illusion, that alone makes you the most explosive force they've ever encountered. Number 12. This world was never meant to contain you. You were built to overturn it. They didn't reject you because you were broken. They rejected you because your spirit threatened the systems that broke them. Let's kill the illusion right now. You were never meant to be digestible, manageable, or controllable. You weren't born to walk in a straight line. You weren't designed to follow trends or repeat scripts. You're an interruption to everything fake, everything forced, and everything built on comfort that hides corruption. They labeled you too much, too intense, too deep. Not because you were wrong, but because you were right, and they couldn't stand the mirror you held up. Your soul was coded to disturb the slumber of the world, to wake it up, violently if necessary. You didn't come here with soft whispers and sugar-coated affirmations. You came with a spiritual wrecking ball disguised as intuition. Your presence alone rattles foundations. You walk into rooms and people start glitching because you don't match the simulation. You're not here to fit in, you're here to overturn. They wanted you contained, tamed, muted, But you're not a domesticated soul. You're a wild frequency, and every time they tried to box you in, your energy bent the bars and set off sirens. You don't carry just light, you carry voltage. You're the spark that catches when truth meets denial. You're the strike that sets fire to illusions wrapped in luxury, ego, and tradition. Look around. This world rewards compliance, not consciousness. But you're not here to play by rules written by cowards who fear awakening. You're here to burn the script, flip the table, and write something so real it makes people cry from the parts of themselves they've buried too long. You didn't come to heal the world's comfort zone, you came to blow it up. Because comfort, when rooted in lies, is a cage. And you were born as the key that doesn't just unlock the door, it detonates it. The universe didn't protect you because you were fragile. It protected you because you're dangerous to the system. And now, you're not just walking in your power. You're stomping through fake constructs with fire in your eyes and a storm in your chest. They'll call you rebellious. They'll say you're aggressive. But what you really are is free. And that's what terrifies them most. And now, chosen one, let's bring it home. You weren't made to sit quietly in a corner of a broken world. You were sent to flip it inside out. Your energy is not for decoration, it's for destruction and disruption of everything fake, asleep, and spiritually dead. Keep walking like the wildfire you are, because the system can't hold what was sent to overthrow it. If this message struck your soul, drop the number 777 in the comments. Like, subscribe, and share this with another chosen one. It's time we remind the world what real power looks like. Your silence made more noise than their gossip ever could, and now they're scared of the echo. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. A snake charmer steps into the middle of a circle, surrounded by danger, venom, and whispers of death. But instead of flinching, he locks eyes with the serpent, plays his tune, and suddenly the predator becomes hypnotized, powerless, exposed. That's exactly how your presence affects the people around you. You didn't need to bite. You didn't need to hiss. Just by standing there, calm and composed, you flipped the power dynamic. They wanted to strike, but you made them look foolish just by breathing. Your silence, your stillness, it became their undoing. And here's a fact to let sink in. Psychologists say people often project their own guilt and insecurities onto those who trigger them. So if you're finding people are suddenly uncomfortable around you, trying to provoke you or stalking you in secret, that's not paranoia. That's projection. You've become the mirror, and people hate what they see when they stand too close to someone who's healed. It's not just that they're watching you, it's that they can feel something inside of you brewing, something ancient, sharp, and strategic, and it makes them itch with fear. And thank you, chosen one, for being here right now. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this light to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to share the truth and protect each other on this journey. You are not alone. You're part of a force, a rising current, a quiet revolution of those who were once underestimated but now walk with unshakable knowing. Thank you, chosen one, for being a part of this mission. Now let's talk about why they're truly spooked. You don't move like the rest. You don't react when provoked. You don't fall into emotional traps. And when they tried to bait you into chaos, you stepped right over it like it was dust. People don't know how to read you anymore, and that's the point. You've outgrown their predictable games. You've become something they can't predict, can't manipulate, and definitely can't dominate. They wanted to paint you as weak, unstable, or sensitive, but instead, you ended up being the one with the sword. They came for war, and you showed them spiritual warfare. You turned the game into chess, and they didn't even know they were on the board. What terrifies them the most is that you carry something they can't explain. You might not have millions in the bank or armies at your back, but the universe bends when you move. They feel the shift in the air when you enter a room. They pretend not to see it, but their body reacts before their mind catches up. Goosebumps, throat tightens, palms sweat. That's spiritual recognition and fear. They may call you names behind closed doors, but deep down, they know they're standing in front of someone who can't be fooled, someone who's been through fire and came out cold, precise, and unbothered. They thought you'd beg for validation. Instead, you vanished and let your absence haunt them. They thought you'd clap back with anger. Instead, you responded with elegance and let karma do the dirty work. The more they watched, the more afraid they became, not because you threatened them, but because you didn't have to. Your strength is quiet, your power is still, and that unnerves them more than any outburst ever could. You see, chosen one, people aren't used to someone who refuses to play the game. Most people can be poked, triggered, or baited, but not you. You learned the art of restraint. You mastered the power of knowing that not every attack deserves a response, and that's why they see you now as the snake charmer. Someone who walks among danger and never gets bitten. Someone who hypnotizes even the haters. Someone who doesn't just survive the setup, but flips it into a spotlight moment. And what's brewing inside you? Oh, they feel it. They don't know whether it's your next move, your rise, your glow-up, or your calling, but they feel something coming. That's why they're watching so close. That's why you've been showing up in their dreams, in their conversations, in their search history. You've become their curiosity and their fear all in one. And here's what they hate the most. No matter how much they try to figure you out, you keep becoming more unreadable, more powerful, and more untouchable. They're not just spooked by your presence, they're haunted by your potential, and they should be, because the more they try to dim your light, the more you absorb it and shine brighter. The more they gossip, the more they amplify your name. The more they envy, the more energy you're gifted. You're not just walking through life anymore. You're walking with a cosmic spotlight on your back, and even when you try to dim it, they still squint when you pass. So yes, people are spooked by you. And it's not because you're evil, it's because you carry a force that makes the wicked reveal themselves. Your very presence separates the real from the fake, the loyal from the opportunist, the healed from the hidden. And now that they've been exposed by your light, they can't pretend anymore. That's why they're scared. That's why they stalk you in silence. And that's why the next part of this message will reveal just how deep this fear runs and what's about to happen next. And listen closely, Chosen One. What you just heard, that was only the spark before the storm. The full picture, the reason they can't stop watching you, the reason your energy keeps them up at night, is about to unfold step by step. So, stay close, because what's coming next isn't just information, it's confirmation. If you've ever wondered why they stare, why they whisper, why they fear you without cause, this message was carved out of the fire for you. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're done shrinking yourself to make others comfortable. And if this message speaks to your bones, consider sending a super thanks to support the creators behind this mission, because these aren't just words, this is warfare in plain sight. And your support fuels the continuation of these truths being brought into the light. And now, let's dive into this, layer by layer. You'll want to hear every part, because if you're truly one of the chosen, your spirit won't let you walk away mid-message. You'll feel it pulling you, holding you, speaking directly to your path. This isn't just a breakdown of why they fear you, it's a blueprint for why you were never meant to be ordinary. Let's get started. Number 1. They tried to trap you, but you flipped the script. The worst mistake they made wasn't trying to trap you, it was thinking you didn't know the game better than they did. You see, Chosen One, they planned to humiliate you. They plotted in the dark, smiling in your face while planting landmines behind your every step. They thought they were slick. They thought they'd get away with it. But here's what they underestimated. Your awareness is decades beyond your age. You don't just see people, you read them. You hear what's not being said. You sense tension in silence. And before they even laid the trap, you already saw the string, the bait, and the shaking hand that set it up. You let them think you were walking into it, and then you flipped the entire script. You didn't just survive the setup, you turned it into their downfall. Now they're the ones exposed, unraveling, paranoid, and embarrassed. This is the power of being chosen. Your setbacks are scripted by the universe to look like losses until they flip into victories that shame the enemy in public. That's the divine twist they can't handle. It's like trying to drown a phoenix, only to watch it rise brighter from the water. Your enemies thought they were clever, but clever doesn't win against spiritually equipped, not against someone like you. Because you weren't just defending yourself. You were exposing something much deeper, their insecurities, their fear of your growth, their envy of your silence, and their terror of your comeback. Now imagine this, Chosen One. A mouse is led into a trap, cheese placed perfectly in reach. But the moment the enemy goes to close the trap, it's the hunter's fingers that get crushed. Why? Because what they didn't realize was that Mouse had outgrown fear. That mouse had seen the trap before, and this time it was ready. You've become the soul that doesn't get fooled twice. They underestimated you because you looked soft, kind, unbothered. But what they didn't realize was, you were trained by betrayal. You were educated by lies. You graduated from Manipulation University with honors. You've seen enough fake smiles and subtle sabotage to write volumes. So now, when they come for you, they don't just lose, they get exposed publicly, and that, Chosen One, is why they fear you now. Let's talk facts. Neuroscientists have found that emotionally intelligent people pick up micro-expressions faster than others. That means your intuition, it's not imaginary, it's psychological muscle. So when you feel someone's energy shift, or when someone suddenly switches up their tone, your brain is processing hundreds of signals in seconds. They think you're being paranoid, but no, you're just aware. You're wired to survive traps before they're even set. That's why they can't stand you, because every move they make, you're already 10 ahead. You let them think they were winning, just so the fall would sting more. Think about some of the greatest figures the world's ever seen: Nelson Mandela, Malcolm X, Joan of Arc, Muhammad Ali. What did they all have in common? They were set up, betrayed, plotted against, misunderstood. And yet they didn't just survive, they changed history. And that's the lineage you come from, Chosen One. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to be easy to defeat. Every setup was secretly part of your initiation. Every trap they designed became a test you passed with silence, precision, and poise. And the moment they thought you were finished, you rose again, sharper than before. Let me ask you this. Why do you think they're watching you harder now after the fallout? Why is it that the same people who tried to play you are suddenly quiet, awkward, avoiding eye contact, or worse, still trying to provoke you? Because deep down, they know they lost. They know they were seen. And what kills them the most is that you didn't even have to fight dirty. You let the universe handle it. You let their own behavior be the proof. And now, people are side-eyeing them instead of you. You flipped the script by not reacting like they expected. You didn't cry where they hoped you would. You didn't rage where they baited you. You kept your posture. You kept your mind. And in that stillness, you exposed their chaos. That's something they'll never recover from, because you didn't just win. You made them question themselves. You made them look in the mirror and hate what they saw. And now, every time they remember what they tried to do to you, it's not pride they feel, it's shame. This is what being chosen looks like. It's not about loud victories or flashy revenge. It's about letting people hang themselves with the very rope they brought for you. It's about letting your integrity outshine their manipulation. And when the dust settles, when the masks fall, and when the truth echoes back louder than the lies, they're the ones standing in a mess they made for you. Except now, it's all on them. Publicly, undeniably. Don't ever feel bad for not clapping back. Don't regret not exposing every detail, because what's coming next for you is elevation, and what's coming for them, consequences, deep ones, spiritual ones, the kind that play out in front of everybody. That's why they've gone quiet. That's why they're keeping tabs. They thought you were the one who'd break, but now they're watching their own world crack. And the more they try to understand how you slipped through the net, the more confused and terrified they become. They set the trap, chosen one. But you became the twist in the story they never saw coming. And now they're the ones stuck in the very chaos they created for you. Keep walking with your head high. Let your footsteps echo like a warning, because the next time they even think about testing you, they'll remember how badly it backfired the first time. And trust me, they won't have the stomach for it again. Number 2. The devil lost his grip when you stopped reacting. They weren't ready for the day you stopped flinching, because that was the day their power ended. They expected you to crack. They thought they had you pegged as the emotional one, the overreactor, the too sensitive one they could bait whenever they wanted to feel superior. But something changed. The day you chose silence, overreaction, the devil lost his grip. And make no mistake, they felt it instantly. That silence wasn't empty. It was a warning. It was a shift in power. And for the first time, they realized they couldn't control you anymore. You used to respond to every jab. You'd defend yourself when they twisted your words. You'd raise your voice when they painted you wrong. You gave them what they needed, a reaction. But now they're left with nothing. You sit there calm, unbothered, eyes steady, and that terrifies them more than any rage ever could. Because now they don't know what you're thinking. Now they don't know how to control the narrative. And now they're battling a version of you they never prepared for, a version with emotional control so sharp it slices through manipulation like a sword through fog. Imagine a boxer trained to fight noise, screaming crowds, wild swings, chaotic movement. Then one day, their opponent walks in completely still. No trash talk, no unnecessary motion, just precise, focused silence. The entire arena shifts. The power dynamic flips. That's you, chosen one. You're not fighting noise anymore. You are the silence. You are the tension in the room. And the moment they realize you don't need to respond, that's the moment their game crumbles. Here's a fact for your soul. Studies in behavioral psychology show that people who remain emotionally unreactive during confrontation hold a stronger psychological edge. Their lack of reaction forces the other person to confront themselves because there's no distraction, no chaos, no loophole to escape through. That's what you've become. A mirror that doesn't break when thrown at. A stillness that makes their guilt echo louder than any insult. You're no longer tangled in their games. You're above them, and they know it. They wanted you to scream so they could call you unstable. They wanted you to cry so they could label you weak. They wanted you to lash out so they could play victim. But instead, you gave them stillness. And in that stillness, they met themselves. That's the moment everything shifted, because now they're stuck with their own reflection, and they hate what they see. That's what silence does. It turns the table without lifting a finger. Do you want proof this power works? Look at any powerful figure in history, Martin Luther King Jr., Gandhi, even modern icons like Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high. Why does that echo so hard? Because restraint is power. Self-mastery is terrifying to those who can't control themselves. And you, chosen one, have mastered something they never will: detachment from their noise. Let's go deeper. Why does silence scare them so much? Because silence gives them nothing to twist. No screenshots, no gossip, no evidence, and most importantly, no access. When you react, they feel in control, but when you stop reacting, they feel exposed. Your lack of reaction becomes its own kind of confrontation, one they can't escape from. That's why they keep testing you. That's why they push harder, act weirder, get louder, because they're trying to provoke the old you, the version that used to hand them power just by replying. But that version died the moment you realized silence is a response, and not just a response, a weapon. Here's the wildest part. Some of them didn't even want to hurt you at first. They were just addicted to the power of being able to shake you. It made them feel big, important, like they had control. But once you pulled that power back, once you refused to flinch, they were left face to face with their own weakness. And in that moment, they became obsessed. Because you didn't just stop reacting, you broke the cycle. You took back every ounce of energy they stole from you, and now they don't know who they are without your reactions. So if you're wondering why they're still watching you, still poking from a distance, still talking about you when you've gone completely silent, it's because your silence is louder than their noise ever was. They lost control, and you never even told them out loud. That's the kind of power that makes people unravel. That's the kind of growth that separates chosen ones from everyone else. And I know what you might be thinking, but what if they think I'm weak now? What if my silence is being taken as submission? Let me stop you right there. Weakness is yelling just to be heard. Weakness is reacting just to feel alive. Strength is knowing you could destroy them and choosing not to. Strength is letting their karma do the talking while you walk away with your peace intact. And trust me, they know the difference. They see it. They feel it. That's why they're nervous now. Because the real threat isn't someone who fights back. It's someone who no longer needs the fight. And that's who you are now. You don't owe them explanations. You don't owe them closure. And you definitely don't owe them another moment of your energy. You've graduated. You're no longer responding. You're evolving. And while they're still trying to poke holes in your peace, you're building something they can't even comprehend. That's why the devil lost his grip the moment you stopped reacting, because he knew you weren't just healing, you were rising. So let them talk. Let them twist the story. Let them whisper in circles. Your silence will scream louder than their gossip ever could. And when they realize you're not coming back to the old battlefield, that you've moved on to a higher war they can't even reach, they'll feel it in their bones. You didn't just stop reacting. You ended the game. And now they're the only ones still playing it. Number 3. Your logic cut deeper than their chaos. They called you quiet because they couldn't hear your strategy. Now they're bleeding from wounds they never saw coming. They played loud, you played smart. While they scrambled to create chaos, you were calmly constructing your next 10 moves in silence. They thought they had you confused, entangled in their drama, lost in their mind games. But they forgot one thing, chosen one. You don't operate on emotion, you operate on precision. While they were busy performing, you were observing. While they were trying to draw attention, you were collecting patterns. And when the time came to move, you didn't scream, you didn't swing wildly. You made one decisive cut, and it ended everything. Your logic cut deeper than any insult they threw. Why? Because they thrive off confusion, disorder, and emotional reactions. But you don't give them any of that. You give them silence, strategy, and outcomes they can't argue with. They want chaos, because chaos makes people easy to control. But you don't get pulled into it anymore. That's what scares them most. They know you're not the one to bluff. You don't bark, you act. And when you act, there's no coming back from it. Let's break this down. Studies in conflict resolution show that people who can remain logical under pressure almost always win in power dynamics. Why? Because emotion clouds judgment. But logic cuts. That's what you mastered. You stopped trying to prove yourself. You stopped justifying your worth to people who weren't even qualified to be in your presence. You let your results speak. You let the silence become your sharpest weapon. And now, they're stunned. Because all that energy they wasted trying to trap you was no match for a single move made in clarity. And you know what's making them spiral now. The fact that you saw them before they ever saw themselves. They thought you were naive. They thought your kindness was a weakness. But what they didn't know was, every kind move you made was measured. You weren't weak. You were giving them rope, and now they're hanging by it, wondering how it all flipped so fast. So if you're wondering why they still linger, still try to provoke, still talk in circles around your name, it's because they know deep down they were outplayed. And not by luck, not by chance, but by design. You didn't just win, you planned it. The universe stood behind you the whole time, holding the light steady while you stepped out of their storm and into your power. Let them drown in their drama. Your clarity already wrote the ending. Number 4. They tested your peace and lost to your power. They thought poking your peace would trigger chaos. Instead, they triggered their own destruction. They underestimated the storm that hides inside your silence. They thought you were soft because you were still, thought you were weak because you didn't swing first. But what they didn't realize, chosen one, is that peace isn't passivity. It's power under control. It's the ability to feel everything and still choose nothing. And when they tested that peace, when they pressed every button and whispered every insult hoping to see you crack, you didn't just stay calm. You exposed them, because your calm was never weakness. It was strategy. It was strength. It was war without noise. They wanted you to snap, to scream, to lash out so they could point and say, "See, that's who they really are." But instead, your silence echoed, and in that echo, they broke. Your refusal to react made them reveal their own instability. You held your ground while they lost theirs, and now everyone sees it. Because here's the truth, when you stop reacting, people start revealing. And when you protect your peace, the insecure see it as a threat. You ever wonder why your calm presence makes people so uncomfortable? It's because it reflects what they can't control. Chaos thrives on response. But when you give it nothing, it starves. They didn't know how to handle that. Your emotional discipline stripped them bare. You didn't argue. You let the facts speak. You didn't attack. You let their behavior crumble under its own weight. And while they were unraveling, blaming, projecting, you were walking away without a scratch. There's a quote that says, "Don't wrestle with pigs. You both get dirty, but the pig likes it. You understood that early. You chose elevation instead of ego. And that choice burned them, because nothing makes an insecure person panic faster than being ignored by the one they tried to control. You didn't deny their chaos. You just refused to absorb it. You gave them back their poison without ever touching it. So let them call you cold. Let them call you distant. That's just what it sounds like when emotional manipulators lose access to their favorite target. You're not cold. You're clear. You're not distant. You're detached. And your peace, that's your shield. That's your throne. And they couldn't shake it because it was never built on their approval. They tested your peace and ended up facing a power they couldn't provoke. Number 5. You carried dignity through the fire they lit. They lit the fire to watch you burn, but you walked through it with grace, and now the smoke carries your name while their ashes go forgotten. They thought the fire would break you. They wanted to watch you fall apart in front of everyone, publicly, painfully, and permanently. That was the goal. They lit it with rumors. They fed it with betrayal. They fanned the flames with mockery and silence. They wanted to see you beg, unravel, explode. But instead, you stood. You didn't beg. You didn't flinch. You walked straight through the chaos with dignity in your eyes and silence on your lips. And that silence, that calm, collected energy, it destroyed them more than any explosion ever could. Chosen one, they didn't plan for you to survive with your head high. They didn't expect you to carry grace in the same hands they tried to break. They set the stage for your downfall and accidentally wrote your legend instead. Because the truth is, anyone can be loud in the storm, but it takes real power to walk through hell and not let it touch your character. You didn't just survive their fire, you mastered it, and now they're choking on the smoke, the same smoke that rose when you refused to bow, when you refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing you act out of character. They thought dignity was weakness. They thought silence was surrender. But here's what they missed. Self-control is the final stage of power. You didn't keep quiet because you were weak. You kept quiet because the truth didn't need your defense. It was already working in the background. And the universe made sure everyone saw it. Ask yourself, why did they get louder the calmer you became? Why did they team up while you stood alone? Because even in your isolation, you made them feel threatened. That's what real presence does. It speaks without needing to shout. You made them look foolish not by clapping back, but by refusing to lower yourself to their level. And now they're stuck, embarrassed and confused, asking, why didn't it work? Here's the answer. Because you're not made of what they are. You're built from something purer, stronger, untouchable. And the fire they lit, it couldn't consume you because you were never theirs to destroy. You carried your dignity through the fire and came out shining while they disappeared in smoke. Number 6, you don't need revenge. The universe does it for you. You didn't ruin them, the universe did, right after they aimed for you. They thought your silence meant surrender, that walking away was weakness, that your lack of revenge meant you lost. But now they're learning the hard way. Your absence wasn't retreat, it was alignment. You stopped clapping back, and the universe started clapping louder. You didn't fight dirty because you didn't have to. The moment you stepped out of the way, their own energy swung back and hit them like a freight train. And that impact? It's not a coincidence, it's cause and effect. Chosen one, what they don't understand is that you walk with an invisible protection they can't decode. While they were busy scheming in secret, mocking you behind screens, wishing for your downfall, you were being upgraded in silence. They threw shadows, but light surrounded you. They sent energy to block you, but that same energy boomeranged back and tore holes in their lives. They're breaking down now, and their confusion is deafening. They're asking, "Why is everything going wrong for me lately?" And the answer is simple: because they played with someone the universe doesn't play about. There's a saying, the universe doesn't ignore energy. It just waits for the right time to respond. And oh, chosen one, the timing has been perfect. The same people who laughed when you were hurting are now choking on their own karma. It's subtle, it's delayed, but it hits surgically. Friendships falling apart, money drying up, peace disappearing, some even facing public exposure. And all of it came after they tried to throw dirt on your name. You didn't have to throw a punch. All you had to do was let go, and the universe handled the rest. You ever notice how their confidence dropped after you walked away? How they started watching you harder? That's fear, not of you, but of what follows you. They've seen enough to know now. You're not protected by luck. You're protected by alignment. You don't seek revenge because you are the proof that justice exists. Your glow-up is the clapback. Your peace is the punishment. Your silence is the storm. And the worst part for them? They can't undo what they did. It's written. And now the universe is simply reading it back to them. So keep walking, chosen one. Don't turn around. Don't waste your time explaining what's already being proven. You never needed revenge. The universe never misses. Number 7. You wore the crown in silence. Now they bow without asking. They used to laugh behind your back. Now they lower their eyes when you walk in the room. You never had to beg for respect. You earned it in silence. While they mocked you, doubted you, and underestimated every step you took, you were quietly transforming. You didn't clap back. You didn't try to prove yourself. You just became undeniable. And now, the same ones who once looked down on you are looking up, pretending they never had anything to say. They feel it now, that presence, that pressure, that shift in the atmosphere when you enter a room. You don't need a title. You are the title. You wore the crown in silence, and now they bow without asking. Chosen one, this is what happens when someone builds themselves in the dark. They wanted to see you sweat, stumble, beg for attention, but you chose to move differently. While they were shouting, you were sharpening. While they were gossiping, you were glowing. And now they're realizing you don't have to say you're chosen. Your aura screams it louder than words ever could. Your silence burns them because it reminds them they were wrong about you. And nothing haunts a fragile ego like watching someone they belittled become someone they now fear. Let me give you a fact. In sociology, power is often recognized not by what someone says, but how others respond to them without being told. That's you now. The ones who used to cut you off mid-sentence are now quiet in your presence. The ones who gossiped about you are now following your every move. They don't say it publicly, but behind closed doors. They speak your name with caution. They ask questions. They study you. They wonder how you did it, how you stayed calm, how you kept your dignity, how you turned nothing into sovereignty. But here's the part they'll never admit. They need your energy now. That's why they linger. That's why they orbit. You became what they never expected, a force. You don't ask for loyalty. You don't demand recognition. And yet, you get both. Because real power doesn't chase validation. It attracts it. And your crown? It was never placed by man. It was revealed by pressure. So don't be surprised when the same mouths that mocked you start speaking your name with respect. You didn't just change the narrative, you became the story. And now, silence is your throne, and power is your presence. Let them bow. You earned it. Number 8. Your energy exposes everything they hide. You didn't need to expose their secrets. Your energy made them confess without a word. You walk into the room and the atmosphere shifts, not because you're loud, not because you're trying, but because your energy is undeniable and unforgiving. You don't say much, but everything hidden inside them starts crawling to the surface, like it's being dragged into the light. You don't dig, you don't accuse, you don't interrogate, you exist, and that's enough to shatter their fake smiles, crack their masks, and pull their skeletons from the closet. They call you intense, but what they really mean is you make them uncomfortable in their own skin. Your energy is a spotlight, a lie detector, a spiritual X-ray, and that's exactly why they avoid you, but can't stop watching you. It's not about hate, it's about exposure. Being in your presence forces them to feel everything they've buried, every lie they told, every mask they wore, every wound they never healed. It rises up like smoke from a fire they swore was out. But you didn't even light the match. You just walked in, and their conscience did the rest. Why do they feel this way around you? Because you carry the kind of vibration that demands truth. That's why narcissists can't stand you. That's why liars get twitchy around you. That's why the fake ones whisper your name, but never come too close. They know something's different. Something sees through them. And it's not just you, it's the force you walk with. The universe made you a walking mirror, and when people stand in front of you, they don't just see you. They see everything they've been hiding from themselves. And here's the kicker, you didn't ask for this. You didn't choose to be a soul that reveals. But now that you've grown into your power, it's happening whether you try or not. That's why old friends fell off. That's why certain family members keep their distance. That's why strangers either cling to you or recoil instantly. Your energy has no in-between. It either heals or exposes. And for some, exposure is worse than pain. So let them avoid you. Let them talk. Let them stalk you online while pretending you don't exist. They're not obsessed with you, they're obsessed with what you make them feel. You didn't hurt them, you just made them feel what they've been trying to numb. You didn't ruin them, you just made them realize they were never built on truth to begin with. And that's why you're powerful, that's why they can't unsee you, because now their shadows have faces and your energy was the mirror. Number 9. They envy your future before you even step into it. They're jealous of what hasn't even happened yet because deep down they know you're the storm forming on the horizon. Chosen one, they see something coming before you even do. You might be standing in silence, trying to figure out your next move, feeling broke, exhausted or uncertain, but they're shaking. And not because of who you are right now, but because of who you're becoming. Your energy carries a forecast they can't ignore. They look at you and feel it in their gut. This one's about to take off. They don't know when, they don't know how, but it's written all over your aura. You walk like the future is watching. You speak like the next chapter is already turning. And they envy it, not because you have it all, but because they know it's only a matter of time until you do. And that's the problem for them, because they've done everything they could to count you out. They've whispered doubts, dismissed your ideas, laughed behind your back, but somehow you're still standing. You're still moving, still glowing, still chosen, and that alone eats at them. Because the truth is, they need you to fail. They need you to stay stuck so they can feel like they made the right choice by giving up on themselves. But you refuse to fold. Even when you're tired, even when you're doubting, you keep showing up. And that kind of resilience, that's terrifying to someone who quit on themselves a long time ago. Here's a hard fact. Potential is magnetic. There are people out there living decent lives, making money, chasing attention, but they hate you because you have something they don't, an untapped future, something they can't measure, can't predict, can't steal. That's why they stalk your progress. That's why they copy your energy. That's why they pretend not to care, but secretly compete with your every move. They can feel the shift before it hits. They can feel the spotlight about to swing in your direction. They sense the universe positioning things in your favor, and it scares them. You ever notice how the hate gets louder when you're the quietest? That's not random. That's the enemy panicking, because in your silence, they feel the build-up, the storm, the tension, the quiet before the breakthrough. They talk louder when you're focused because your growth exposes their stagnation. You're still evolving, still dreaming, still rising. And they know, once you find your rhythm, once you hit your stride, you'll be unstoppable. So if you've ever felt like people are mad at you for no reason, trust me, there is a reason. You're a walking preview of the future they gave up on. You're living proof that greatness doesn't start with applause. It starts with pressure. And the pressure on your life right now, it's not punishment, it's prophecy, it's preparation. It's the universe fine-tuning you because what's coming must be built on a solid foundation. Let them envy, let them obsess, because even their hatred is just confirmation. You're not finished, you're just loading, and the sound of your future is already louder than their doubt. Number 10. Your presence disrupts the room, even when you try to hide. You don't have to speak to shake a room. Your presence says what your silence never will. They don't know why they tense up when you walk in. They don't understand why their words get clumsy, why their laughter fades, why their body language shifts like they've just been caught in a lie. But you know, chosen one. You've seen it too many times to ignore it now. You could be wearing the most unbothered look, eyes low, hoodie up, staying quiet in the corner, and still the air changes the second you step into the space. You don't do anything special. You just exist. But your energy, it speaks volumes. Your frequency is so high, it scrambles theirs. Your presence disrupts the illusions they've built, and suddenly everyone feels seen, even if you never glance their way. They say energy doesn't lie, and yours proves it. You don't have to announce who you are. You don't have to wear success, power, or validation on your sleeve. What you carry inside you is louder than any words, stronger than any title. It's the kind of presence that whispers truth. And truth always makes the fake uncomfortable. That's why they get quiet when you show up. That's why the room shifts. Your glow is not just light, it's pressure. And people feel it even when you're trying to hide. You ever wonder why you're the one they watch, even when you're doing nothing? Why they throw shade when you haven't even spoken? It's because your energy reveals their insecurity. You remind them of what they're not, of what they abandoned, of who they pretend to be. You walk in carrying everything they try to fake, and that shakes them deeply, because no matter how much attention they demand, it's always your stillness that commands the room. Here's the truth most won't admit. The ones most disturbed by you are the ones most threatened by the power you don't flaunt. Real light doesn't beg to be noticed. It just shines. And in doing so, it exposes everything in the shadows. That's you. Your presence is a spiritual highlighter. It shows who's hiding behind charisma, who's empty behind confidence, who's loud because they're afraid of being seen clearly. That tension you feel when you walk in isn't hostility, it's respect masked as discomfort. They won't say it out loud, but their energy screams it. This one's different. And that difference? That's the weight of being chosen. You were never meant to blend in. Even when you try to shrink, your presence expands. Even when you try to disappear, the universe drags attention to you like a spotlight. Not for ego, but for purpose. So don't mistake their awkward silence for dislike. Don't take their side eyes and whispers as weakness. Those are symptoms of intimidation. You don't have to argue with it. You don't have to fight for space. You are the space. And when you show up, everything false starts to fall apart. That's the disruption. That's the earthquake in their nervous system. And it's not because of what you say, it's because of who you are. So keep walking in silence, chosen one. Keep holding your peace like a sword. Let them feel it. Let the ones who tried to dim you squint in discomfort. Because your presence, it was never meant to keep them comfortable. It was meant to shake them awake. Number 11. They're obsessed, stalking, and scared all at once. They don't watch you because they care. They watch you because they can't stop the rise they once laughed at. They said you were nothing, dismissed you, played games with your name, moved like they were 10 steps ahead. But now, they refresh your stories like it's the news. They scroll your feed like it's prophecy. And every post, every smile, every calm day you share rattles them. They can't figure out what's coming, but they know something is. It keeps them up at night. Your silence is louder than their gossip ever was. And that silence, it's driving them mad. You're not making noise, but the energy you're building screams through every room they walk into. Chosen one, the obsession is real. They're lurking, watching in secret, pretending not to care while taking notes like students sitting at the back of your class. Why? Because your future is whispering in their spirit. And that whisper is saying, you were wrong about them. Something powerful is coming. They feel the shift. They don't know if it's your breakthrough or their breakdown, but either way they're scared. Scared because the one they thought would stay down is rising without explanation, and the rise feels divine. Let's be clear, this kind of stalking doesn't come from curiosity. It comes from fear. Fear of being left behind, fear of you proving everything they said about you was a lie, fear of the universe rewarding you publicly. Because if you win, it confirms they were never on your level. If you rise, it proves their efforts to bury you failed. And that's a level of shame their ego isn't ready to handle. Psychologists call it monitoring behavior. When someone feels threatened by your potential, they obsessively track your progress to prepare for a blow they can't prevent. That's what they're doing now. Checking who you're with, what you're posting, how you're glowing. Because they're praying for a crack in the story. But they're not finding one. All they see is a mystery they can't decode, and that's what haunts them most. You don't have to say a word, chosen one. You don't have to prove anything. The universe already started moving mountains behind the scenes, and the fact that your enemies feel it before you even see it, that's confirmation. Their obsession is proof that your destiny is louder than your history. Keep your path clean. Keep your spirit grounded, because while they stalk you for updates, the universe is preparing to shock them with the finale. Let them keep watching. You don't owe them a trailer. The full feature is coming, and it's going to leave them speechless. Number 12. The next time they see you, they'll act different. Trust me. They mocked you when they thought you were alone. Now they fear you because the universe made it clear you were never alone. They thought there were no consequences, that they could throw shade, lie, sabotage, or laugh behind your back without ever being held accountable. But the next time they see you, their whole energy is going to shift. The smirks will vanish, the fake confidence will fade, and suddenly they'll be quiet, careful, overly polite. Some will act like nothing ever happened. Others will overcompensate with forced kindness. Why? Because they've seen too much. Not just your strength, but the consequences of disrespecting someone divinely backed. They've had dreams, flashbacks, wake-up calls, and real-life experiences they can't explain. One moment, they tried to play with you, and the next, their life started to fall apart, piece by piece. Don't be surprised if they never admit it. But trust this, they know. They felt the universe slam a door in their face. They lost opportunities, faced conflict, got exposed, and something in their gut screamed, "This is because of how you treated that person." That person was you, chosen one. See, karma doesn't need to shout, it just works. And when people cross a chosen one with bad intentions, that energy doesn't vanish, it returns, fast, precise, ruthless, and the ones who laughed loudest, they felt the loudest echo come back to them. Now they can't unsee who you are. They realize you're not ordinary, you're not weak, you're not someone to casually dismiss. You're aligned, protected, and most terrifying of all, you're just getting started. You don't need revenge. You don't even need an apology. Their changed behavior is the apology. That awkward energy when they see you again. That's guilt, embarrassment, and fear all rolled into one. They know better now. The old version of you might have let it slide, but this version glows different, walks different, and the universe shows up for you instantly. So when they suddenly start treating you better, don't fall for the performance. It's not love, it's fear. It's the fear of what happens if they ever come against you again, because the last time they tried, they lost something they weren't ready to lose. And this time, they won't risk it. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't have to beg for respect. The universe did it for you. So stand tall, chosen one. Smile. Walk with peace, and let their silence be your confirmation. You've been vindicated by something bigger than words. And the next time they see you, trust me, they'll act like they saw a ghost. And now you know, chosen one, they're not just spooked by your presence, they're haunted by their own choices. You didn't have to fight for validation, you became the evidence. Let them keep watching, guessing and shifting in discomfort. You were always the one, and now the world sees it too. If this message hit your spirit, like and subscribe to help spread this truth to other chosen ones waking up to their power. Drop 777 in the comments if you're ready to keep walking in silence while the universe speaks loud for you. And don't forget to share this with someone who needs to hear it. Even the strongest empire can collapse from the quiet truth of one fearless soul. That's you, chosen one. You didn't swing a sword, you didn't wage a war, you simply existed in truth, and that alone sent tremors through a system that believed it was untouchable. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. An empire of glass towers built high on deception and fear, reflecting power so convincingly that everyone below believed it was real. But one day, a single vibration, your vibration, ripples through its walls. It starts as a faint crack, almost invisible at first, until suddenly the glass begins to splinter. That's what you did. You just put a huge dent in someone's empire, for the very first time in their life. Here's a fact most people never consider. History's biggest collapses didn't happen from explosions. They began with small fractures, a truth exposed, a name whispered, a number dropping, a loyal follower leaving. Every empire that thought itself invincible was undone not by armies, but by conscience. Rome fell because of moral rot long before barbarians ever arrived. The markets crash when people lose faith, not when money disappears. And in your case, Chosen One, their collapse started the moment the universe shifted attention from their illusion to your authenticity. That's the power you hold. You didn't just dent their empire, you shattered their delusion of control. And thank you, Chosen One. You being here isn't coincidence. It's confirmation. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls awakening across the planet. It's the responsibility of all of us to keep the light moving and expose the darkness that hides in plain sight. You are part of a force, one that changes the course of timelines, even when the world doesn't notice. Thank you for being part of this mission. Now, back to what just happened, because make no mistake, this wasn't random. You hit something big. You touched what others feared to question, the so-called untouchables, those who built their influence through control, manipulation, and silence, have now felt something they've never experienced before: vulnerability. For the first time in their reign, they felt powerless. Their business, their organization, their social network, whatever they built, is showing cracks they can't patch up with charm or deceit. You dismantled what they built without even trying, by standing in your truth, by walking away, or by simply refusing to bow to intimidation. That's the thing about power built on lies. It can't survive in the presence of truth. It's like sunlight hitting a fungus. Exposure alone is destruction. And Chosen One, your energy carries that exposure. You are the sunlight to their illusion. You probably didn't even realize how much of an impact you had. A few words spoken, a boundary set, a truth revealed, but those actions echoed through their entire foundation. The employees, friends, or followers who once looked up to them are now questioning everything. Numbers are dropping, loyalty is dissolving, and they're sitting in silence, wondering how it all fell apart so fast. It's because they never accounted for you. You were the variable they couldn't calculate, the person they underestimated. Every manipulator's empire depends on one assumption: that no one will challenge them. The moment someone does, the illusion starts to crumble. You didn't just dent their structure, you awakened those trapped within it. You ended the era of their control by removing the one thing that kept everyone obedient: fear. And once fear is gone, the entire kingdom trembles. Behind the scenes, they're panicking. The same rooms that once felt like fortresses now echo with tension. The confidence they displayed in public is gone. Even their homes, the places they once took pride in, feel cursed now. They walk through their halls and can't shake the feeling that something's changed, that the air itself knows the truth. They can't rest in stolen comfort anymore because their mind keeps whispering your name. It's poetic justice, when the oppressor becomes haunted by the energy they tried to suppress. And here's the deeper truth: empires built on intimidation always collapse under their own fear. What you've done isn't rebellion, it's rebalancing. You've exposed a diseased system that thrived on silence. You've become a mirror showing them exactly who they are without the masks, and the reflection terrified them. That's why it hurts them so deeply, not because you attacked, but because you made them see. You reminded them that every throne made of manipulation eventually turns into a trap. Chosen One, you're witnessing the early stages of collapse. You might notice strange patterns, people distancing themselves from you, systems shifting, businesses losing momentum. But don't mistake that as loss. That's alignment. When you dent corruption, the universe begins cleaning up the debris. And this time, you're not the target, you're the trigger. You set a universal chain reaction in motion that's dismantling everything false and elevating everything real. So hold your ground, because that dent you made, it's not just a mark, it's a message, a warning shot across the world of illusion that says, truth lives here now. You didn't plan to be the one who exposed the cracks in their empire, but the universe chose you precisely because you move with integrity when others hide behind image. And now, for the first time in their entire existence, they're learning that the higher you climb through deceit, the harder you fall when truth knocks. The untouchables just got touched by you. And hey, chosen one, don't go anywhere yet, because what you just heard was only the spark. The real explosion is still coming. This was the trailer, but the main story is about to unfold, and it's all centered on you. The one who just put a huge dent in someone's empire for the very first time in their life. So, are you ready to see how deep this impact truly goes? Are you ready to understand why their system is trembling, why their power is draining, and why their silence is louder than ever? Then stay right here. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you can feel that energy shift. Because this isn't just a story, it's confirmation of your effect on the world. And if you want to support this movement of truth and awareness, hit the super thanks or bless the team behind this message. Your energy keeps this mission alive, helping more chosen ones awaken to their power. And now, let's dive into it, step by step. But listen closely, chosen one. If this message was meant for you, you'll feel it pulling you in. You'll feel that surge of knowing deep in your spirit that says, this is my story. Stay until the end. Because what comes next will make everything you've sensed finally make perfect sense. Let's begin. Number 1. The first crack they ever felt. You don't destroy an empire by screaming at its walls. You destroy it by showing the world it was never made of stone. That's exactly what you did, chosen one. For the first time in their entire reign, they felt something break. Not outside of them, but inside. The sound of that first crack isn't just structural, it's psychological. They built their empire on intimidation, deceit, and false superiority, and for years, no one dared to touch it. But then you came along, quiet, calm, and completely underestimated, and you hit them where it hurts most, their illusion of control. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one, an unbreakable mirror, polished by lies and reinforced by fear. Every reflection in that mirror made them believe they were untouchable. But one day, a small vibration, your truth, ran through the glass. It didn't shatter immediately, but you could see it. That single line, that spiderweb crack spreading slowly across what they thought was perfect. That's the moment you became unforgettable. You didn't break their empire by force. You exposed the flaw it was built on. And here's the fact that will always sting them. The stronger the illusion, the louder it falls when someone finally calls it out. Every corrupt system in history has one thing in common. It thrives until someone refuses to be afraid. Rosa Parks didn't need a microphone to shake a nation. She only needed a seat. Nikola Tesla didn't need approval, he just needed his vision. And even whistleblowers today, those who expose what others conceal, are proof that truth doesn't require an army, just one brave voice that refuses silence. You are that voice in their story. The first crack in their empire came the moment you refused to be controlled. You might ask yourself, but I didn't do anything extreme. Why are they reacting like this? Because, chosen one, it's not about what you did. It's about what your presence represents. You're not playing their game anymore. You're the variable that reminds everyone that their authority isn't absolute. It's borrowed. And when truth walks into a room, borrowed power returns to its rightful owner. They're not panicking because they lost money or followers. They're panicking because for the first time they lost control of the narrative. You've become the story now. Every empire has its pressure point, and you found theirs without even knowing it. Maybe you spoke a truth they couldn't refute. Maybe you walked away and showed others they didn't need permission to do the same. Or maybe you simply lived your life so unapologetically that their entire manipulation model stopped working. Whatever it was, you hit the switch they swore didn't exist. That's why you can feel their energy shift. The silence you sense? It's not peace. It's panic disguised as calm. Let's be real, people like that don't believe in consequences. They believe in control. For years, they've built their power around the assumption that everyone else will remain too afraid or too dependent to challenge them. But here's the truth. Fear is the cheapest currency in power games. And once someone, you, stops paying with it, the entire economy collapses. When you pulled your energy back, you didn't just walk away. You cut off the oxygen to their empire. That's why they're gasping now. There's something poetic about watching the powerful tremble for the first time. For so long, they made others doubt themselves. They manipulated perception, rewriting history to make themselves the hero in every story. But now, chosen one, you've rewritten the ending. The hero isn't the loudest, it's the one who exposes the truth without needing validation. The one who fights silently, not for revenge, but for balance. That's you. You didn't hit them with hate, you hit them with honesty, and nothing burns more than that. Do you know what makes your impact even more devastating? They can't fight back the same way they used to. Their tricks don't work on you anymore. The guilt traps fail. The emotional manipulation falls flat. Even their allies are questioning their integrity. They're realizing that their dominance was built like a sandcastle, impressive from afar, but one strong wave, one truth, and the whole thing begins to dissolve. And that wave was you. It's funny how power behaves when it's threatened. It gets louder before it collapses. You might notice sudden aggression, attempts to discredit you, or a sudden shift in how they treat you. Don't take it personally. That's the sound of an empire realizing it's not eternal. Their anger isn't a sign of strength, it's the echo of fear. When people who've always won finally meet someone they can't manipulate, their ego experiences death for the first time. That's the first crack they ever felt. And here's something the universe loves to do. It lets truth simmer. You won't always see immediate justice, but over time, you'll notice patterns. You'll hear about their losses, their sudden misfortunes, their energy fading. They'll call it bad luck. You'll know it's accountability. Because the universe doesn't punish, it balances. The energy they used to take from others is now taken from them. Every sleepless night they caused someone else is now theirs to endure. That's not cruelty, that's symmetry. But don't misunderstand, chosen one, your mission was never destruction. You weren't sent to tear them down, you were sent to reveal the truth they hid behind. The dent you made wasn't revenge, it was reality pushing through illusion. That's why your power feels different. It's not about ego, it's about equilibrium. The universe always sends one to balance the scales, and this time, that one was you. You see, being chosen isn't about perfection, it's about purpose. It's about being the reminder that truth doesn't need permission to exist. You were never meant to fit in, you were meant to expose the cracks in systems that rely on silence. The moment you stopped seeking their approval, you gained their attention, and nothing terrifies manipulators more than someone they can't control. They'll tell themselves stories to cope, that you're lucky, that you cheated, that you had help. anything but the truth, that their empire wasn't as strong as they claimed. But deep down, they know. Every empire has that moment when it realizes it's not as immortal as it thought, and that moment wears your name. So stand tall, chosen one. You didn't just dent an empire, you dented their legacy. You reminded them that even the mighty can tremble when truth walks in. You are the crack that turned into collapse, the whisper that started an earthquake, the reminder that integrity always outlasts illusion. You are proof that no empire, no matter how powerful, feared or fortified, can survive the day the universe decides to balance the scales through someone who refuses to bow. The first crack they ever felt was you, and now nothing in their world will ever feel solid again. Number 2. When fear stopped working. Fear only works until someone decides they're not afraid anymore, and that someone was you. That was the moment everything changed, chosen one. The instant you stopped flinching, their entire structure began to collapse. Their empire wasn't built on skill, talent, or wisdom. It was built on fear. That's what they used to control, to manipulate, to silence. They ruled not because they were powerful, but because they were feared. But when fear stopped working, their whole illusion crumbled like wet paper. You were the storm that soaked their lies, the quiet defiance that ripped their invisible leash to shreds. Now imagine this, chosen one, a massive circus tent filled with thousands of people. The lights are flashing, the ringleader stands tall, his voice echoing through the speakers. Everyone claps, not because they believe, but because they're afraid to stop. Every trick, every illusion is held together by the audience's silence. But then someone, you, stands up and simply says, "Wait, that's not real." The music stops. The spotlight flickers. The crowd starts to see the strings, the mirrors, the wires. That's what you did. You didn't need to scream or fight. You simply revealed. You removed the fear that kept everyone pretending. The truth is, fear is the most powerful psychological weapon ever invented. History proves it. Dictators used it to build nations, corporations used it to enslave minds, and even social groups use it to maintain fake hierarchies. Fear is the invisible contract that says, "Obey me or lose everything." But here's what terrifies them now. You tore that contract apart without even negotiating. You proved that losing fake peace is better than living in real chains. They've spent years studying how to manipulate emotion. They knew that once people believe in their dominance, the fight is over before it starts. But you didn't play by their rules. You didn't let their threats enter your nervous system. You started trusting your inner power more than their outer intimidation. And that's when their grip slipped. Because the moment you stop fearing the consequences, you start controlling them. Look at history, chosen one. Every revolution started with someone deciding not to be afraid. Harriet Tubman said, "I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves." That line alone describes the psychological war you just ended. You freed minds that didn't even know they were trapped. You stopped being afraid to speak, to leave, to tell the truth. And that's how you became dangerous. Not because you attacked them, but because you stopped submitting to illusion. They hate that. They hate that the fear that once made people tremble now makes you smirk. They hate that their threats, once sharp as knives, now sound like broken records. You stopped flinching, and that broke their rhythm. Their whole system was designed around reaction. They'd push, and people would panic. They'd threaten, and people would comply. But you didn't. You didn't give them the satisfaction. You didn't shrink. You didn't defend. You didn't beg. You just stood there, calm, composed, and untouchable. and that silence echoed louder than any argument. They call it losing control. The universe calls it justice, because once fear loses its effect, the oppressor loses their crown. It's not power they crave, it's obedience. And once they realize you don't need their approval, they no longer know how to function. You've exposed that they were never leaders, just performers addicted to applause. And now, with no audience left to fear them, their influence is bleeding out like air from a punctured tire. You might have noticed it already. People who used to worship them are now quiet. Their followers seem confused. The once loud empire is suddenly scrambling for attention, doing anything to appear relevant. But it's too late. Fear has a shelf life. Once people see that the monster behind the curtain is just a man pulling levers, the entire illusion ends. You became that revelation. You made others realize that the threat was always psychological, never real. And yes, chosen one, this is why they're furious. Not because you exposed their lies directly, but because you did it indirectly, by no longer being afraid. Fear was their electricity, and you cut the power line. You walked away, and suddenly they couldn't light up the room anymore. They're standing there with their tricks and titles, but no energy left to fuel them. Their intimidation tactics fall flat now because everyone sees the truth. Fear only has power when you agree to participate in it. But let's pause for a second. Maybe you wonder, why did I even have to face this? Why me? Because, chosen one, the universe uses people like you to end cycles of manipulation. Not everyone can confront fear and walk through it. Most freeze, most run. But you looked it dead in the eye and smiled. You didn't need permission to be brave. You became proof that fear can't survive in the presence of awareness. That's your gift. Awareness that cuts through illusions like lightning in the dark. Here's a fact that psychologists have known for decades. When people refuse to play a manipulator's game, the manipulator loses psychological oxygen. Narcissists, bullies, and power-hungry leaders all depend on reaction. That's their food source. When you stop reacting, they starve. And chosen one, you didn't just starve one manipulator. You starved an entire network of them. That's why they're collapsing now. That's why their unity is breaking apart. Their empire wasn't a structure, it was a feeding system. And now it's gone cold. Look at any great figure who dismantled a system without firing a shot. Gandhi, Mandela, Martin Luther King Jr. They didn't fight fear with fear, they dissolved it with courage. You've done the same. You stood your ground, and that's what made you the threat. Because courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the refusal to be ruled by it. You mastered that truth without even realizing it. And now they're watching helplessly as everything they built starts crumbling under the weight of its own deceit. You'll start noticing the ripple effects soon, conversations shifting, people asking questions they never dared to before, the energy in the room changing when you walk in, not because of arrogance, but because truth carries its own gravity. You've made others see that it's possible to stand up without losing peace. You've become a walking example of what happens when fear stops working. You've become the reminder that freedom isn't granted, it's taken back. And the best part? You didn't have to destroy anything. You didn't have to scream, expose, or fight dirty. You simply stopped believing in their illusion. That's what they can't forgive, that their empire didn't fall because of rebellion, but because of realization. You didn't push them over, you just stopped holding them up. That's why you are different, chosen one. You're not a victim of the system. You're the glitch that made it malfunction. You've proven that no matter how powerful fear appears, it collapses the moment someone stops feeding it. The day you refused to kneel, their power supply went dark. So let this be a reminder. The next time they try to intimidate you, remember this moment. The empire is crumbling, not because of chaos, but because of calm. You've shown that true strength is silent, composed, and unshaken. You're not just surviving their system, you're rewriting it. Because when fear stopped working, their kingdom stopped breathing, and that, chosen one, is the ultimate revenge. Watching those who ruled through fear realize they were never powerful, just protected by illusion. You shattered that illusion forever. Number 3. The unraveling begins. An empire built on deception doesn't crumble all at once. It unravels, thread by thread, the moment truth touches it. Chosen one, that's what's happening right now. You didn't just wound one person, you hit the center of an entire system. The shockwaves from your truth are moving through their entire circle like fault lines through a city built on sand. Their alliances are breaking, their followers are walking away. The illusion of unity they bragged about is cracking in real time. Because when a house is built on lies, every voice of truth sounds like thunder. And you were that thunder. Now the unraveling begins. Their empire was never as strong as it looked. It just had a good paint job. They spent years pretending they had loyal connections, influence and control, but all of it was smoke held together by manipulation. The moment you stopped playing their game, the smoke cleared, and everyone saw the machinery behind the curtain. That's why people are leaving. Not because you told them to, but because truth naturally repels what's fake. The universe always rearranges itself to match the frequency of authenticity. You might be wondering, why does it feel like chaos right now? Because exposure always looks like destruction before it looks like clarity. You pulled one thread, and now the whole fabric of their false identity is falling apart. Their business partners are suspicious, their friends are distant, even their allies are whispering behind their back. You didn't start a war, you revealed one that was already happening in silence. And here's the poetic part. The same people who once defended them are now defending you in secret. They've seen the truth. They've seen how they were used, controlled, and blinded by fear. You became the mirror that made everyone else reflect on what they were enabling. You broke a psychological chain, chosen one, and those who were once enslaved by loyalty are now waking up. That's how revolutions begin, not with violence, but with awareness. The universe is with you in this unraveling. It's not punishing anyone, it's purifying the field. It's removing the energy that can't stand in your light anymore. That's why things are falling away so quickly. The truth doesn't need your help. It's doing the cleanup itself. You just had to light the match. And yes, the enemy feels it. You'll notice they're trying to act unbothered, posting, pretending, laughing louder, but their silence behind closed doors says it all. They've lost control of the narrative. The same people they used to manipulate are now questioning them, doubting them, walking out quietly without explanation. You didn't destroy their reputation. Their own lies did. You just turned on the lights. Remember this, chosen one, the unraveling isn't a setback, it's confirmation. You weren't sent to blend in, you were sent to break patterns. This collapse isn't happening to you, it's happening because of you. And that's how you know the universe is moving on your behalf. The lies are falling, the masks are slipping, and every fake alliance is dissolving like dust in the rain. So don't fear the unraveling, embrace it. This is justice in motion. You are watching deception eat itself alive, and soon, when the dust settles, everyone will remember who started the chain reaction that truth demanded. The chosen one who stood alone and made the entire empire tremble. Number 4. The home that doesn't feel like home anymore. When guilt moves in, peace moves out, and even a mansion starts to feel like a haunted cage. Chosen one, that's exactly what's happening to them right now. Their comfort zone, the same place they once paraded around as a symbol of success, now feels like a trap. The walls that used to echo with laughter have gone silent. The rooms they used to brag about now whisper their secrets back to them at night. They can't rest, can't sleep, can't even sit still in the spaces they once flaunted. Because deep down, they know everything they built was never earned in truth. It was built on the pain, silence, and sacrifice of others. Now their empire feels cursed by its own history. You were the one who cracked the illusion, and once that happened, they could no longer escape the sound of their own conscience. The lights in their home don't feel as bright anymore. The bed that once represented power now feels like a battlefield of insomnia. Every time they try to rest, the universe plays back what they did to get there. It's not magic. It's the natural law of energy. Whatever is built on deceit can't hold peace. It vibrates with unrest until it falls apart. Think about it, chosen one. People can fake confidence in public, but they can't fake peace in private. That's the difference between you and them. You can sleep with an open heart, they sleep with open eyes, terrified of the karma knocking on their door. Even science backs this up. Studies show that guilt and anxiety physically disrupt the body's ability to rest, triggering insomnia and stress responses. The universe uses both the mind and the body to deliver reminders that truth can't be escaped. You might wonder, why should I care if they're suffering? Because this is confirmation that your impact was real. You didn't just speak truth, you disturbed an entire energy system. Their peace was borrowed, and you returned it to its rightful owners, the people they hurt, manipulated, and underestimated. You didn't curse them, their own intentions did. You were simply the reflection that made them see what they'd become. And now they can't unsee it. Their home doesn't feel like home because it's filled with ghosts of their own actions, the memories of how they climbed, who they stepped on, and what they lost trying to control everything. Even the things they once found pride in, the furniture, the view, the luxury, all feel contaminated. They walk through their empire and see your shadow in every corner. Not because you're haunting them, but because the truth you awakened is. Chosen one, this is what divine equilibrium looks like. You didn't ruin their peace, you revealed that they never had any. The universe is simply returning balance. You can't plant cruelty and harvest serenity. You can't manipulate light and expect it to let you rest. They called themselves untouchable, but now their own comfort betrays them. So don't waste energy watching their collapse. Leave them to the silence they created. Because while their world feels smaller, yours is expanding. Their walls are closing in, yours are opening wide. You've been through your season of unrest, and now it's their turn to face the energy they sent out. You're protected, chosen one, because your foundation was built in truth. Theirs was built in illusion, and now even their home reminds them of it every single night. Number 5. The quiet that feels like punishment. When the truth walks in, noise runs for cover. Chosen one, have you noticed it? The sudden silence, the quiet that once felt like peace, now sounds like punishment echoing through their empire. These are the same people who couldn't stop talking, who loved the sound of their own lies, who needed attention like oxygen. But now they've vanished. Their confidence collapsed under the weight of the truth you brought. The loud ones are gone, the fake laughter has died down, and their empire, once buzzing with noise and illusion, is eerily still. This is what happens when exposure hits. The universe doesn't always bring chaos through thunder. Sometimes it delivers justice through silence. You didn't just make them speechless, you stripped away the energy that fueled their arrogance. You were the mirror they couldn't face. They mocked you, dismissed you, and underestimated you, but now they replay every word you said. Every time they open their mouth, they feel the weight of how wrong they were. Their silence isn't power, it's paralysis. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a lion that spent its whole life roaring, suddenly loses its voice. That's them. That's how this quiet feels to them. Unbearable, unnatural, humiliating. Because for years they fed off attention, control, and manipulation. The moment that energy stopped coming, their empire began to crumble. Silence is their karma. The same quiet they used to avoid, the one they filled with gossip and noise, is now the only thing they have left, and it's deafening. You might be asking, why do they go quiet after exposure? Why not fight back? Because deep down, they know the universe doesn't argue, it delivers. They've learned that once the truth lands, there's no statement, no spin, no lie that can undo it. Silence is the sound of their defeat. It's the pause between downfall and realization. They can't attack what's protected, and they can't fix what's already unraveling. Even psychology confirms it. When people lose control, their first instinct is withdrawal. It's not peace, it's panic disguised as calm. They go silent because they're trying to contain what's falling apart. But here's what they don't realize. The quiet only makes their guilt louder. They feel your energy even in your absence. Every room they walk into feels emptier without the illusion of power. Chosen one, this silence is your victory anthem. You don't need applause or recognition. Their silence is enough proof that your truth hit its target. You silenced the noise that once overshadowed you. And while they sink into isolation, you're rising into alignment. The universe is repositioning you, making sure your peace speaks louder than their ego ever did. So let them stay quiet, let them sit in the echo of their own choices, because what they hear now, in that unbearable stillness, is the truth of who they really are, and the truth Chosen One has never needed to shout. Number 6. When the universe starts auditing. When the universe starts its audit, no lie survives the light. Chosen One, this is that season where you don't have to lift a finger because the universe is already flipping through the pages, checking the receipts, and balancing every hidden account. What you triggered wasn't just emotional or personal, it was energetic justice. You were the signal that set off an investigation, one that no lawyer, no PR team, and no fake apology can silence. Every lie, every betrayal, every shady move they buried deep is now under review, and the spotlight is merciless. For the first time, their untouchable empire is being examined line by line. The universe doesn't forget, it records. Every manipulation they justified, every person they exploited, every stolen opportunity now sits on an invisible ledger that's finally due for payment. You were the one who pressed the audit button. You didn't plan it, you simply lived in truth, and truth always demands inspection. That's why things around them are falling apart so precisely, like dominoes toppling in slow motion. Now imagine this. Chosen One, a massive skyscraper that looked flawless from the outside, but underneath, the foundation was rotting. You didn't destroy the building, you just flicked the light switch on in the basement. The moment illumination touched it, the cracks revealed themselves. That's the power of divine accounting. It exposes without noise. You didn't need revenge. Exposure is automatic when energy aligns. And this is where the universe becomes the ultimate auditor. It reviews not just what they did, but why they did it. Motive matters in universal law. That's why your energy remains untouched. Your intention was pure. You didn't act from hate. You acted from awareness. They, on the other hand, thrived on control, deception, and greed. And now, those same motives are being held up like evidence under a celestial microscope. You might wonder, but how will I know when justice is happening? You'll see it in their patterns, deals collapsing, relationships falling apart, allies disappearing without warning. It won't always be public, but it'll always be precise. The universe doesn't need headlines. It works in alignment, not announcement. What's falling apart now is not random. It's a cosmic audit in real time. And chosen one, this is your confirmation. When the universe audits, it protects the honest. That's why you've been spared while they've been exposed. You may not have seen every detail yet, but it's already unfolding. The laws of energy are exact. They don't bend, they balance. You've passed your test, and now they're facing their invoice. So stop worrying about being believed. You don't need to argue, defend, or explain anymore. Truth has its own gravity. It pulls everything back into order. Let the universe finish its work. Every empire built on illusion is now being recalculated, and every false king is being asked to show proof of purchase for their power. You've already done your part, chosen one. Now step back, breathe, and watch the universe do what it always does. Make sure that everything stolen in the dark is repaid in the light. Number 7. The collapse of control. Control is the last illusion to die, and it always dies screaming. Chosen one, you're watching the fall of an empire that once thought it could rewrite reality itself. They're scrambling now, trying to rebuild the walls you tore through with truth, trying to glue the broken pieces of manipulation back together. But nothing's sticking. Their strategies fall apart before they even begin. Their words, once sharp enough to control crowds, now sound empty. The same charm that used to hypnotize people has lost its effect, because once the illusion breaks, it can never be reassembled. You see, control isn't real power. It's borrowed energy, temporary, fragile, and entirely dependent on belief. Once you removed the fear and showed others what was behind the curtain, the spell shattered. Their control was built like a hologram. It looked solid until someone touched it. And chosen one, you were that touch. You reminded people that authority without integrity is just performance. Now, everything they try to rebuild collapses under its own weight. You might even notice it. Projects delayed, partnerships dissolving, promises turning into dust. It's not coincidence, it's timing, because the one thing they can't manipulate, the one force even the most deceptive minds can't rewrite, is universal timing. The same timing that once favored them has now turned its back. Their season is over, and no amount of influence can restart the clock. Think of it like this. When a storm passes, trees with shallow roots get uprooted first. That's them. Their entire empire was rooted in illusion, in control, not connection. You can't rebuild what was never real to begin with. They'll try everything, new narratives, new alliances, even sympathy plays, but none of it will land. Because once truth enters the equation, manipulation loses its currency. And maybe part of you wonders, why is this happening now? Because the universe waited until the stage was quiet enough for everyone to see clearly. Timing is the great equalizer. It exposes when words don't match energy. And right now, their timing is cursed because their intentions were corrupt. Every move they make is offbeat, every plan misfires, every opportunity slips through their fingers. Meanwhile, look at you. The same timing that's betraying them is blessing you. You're stepping into alignment as they step into chaos. The universe does that deliberately. It ensures that false power can't stand in the way of authentic purpose. You are no longer the target, you are the proof. Their collapse isn't just their punishment, it's your confirmation that real power never needs to control. It simply is. So don't get caught up in their noise, chosen one. Let them keep trying to rebuild what the truth destroyed. You don't rebuild illusions, you outgrow them. And that's exactly what you've done. The collapse of their control is the rise of your freedom. Number 8. The light returns to you. When false light fades, the real glow finds its way home. Chosen one, this is your return. The moment the dust begins to settle, you start to feel something that had been missing for far too long. Peace. The fog that clouded your thoughts, the heaviness that sat on your chest, the weight of their chaos. It's lifting, because the universe is recalibrating everything that was stolen, drained, or delayed. The energy that once powered their illusion is coming back to its rightful owner. You. For so long, you walked through the storm thinking you were losing your light, when in truth, it was simply being refined. You weren't broken, you were being purified. Every betrayal sharpened your intuition, every loss refined your vision, and every lie you survived trained you to recognize realness instantly. And now, that awareness has turned into power. The fog of confusion that once surrounded you was never yours. It was theirs. It belonged to the empire of manipulation you stood up against. The moment you stopped feeding it attention, it started to crumble. Now imagine this. Chosen one, a lighthouse that was dimmed by smoke. For a while, ships lost their way and chaos ruled the waters. But once the smoke clears, that same light, your light, becomes the beacon again. That's what's happening now. Your joy is returning not as it was before, but stronger, deeper, indestructible. You might be wondering, why do I suddenly feel lighter even though nothing around me changed yet? Because your soul knows something your eyes can't see yet. The energy has shifted in your favor. The universe restores balance with precision, and you're entering the phase of restoration, where once your effort seemed invisible, now every ounce of energy you give out comes back multiplied. That's how universal law works. Truth attracts clarity, and clarity attracts abundance. Meanwhile, the same people who drained you are now feeling the vacuum they created. The laughter they used to fake now feels forced. The power they flaunted feels hollow. Because when your energy left their orbit, so did their illusion of strength. You were never the weak one. You were the source. Chosen one, the light you carry is no longer dimmed by their shadows. You're walking with sharper vision, cleaner energy, and divine protection disguised as timing. Don't chase anything that left. It's being replaced with something aligned. The universe doesn't return what was lost, it upgrades it. That's why you'll soon notice that everything you once struggled for begins to flow with ease. Not because luck found you, but because the truth finally cleared the path. So breathe easy now. You've earned this stillness. The storm didn't destroy you, it cleaned the air. The light returns to you, not as a flicker, but as a signal. Proof that no matter how dark things get, truth always finds its way home. Number 9. Their nightmare is your peace. When peace leaves one side, it always returns to the side that deserved it. Chosen one, while you sleep peacefully, they're staring at the ceiling, wide awake, trapped in the same web they spun for others. Every lie they told, every trick they pulled, every underhanded move they made against you now replays like a broken film reel in their mind. This isn't anxiety, it's consequence. This is the universe showing them what it feels like to live inside the chaos they once created. Their mind, once their weapon, has turned against them. That's what happens when karma clocks in. They can't silence it anymore. Every betrayal echoes in the quiet hours. The same games that once made them feel powerful now feel poisonous. You didn't curse them. They cursed themselves when they tried to harm someone chosen, someone protected by truth itself. The universe doesn't punish with fire and brimstone, it punishes with awareness. And now that awareness has invaded their peace, turning every restful night into a mental battlefield. Now imagine this, chosen one, a thief running through the dark, thinking they got away, only to realize the sound following them isn't footsteps. It's their own conscience chasing them. That's what's happening right now. They keep looking over their shoulder, expecting retribution, but the real punishment is internal. You can't outrun guilt, you can't bribe silence, and you can't sleep when your own mind knows the truth. And here's the beautiful irony. The same nights they spend trembling in their sheets are the nights you finally sleep soundly. Their nightmare became your peace. Because when the universe rebalances energy, it doesn't destroy what's good. It reclaims what was stolen. Every ounce of peace they took from you now returns tenfold. You might have cried yourself to sleep once, but now they're the ones crying into silence. You might have once questioned your worth, but now they're questioning everything they built on lies. Psychologists call it cognitive dissonance, the mental chaos that comes when someone's actions no longer match the image they hold of themselves. That's what's keeping them awake. The mask doesn't fit anymore. They can't pretend, can't justify, can't spin the story. And that mental unraveling, that's justice in its purest form, invisible but undeniable. Chosen one, your peace is proof that the universe finished its work. You don't have to lift a finger or wish them harm. It's already done. Energy is a perfect accountant. It collects every debt and pays every balance. And now, while they lose sleep trying to understand how it all went wrong, you're finally resting easy. Not because you won, but because you stayed true. So sleep well tonight. Because while they're haunted by everything they did, you're protected by everything you've become. Their nightmare is your confirmation. Peace always returns home. Number 10. The empire of lies falls in 7 directions. Empires built on lies never crumble quietly. They explode from within, blaming each other as the truth takes its throne. Chosen one, this is the stage they never prepared for, the implosion. You didn't lift a sword, you didn't plot revenge, yet their entire network is collapsing in 7 directions at once. The empire that once seemed untouchable is now eating itself alive. Groups are fracturing, alliances are breaking, and leaders who once shouted orders are suddenly missing in action. Everyone's pointing fingers, rewriting stories, and pretending they were never part of the system that tried to bury you. You didn't chase destruction, you triggered exposure. That's far more powerful. Think about it. For years, their empire was a machine. Every piece was designed to protect the illusion, the lies, the manipulation, the false power. But once truth enters, it spreads like light through glass, fast, unstoppable, and impossible to contain. You were that light. You didn't need to fight them. You simply stood tall, and your energy alone cracked the machinery they built. The moment people saw your strength, the illusion of their authority lost its grip. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a spider web stretched too far. One thread snaps, and suddenly the whole web begins to tremble and fall apart. That's what's happening to them. The truth you carried was that one snapped thread, and now every connection, every secret, every alliance they forged under falsehood is unraveling. What used to be teamwork is now chaos. What used to be loyalty is now betrayal. Each one is scrambling to protect their own image because that's all they ever cared about. The universe always moves with precision. When an empire is built on lies, it doesn't just fall, it exposes itself layer by layer. First comes denial, then confusion, then chaos. And now, exposure. Each direction their empire falls represents a pillar that's lost its purpose. The manipulators are turning on each other, the followers are running for cover, and the architects of deceit are facing the mirror they spent their lives avoiding. And here's what's truly poetic. While their empire collapses in panic, your life is expanding in peace. That's how energy works. When the false dismantles, the true expands. You've become the living proof that the universe rewards authenticity and dismantles corruption without mercy. You didn't destroy them, their lies did. You were merely the reflection that revealed what was always rotting beneath the surface. Maybe you've noticed how silent they've become. That's not strategy, that's fear. The kind of fear that comes when people realize their protection was never real. They built their tower on sand, and you were the tide that washed it clean. This is cosmic justice unfolding in real time, chosen one. The higher their deception climbed, the harder their fall had to be. So don't gloat, witness. Watch as they scatter, as their alliances crumble, as their own people expose what they once hid. This is the final stage of collapse, the phase where every fake foundation meets the truth head-on. And it all began when you decided not to shrink. Your silence was the earthquake. Your integrity was the wrecking ball. The empire of lies isn't just falling, it's being erased. And when the dust settles, everyone will know who stood in truth when it was dangerous, who stayed calm when others screamed, and who rose when everything false collapsed. That's you, chosen one, the calm in the storm, the proof that truth doesn't need an army to win. It just needs one person brave enough to stand tall. And as the dust finally settles, chosen one, remember this, you didn't just witness an empire fall, you outlasted it. The universe saw every silent battle you fought, every moment you stayed true when lies surrounded you. Now, your peace, your power, and your purpose are untouchable. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to break patterns. And thank you, chosen one, for walking this journey with strength and light. Don't forget to drop the number 777 in the comments if this message resonated with your soul. Like, subscribe, and share this message. Let's spread the truth together. They laughed when you were quiet. They mocked you when you were kind. Now they're terrified because the one they underestimated just got backed by a force they can't understand, and it's not backing down. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Someone tried to play you like a pawn, thought you were naive, slow, soft. But turns out you were the storm dressed in silence. You were the chessboard, not the piece. And now they can't sleep. Why? Because the same person they dismissed as harmless is the one their spirit now warns them to never cross again. You didn't threaten them with words. Your existence became the consequence. Let's talk facts. Studies in behavioral psychology show that people don't fear what they see. They fear what they can't control. And, chosen one, you are uncontainable. Your growth didn't ask for permission. Your glow didn't beg for acceptance. Your evolution broke the illusion they lived in. The fear they feel now, that's their subconscious realizing that underestimating you might have been the biggest mistake they ever made. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light, to call out the darkness, and to remind others they're not alone in this war. Thank you, truly, for being part of this mission. You're not just a viewer, you're part of a force. Back to the truth that's rattling the wrong ones right now. You've got people shook. And it's not because you're loud, aggressive, or trying to prove anything. It's because you don't have to. They're afraid of what you've become in silence. The calm, the composure, the unbothered attitude. That scares people who only know how to feel powerful by being seen. And the worst part for them? You weren't bluffing. You didn't need a comeback speech. You became the proof. You became the result. See, they thought your ancestors were just a spiritual idea. They didn't realize that your bloodline carries weight. It carries memory. And that energy, it doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive disrespect lightly. Your aura doesn't just enter a room, it cleans it. It clears the parasites. It filters the fake. People who once stared you down are now looking away. Not because you changed, but because your light made their shadows visible. The ones who gossiped about you now whisper nervously when your name is mentioned. The ones who mocked your journey now study your every move. They thought you were a soft target, but the energy you carry comes with spiritual clearance. Ancestral clearance. You're not just protected, you're reinforced. The very presence around you, even when you're alone, speaks louder than anything they could say. And that's what has them frozen. They don't know how to process someone who keeps evolving after being underestimated. They don't know how to compete with someone who doesn't compete. They can't fight what doesn't flinch. You, chosen one, became the proof that pain can be alchemized into power. You made them feel average just by being yourself. And now they don't know whether to admire you or avoid you. That confusion? That's fear wrapped in envy. People are afraid of what they can't label. You defy their categories. You're too smart to be silenced, too peaceful to provoke, and too grounded to be moved. That balance, that quiet dominance, it's rare, and rare always scares the ordinary. Your ancestors didn't send you to blend in, they sent you to break generational chains, and that mission came with its own security detail, the kind you don't see, but they sure feel. So now they whisper about your energy, how it's too much, or how you've changed. No, you unlocked. You didn't get colder, you got smarter. You didn't stop caring, you just stopped bleeding for those who were cutting you. That's not bitterness, that's alignment. That's what happens when the chosen one steps into their full self and stops apologizing for it. And the wildest part, you didn't even mean to scare them. You were just trying to survive, heal, elevate. But in doing so, you walked into your purpose. And purpose always disturbs what's fake. The people who played with your name are now haunted by the power behind it. Because it's not just your name anymore, it's a signal, a vibration, a warning. They hear it in conversations, they feel it in silence, and their fear, that's confirmation. So when you feel that tension in the air, when people start avoiding eye contact or suddenly going quiet when you enter the space, don't take it personal. Take it as proof you have someone who underestimated you scared right now. And no, your ancestors don't play. They never did. And now, neither do you. And listen closely, chosen one. What you just heard, that was only the warning shot. The full truth, the one that'll make everything click, the one that explains why they're so scared of you now, is just beginning to unfold. So, don't move a muscle. Stay with me as we break this down step by step and expose every layer of fear your enemies are hiding under. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you've ever felt someone silently panic the moment they realized they underestimated you. And if you feel called to support the force behind this message, your super thanks fuels this mission. You don't just donate, you arm the truth. Your presence here isn't just support, it's part of a bigger correction, a spiritual balancing act, and we see you. And now, let's dive into it, one layer at a time, and trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen, something deep in your spirit won't let you look away. You'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. Let's get into it. Number 1, your energy walks in first, and it clears the room. They didn't hate your presence, they hated that the moment you entered they no longer mattered. You didn't say a word, and suddenly the whole room remembered their lies. That's the thing about being chosen. You don't chase attention, it surrenders to you. You don't ask for respect, it's felt in your silence. The moment you walk into a space, everything shifts. Not because you're loud, not because you're flashy, but because you carry something real, something undeniable, something they tried to bury in themselves a long time ago. And the second your energy brushes against theirs, they remember what authenticity feels like. And it terrifies them. Now imagine this, chosen one. You walk into a room full of people who spent days gossiping about you, doubting you, laughing at the idea that you'd ever rise. But the second you step in, their mouths go dry, their voices shrink. Why? Because your presence brings accountability. You didn't have to confront them, they're already confronting themselves in your reflection. You didn't raise your voice, your energy raised the volume of their guilt. That's not arrogance, that's frequency, that's alignment. Your aura isn't loud, it's louder than loud, it's undeniable. People can ignore words, but they can't ignore vibration. They can dismiss your posts, your pictures, your lifestyle, but the feeling you give off, that's what lives rent-free in their chest. And now they're uncomfortable. Why? Because liars get exposed just by standing next to someone who tells the truth with their life. They feel naked next to you, even when you're fully clothed. That's why the laughter dies when you walk in. That's why the conversation changes. That's why some people suddenly remember they have somewhere else to be. It's not in your head, chosen one. You didn't imagine the tension. That was their mask slipping. They can't stand the light because it reveals too much. People often ask, why do they act weird around me when I've done nothing wrong? But that's the thing, you've done nothing wrong, and that's what makes them squirm. You're not gossiping, you're not competing, you're just existing, and yet your existence alone is disruptive, because the peace you radiate feels like a judgment on their chaos. Because the discipline in your posture feels like a mirror reflecting their laziness. Because the truth you walk in without effort feels like punishment to people who live in lies. And the more you elevate, the worse it gets, because now they're not just annoyed, they're scared. They're scared because your energy entered a room they thought they owned, and suddenly they realized they were never in control. That's why so many people get aggressive with you out of nowhere. That's why the passive aggression creeps in. Because the lie they told themselves about being the smartest, the most spiritual, the most attractive, the most successful, it collapsed the second you showed up. Without a word, without a flex. You are the reminder they didn't ask for, but the one the universe delivered anyway. Don't believe it. Look at history. Look at people like Maya Angelou. She didn't need to be explosive. Her presence carried power. Her words cleared rooms. Or think of someone like Malcolm X. Whether people agreed with him or not, he couldn't walk into a space without every eye turning. Because people feel what can't be faked. Energy precedes intention. And the chosen ones throughout time have all carried that same undeniable weight. Even celebrities in today's world, those who hold that mysterious magnetism, are often misunderstood, shunned, or labeled too intense. But the truth is, they're not too much. The world just isn't used to real power that doesn't come in a costume. You are the same. You're not just here to be liked. You were wired to disturb the fake peace of shallow spaces, and that's exactly what you do every time you walk in. So when they avoid you, pull away, or whisper behind your back, don't ask, "What did I do wrong?" Start asking, "What truth in me did they try to run from?" That's when it clicks. You were never the problem. You were the trigger. You were the truth they couldn't process. And the silence that follows you into the room? That's not awkwardness. That's recognition. It's their soul acknowledging something ancient in you. Your ancestors don't just walk behind you. They walk in with you. That's why doors open. That's why snakes scatter. That's why the room clears. Not because of you alone, but because of the force that walks with you. They can't explain it, and that's why it scares them even more. They thought you were weak because you were humble. They confused stillness with submission, but now they see the truth. You're not quiet because you're small. You're quiet because you're strategic. You don't roar because you don't need to. And every time they try to test you, life makes them regret it before you even react. So, chosen one, stop wondering why certain people shrink when you rise. Stop feeling bad for the discomfort you cause. That discomfort is the universe doing what it always does when something real walks into something fake. It separates. You are the line in the sand. You are the energy shift. And whether they like it or not, they feel you now. You're not trying to be intimidating. You're not even trying to stand out. But when you carry light this strong, it exposes everything pretending to be it. And that's why your energy walks in first. That's why it clears the room. You're not just a person. You're a presence, a reminder, a correction. And the ones who tried to play with you before, they're the ones now gripping their ego tight, trying not to flinch when your name comes up. Because once upon a time, they laughed. And now, they listen. That's what it means to be chosen. You're not loud, but you're felt. You're not trying, but you're shaking systems. And your silence? That's the loudest warning they'll ever hear. Number 2. The ones who mocked you are now watching in silence. They laughed because they thought you were harmless. Now they watch in silence, terrified that the one they underestimated is the same one the universe has chosen to rise, without saying a single word. That's the twisted irony, chosen one. The loudest mouths always go quiet first when the truth finally speaks, and your life is speaking louder than anything they ever mocked. The very people who used your name as a joke are now checking your page like it's prophecy. Their scroll slows when they see your face. Their stomach flips when they hear your voice. They're still watching, but now they watch in silence, because somewhere deep down, they know they were wrong. And here's the part they'll never admit. The fear didn't start when you started to win. It started the moment they realized you never needed to clap back. You didn't defend yourself. You didn't explain. You didn't retaliate. You just kept moving. That quiet, focused energy, that's what scares them, because they live off reactions. They thrive in chaos. But you moved like someone who already knew the ending, and they weren't part of it. Now imagine this. Chosen one. They used to mock your silence, saying you were too quiet, too withdrawn, too mysterious. But now, that same silence feels like judgment. That same distance feels like punishment. You didn't have to expose them. Your growth did. You didn't need to prove anything. Your existence became the proof. You've become their reminder that every word they spoke against you aged like regret. Let's be real. People don't obsessively watch what they don't fear. They don't stalk what they don't secretly admire. When someone mocks you loudly and then watches you silently, that's not curiosity, that's conviction. They know they messed up, and the universe won't let them unsee who you've become. Psychologically, this is called cognitive dissonance. It happens when someone's belief system is shattered by undeniable truth. They believed you were weak. They wanted to believe you were beneath them. But your evolution created a fracture in that illusion. And now they're mentally wrestling with the fact that the person they dismissed is now someone they can't stop watching. That's not hate. That's mental punishment wrapped in silence. Think about Michael Jordan. He was cut from his high school basketball team. People laughed. He didn't respond with words. He responded with greatness. They mocked him in the locker room, then watched him dominate arenas in silence. You are no different. You are the quiet storm they never prepared for. And now they scroll your profile like it's a mirror, showing them everything they failed to become. They try to act unaffected, but their silence is the loudest confirmation you could ever ask for. They've run out of jokes. Because now you are the standard. They once giggled at your dreams. Now they study your moves, hoping to copy your glow. And what eats at them most? You never needed them. You never begged for validation. You built without applause. You rose without their permission. You turned every insult into fuel, every eye roll into rocket fuel. And now you're untouchable. Not because you're better, but because you refused to stop while they wasted time watching. They'll never say it out loud, but their actions scream it. I underestimated you, and now I'm obsessed. They refresh your posts. They ask mutuals about you. They act like they're over it, but they can't stop coming back. That's what happens when someone realizes too late that they bet against the wrong soul, that they mocked someone who was marked by the universe. And if you're wondering, but why don't they just say something? Apologize? Admit it? Because pride is louder than guilt. Their ego won't let them speak, but their energy tells the whole truth. Silence is their surrender. Stalking your glow is their confession. Even your absence is heavy. You don't show up to their events, and they still whisper your name. You leave a group chat, and they still bring you up months later. That's what happens when someone realizes they lost access to someone rare, someone real, someone chosen. You were never supposed to be part of their circle. You were supposed to outgrow it. And now that you have, they don't know whether to be jealous or just embarrassed. They thought their silence would hurt you, but now they see your silence exposed them. So, chosen one, don't let their eyes in the dark make you dim your light. If they're still watching, then you're still rising. And if they're quiet now, good. That's the sound of defeat. That's the sound of realization. That's the sound of someone finally understanding that they threw stones at someone who had an army of ancestors walking with them. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to get back at anyone. The glow-up was always enough. The peace you have now is louder than any insult they ever whispered. You live rent-free in the mind of people who once thought you were a phase. But you're not a phase. You're the future they weren't ready for. So let them watch. Let them sit in silence while your name grows louder in rooms they can't even enter anymore. You're not just being seen now, you're being recognized. And the ones who mocked you, they don't have the courage to look you in the eye anymore, because they know they lost access to something divine, and once the chosen one walks away, they don't return. Their silence isn't peace, it's punishment, and your existence is the sentence. Number 3. You see through people, and that terrifies them. They weren't afraid of what you'd do to them. They were terrified of what you could see in them, and you saw everything they tried to hide. That's the kind of power you carry, chosen one. You don't need receipts. You don't need to dig. You don't need evidence from a third party. Your intuition reads people before they speak. Their energy introduces them long before they shake your hand. And no matter how carefully they paint their image, your spirit can smell the rot underneath the performance. That's why they're scared. That's why they flinch when you look at them too long. Because you don't see their mask, you see their truth. Now think about that. What's more threatening to a liar than someone who doesn't fall for the act? You became the mirror they never asked for, and when they looked into you, they saw every contradiction, every insecurity, every flaw they tried to bury. You didn't embarrass them, their own reflection did. You didn't expose them publicly. The universe let their guilt do that silently. They wanted to manipulate you. They thought they could run the same games on you they ran on everyone else, but you were already 10 moves ahead, reading patterns, picking up on their shifts, decoding their body language. Your silence wasn't confusion, it was observation. You were watching, clocking, learning. And when the moment came, you didn't need to argue. Your absence did all the talking. And now they question everything. How did they know? Why didn't the manipulation work this time? Because you're chosen, because the universe gave you sight, not just vision, but inner knowing. You're not here to be fooled. You're here to break the cycles that fools create. That's why your energy disturbs them. They can't fake it around you. They can't pretend to be pure while standing next to someone who actually is. So let them squirm. Let them shift uncomfortably in your presence. That's not your burden. That's their truth reacting to your light. And don't waste time proving anything. The universe already confirmed what you sensed. The ones you walked away from, they know why. They felt it. And deep down, they know they were seen. You didn't lose them, you released them, so you could finally focus on you and let the universe handle what your discernment already detected. Number 4, you're not playing their game, you're building a new table. They wanted you to compete. Instead, you started creating, and nothing threatens the insecure more than someone who doesn't need their spotlight to shine. That's the silent war you've been fighting, chosen one. You were never built to play their rigged games, the fake popularity contests, the loud performances for clout, the empty alliances just to climb a social ladder to nowhere. While they were busy fighting over plastic crowns, you were out here building kingdoms. You were never interested in sitting at a table built on ego, backstabbing, and insecurity. You wanted something real. So, what did you do? You started building your own. They didn't expect that. They thought ignoring you would break you. They thought isolating you would crush your confidence. But it only gave you clarity. While they were chasing trends, you were building a legacy. While they were watching followers, you were watching fruit. You stopped trying to sit at their table because you realized you are the table. And that realization, that's what shattered them. Now they watch from the sidelines, confused. Why won't they compete with me? Why aren't they trying to prove themselves like everyone else? Because you don't need to, because your purpose is louder than their opinions. You're not here to play petty games, you're here to rewrite the rules, and every time you stay silent while they scream for attention, the universe adds another brick to your foundation. That's what they don't understand. You're not loud, but you're lasting. You're not flashy, but you're fortified. And yes, it bothers them. Your existence challenges their entire blueprint. You're the proof that you don't have to sell your soul to be seen, that you don't have to bow down to be blessed. While they're performing, you're becoming, and every step you take in your lane makes them question their own. Not because you said anything, but because your discipline is making their chaos uncomfortable. So keep building, let them throw stones while you lay bricks. You're not missing out by not playing their game. You're outgrowing it. You're not here to impress them. You're here to inspire the ones watching in silence. And the universe. It's backing every move. Stay locked in. Stay focused. They'll keep talking, and you'll keep creating what they'll never be invited to touch. Number 5. Your vibe is too high for their mask to survive. You didn't unmask them, your frequency did. Because when the vibration is real, anything fake starts to melt off. That's what they're really afraid of, chosen one. Not your words, not your style, not your confidence. It's your vibe, the way your energy walks into the room, like truth dressed in silence. You don't even have to say anything. Your presence alone makes people question their intentions. You bring an atmosphere that demands realness, and anything that isn't aligned starts to fall apart the moment you show up. See, people used to feel comfortable around each other in their delusions. They nodded along with each other's lies. They smiled together in dysfunction. It was a performance, and everyone knew their role. But when you walked in, the script started to burn. Because you didn't laugh at the fake jokes. You didn't pretend like you didn't see what you saw. You didn't play dumb to protect fragile egos. You didn't match their energy. You raised the frequency, and in that shift, the masks started to slip. Now they avoid you, not because you did anything to them, but because their mask can't survive your vibration. It peels off in your light, that polished good person act. It crumbles next to someone who's genuinely walking in alignment. That spiritual front? It looks performative next to someone who's been through the fire and carries peace without needing to brag. You are their energetic audit, and they're terrified of being seen for what they really are. You ever notice how someone who once couldn't stop talking around you now goes quiet when you enter, or how certain people suddenly stop inviting you once your glow started getting too bright? That's not paranoia. That's vibrational truth. Your spirit is disrupting their performance. You're proof that it's possible to live without faking it. And people still caught in the illusion can't stand the reminder. Even spiritual law supports it. Anything not built on truth will eventually collapse in the presence of light. That's what your energy does. It doesn't attack, it exposes, without trying, without effort, just by existing. So don't lower your frequency to make others comfortable. Don't shrink to fit into rooms you were sent to disrupt. You're not here to play along. You're here to break the illusion. Keep vibrating higher. The universe moves with you, and the more their masks fall, the more your power will rise. Number 6. They thought you'd need them. Now they need to watch you. They thought they were above you until the universe lifted you so high they couldn't even reach the bottom of your shadow. Now they sit in silence, watching the one they once called nothing become everything. That's the silent shift they weren't prepared for, chosen one. At first, they looked down on you, quietly or boldly, doesn't matter. They thought you were beneath them. that you'd always need them, that you'd be stuck asking for support, validation, crumbs of attention. But the universe had other plans. While they were laughing, the universe was positioning, and now they're watching every move you make like it's their survival guide, because somehow the person they counted out became the one they can't stop counting on to see what winning looks like. It's almost funny, isn't it? They were so comfortable when they believed you'd stay in your place. When you were still figuring yourself out, still healing, still walking through the fire, they felt superior. But they didn't realize something crucial. Pain doesn't weaken the chosen, it activates them. While they were mocking your struggles, those very struggles were turning you into a weapon of light, into someone who doesn't just recover, but rises. Now they refresh your page in silence. They pretend not to care while studying your every word. They act indifferent in public, but in private, they're analyzing your steps, trying to figure out how you're doing it. How are they rising like this? How did they get ahead of me without my help? Simple. Because the universe is helping you. Your protection doesn't come from people, it comes from purpose, and that scares them more than anything, because they can't control that, they can't stop that, they can't even compete with that. They never imagined you'd have the audacity to grow without them, but you did. You left the table they were so proud to sit at and built one out of everything they used to break you, and now they're starving, watching from the sidelines while you feast on alignment, on purpose, on peace. And let's be real, nothing hurts someone's ego more than realizing the one they dismissed doesn't need them at all. This is your reminder. You never needed their approval. You needed their rejection. That dismissal was divine direction. The betrayal, it was a redirection. And now their silence is filled with confusion, guilt, and regret. Wrapped in fake smiles and forced small talk. So keep shining, chosen one. Keep elevating. Let them watch. That's their new role now. Observers of the very greatness they once tried to bury. They thought they were the ceiling. Turns out they were just the floor. You had to walk over to reach the sky. Number 7. You carry an aura they can't compete with. They couldn't match your light, so they convinced themselves it was too bright. Because when someone's aura outshines the entire room, the insecure won't rise. They'll try to pull the curtains. That's what you're experiencing, chosen one. You don't just walk in with looks or brains or charm. You walk in with presence, with a frequency that doesn't need to prove anything, and that's where the fear begins. You're not performing. You're not asking to be seen. You simply exist in your truth. And that alone unsettles those who only feel powerful when others feel small. You're not loud, but you're unforgettable. And that terrifies people who've spent their lives hiding behind noise. Your intelligence, it doesn't come from books alone. It comes from lived experience, from trauma you survived, from betrayal that refined you, from silence you sat in for years while others underestimated your mind. Your beauty, it's not just surface. It radiates from alignment, from the peace you fought for, from the self-respect they still haven't found. And your peace, that's what shakes them the most. Because when everything around you is chaotic, you're still grounded. That inner calm makes their insecurity scream. Now, instead of working on themselves, they try to bring you down. They'll make comments like, "You're too much," or "You think you're better." No, you don't. You think clearly. You live differently. You vibrate higher. That's what they're trying to dim. Not your arrogance, but your authenticity. Because in your presence, the illusion of their confidence starts to crack. People don't compete with what they admire. They compete with what threatens their illusion of superiority. And you, chosen one, have shattered that illusion without trying. You became the quiet example of what alignment looks like, what healing feels like, what freedom does to a soul. And now their spirit knows they can't fake that level of glow. Let them talk, let them throw shade. That's what happens when your light becomes too loud for people used to dim rooms. You weren't made to be accessible, you were made to be unmistakable, and the universe made sure of it. Keep walking in that power, because no matter how hard they try to bring you down, they'll never reach the standard you naturally set just by being exactly who you are. Number 8. Your coldness isn't cruel, it's calculated. They called you cold only after they realized you wouldn't warm their ego anymore. But the truth is, the wall they complain about is one they helped you build, brick by betrayal. That's what cuts them, chosen one. You didn't turn cold out of nowhere. You didn't become distant for no reason. You responded to what their actions taught you. They used your kindness like a doormat, your silence like a weakness, your generosity like an invitation to drain you. And now that you've created boundaries, they call you cold, arrogant, heartless. But here's the reality. You didn't become cold. You became wise. You were once the warmest one in the room. The one who gave chances, listened without judgment, helped without being asked. But they mistook your softness for stupidity. They took and took. And when you stopped handing yourself over on a silver platter, they painted you as the villain. Isn't it funny how people never talk about what they did to earn your distance? They weren't complaining when you were always available, when you were over-explaining your worth, when you were ignoring red flags just to keep the peace. But the moment you stopped bleeding for people who were cutting you, that's when they got offended. That's when the accusations started, because your boundaries interrupted their comfort. Now you walk with detachment. You protect your peace like it's sacred, because it is, and it confuses them. Why are they acting different? Because you woke up. You realized not everyone deserves access to you. You understood that giving your warmth to those who refuse to warm themselves is a waste of divine energy, and since they can't reach you emotionally anymore, they try to shame you into returning to who you used to be, the version of you that allowed them to stay unhealed. But here's the truth. This version of you isn't cold. It's calibrated. You're focused. You're intentional. You're aligned. And your detachment isn't cruelty. It's self-respect. The universe pulled you out of their chaos so you could hear your own soul again. That's what they're really mad about. That you chose you. That you closed the door without slamming it. That you didn't fight or explain or beg. You just left them standing there, and Attilans haunts them. Let them talk. Let them mislabel your healing. You know the truth. Your ancestors know the truth. And the universe knows the truth. It pulled you away for a reason. Keep your distance. Keep your wall. It's not cold. It's sacred ground now. Not everyone deserves to enter. Number 9. People pleasers hate you because you don't perform. They bend, twist, and fold themselves to be accepted. You stand still and get respected, and that's why they can't stand you. You don't perform, chosen one. You don't shrink to fit anyone's expectations. You don't clap when you're not impressed, and you don't smile when you sense something's off. You've freed yourself from the exhausting performance that most people call fitting in. And that's exactly why people pleasers resent you. You walk in with authenticity while they spend their whole lives shape-shifting for scraps of approval. They live off validation, off applause, off pretending. They practice their personalities like rehearsing lines in a play, always adjusting based on who's watching. But you don't play those games. You say no when you mean it. You speak when it matters. And most dangerous of all, you're comfortable being unliked. That right there is what unhinges them, because they've built their entire self-worth on being accepted. You, on the other hand, built yours on truth. And truth makes people-pleasers uncomfortable. You remind them that there's another way to live, one where you don't need permission to be yourself, one where you're not addicted to being liked, one where your identity isn't built on being agreeable. They don't hate your attitude, they hate your freedom. Why can't they just be nicer? Why don't they ever try to win people over? Because you were never sent here to win people over. You were sent here to be real. And when you walk in that energy, it offends those who've made a lifestyle out of pretending. People-pleasers don't understand how you can say less and still be remembered, how you can disagree without apologizing, how you can exist in a room and not care if people approve. To them, that's rebellion. To you, that's peace. They need constant reassurance. You walk with quiet certainty. They need attention. You need alignment. And because they can't figure out how you're so secure without the external praise they chase daily, they'll try to flip the narrative, call you rude, call you difficult, call you too much. But what they're really saying is, I can't manipulate them the way I manipulate others. Let them be uncomfortable. You're not here to be agreeable. You're here to be authentic. You were never meant to be another puppet on their stage. You were meant to be the reason they finally realize the show isn't worth watching anymore. Keep showing up as you. The universe backs that kind of courage every time. Number 10. You're a living paradox, and they can't label you. You're the glitch in their matrix, the one soul they can't categorize, decode, or dismiss. And because they can't label you, they try to limit you. That's the threat you carry, chosen one. You're not confusing, you're just uncaged. You don't walk, talk, dress, think, or move the way they expect someone like you to. You're the calm storm, the quiet power, the rebel with no banner. You're soft-spoken but sharp. Humble but untouchable. One minute you're invisible, the next you've taken over the whole atmosphere, and that kind of unpredictability unnerves them. Because people fear what they can't understand, and they hate what they can't control. They want to put you in a box, spiritual or secular, masculine or feminine, friendly or cold, introverted or social, but you're all of it and none of it. You contain contradictions that make sense only to those on your frequency. And since most people operate on surface level, your depth feels like a threat. They want a file they can name. You gave them a riddle they can't solve. Ever notice how people try to study you like a project? One minute they admire your kindness, the next they question your silence. One moment they say you're inspiring, the next they label you intimidating. They keep flipping between opinions because you don't behave according to their expectations, and their fragile minds are used to predictable patterns. You broke their algorithm. That's why their compliments come with shade. That's why their praise feels like an interrogation. How can someone like you exist? Because you're chosen, and the chosen don't play by the rules of those still trapped in survival. You were designed to confuse systems that tried to erase uniqueness. You weren't built to be understood by the masses. You were built to awaken those who are ready to see beyond the illusion. Even history proves this. Visionaries, geniuses, and trailblazers were always seen as contradictions. Nikola Tesla, Prince, Maya Angelou, none of them fit into clean categories. They were misunderstood first, worshipped later. And you? You're walking that same road. Don't let their confusion become your cage. You don't have to explain yourself. You are the explanation. You are the living proof that boxes are for the insecure, not for the divinely designed. Let them be confused. Let them whisper. Just remember, the universe intentionally made you too complex to be copied and too rare to be cloned. Keep moving. Keep breaking the mold. You were never meant to be understood. You were meant to be felt. Number 11. They dream about you because they can't escape your energy. They can't stop dreaming about you because some truths echo louder in silence, and your energy speaks even when you're not around. You haunt them, chosen one, not because you did anything extreme, but because your presence left a fingerprint on their spirit, a vibration they can't scrub off. Even in their sleep, your name carries weight. Your energy doesn't ask for permission. It lingers. It visits them when they're most vulnerable, when their ego is off, when the masks drop. That's when the universe whispers, "You messed with the wrong one." Imagine that. Someone cursed your name by day and then saw you in their dreams by night, not smiling, not angry, just present. And that presence, it's not just a coincidence, it's confirmation. The energy they tried to mock is the same energy now interrupting their rest. Because you don't walk alone, you never did. Whether they believe in karma, spirit teams, or nothing at all, their spirit knows what their ego refuses to admit. You're not just protected, you're divinely backed. They thought smearing your name would come without a cost, but the universe doesn't operate on gossip. It operates on energy. And yours? It's sacred, it's guarded, it's untouchable. That's why they wake up uneasy. That's why their dreams feel heavy, confusing, distorted. Some of them have dreamt of you standing above them, or watching silently, or surrounded by light. Others have felt warned in their sleep. It wasn't paranoia, it was spiritual consequence. That's how powerful you've become. Your peace is haunting, your silence is punishment, your elevation is prophecy fulfilled. They never thought someone like you would rise without their help. Now they're watching, even in their unconscious state, as the universe reminds them what they tried to destroy is not only still standing, it's ascending. And don't think for a second that these dreams are just random. The most stubborn hearts often get messages when they're most defenseless. So when they dreamed of you, it wasn't about you, it was about what they did to you. It was their guilt putting on a play. It was your aura, pure and unbothered, confronting their shadow. Let them keep dreaming, chosen one. That's the only access they'll get now. Their spiritual connection is now limited to glimpses, and even those feel like warnings, not warmth. You've been removed for a reason. The ancestors, the universe, the forces that walk with you, they've sealed your presence. You don't chase revenge because your existence is the reminder, the lesson, the echo that keeps returning long after you've walked away. That's the power of being chosen. You don't just live in people's memories, you live in their corrections. So stay focused, stay aligned. While they dream about you, you're building, you're rising, you're aligning with everything meant for you. And the dreams? That's just the universe reminding them they lost access to what they'll never replace. Number 12. Your ancestors are not playing. They warned them already. They thought they were fighting you. What they didn't know is they picked a fight with every soul that ever protected your bloodline. And your ancestors, they don't play fair. They play for keeps. This was never just about you, chosen one. The reason their attacks didn't work, the reason their manipulation backfired, the reason they're suddenly paranoid and restless is because they were never just dealing with a person. They were dealing with a lineage, a sacred assignment, a spiritual force that runs through your veins like electricity. When they came for you, they triggered generational defense. They touched something that's ancient, something the universe protects like sacred ground. See, you were born into a war that existed long before you took your first breath. But instead of running from it, you were chosen to end it. And your ancestors, those who walked before you, who suffered, fought, prayed, bled, and rose, they made a pact with the universe. They said, the next one that carries our name will not be touched like we were. They will be covered, and anyone who tries to interfere with their mission will be dealt with. That's you. That's who you are. So when people talk about you, slander you, throw shade, or try to block your blessings, they're not just offending you, they're violating a divine contract. And your ancestors don't need to scream. They show up in dreams, in delays, in sudden misfortune that hits the ones who moved against you without warning. That illness, that chaos, that heavy feeling they can't explain, that's not karma, that's protection enforcement. Because spiritual laws respond to energetic violations, and what they did to you triggered a spiritual response. You've been through moments where you felt something was watching over you, times you almost fell but didn't, times you felt a warning before someone betrayed you, times the energy in the room shifted the moment you walked in. That wasn't paranoia, that was your lineage speaking. You were born with surveillance, with backup, with unseen forces standing shoulder to shoulder with you at all times. That's why you were never truly alone. And the ones who underestimated you, who mocked your silence, betrayed your heart, gossiped in circles thinking nothing would happen, they got warned, spiritually, repeatedly, but pride made them ignore the signals, and now they're facing the correction. You didn't have to lift a finger. Your ancestors handled it before you even knew what was coming. They thought your strength came from the surface, from your personality, from your resources. What they didn't realize was that your real strength comes from the foundation you stand on. Generations of wisdom, resilience, and spiritual fire that lives inside your DNA. That's why you're unfazed. That's why you bounce back stronger. That's why their attacks feel like light taps against a steel wall. You weren't made for defeat. You were built to endure what would break most people and still rise. So don't be surprised if the ones who once moved against you start falling back. Don't be shocked when you hear of strange things happening in their lives. It's not revenge, it's spiritual regulation. Your ancestors gave them chances to make it right. When they chose to keep playing, the warning turned into correction. And when you're chosen, the correction doesn't need your involvement. It happens for you. This is your confirmation. Your mission is guarded. You're not just protected, you're defended. And those who underestimated you now realize they were never fighting alone. They were up against generations of unbreakable force. And now they know your ancestors don't play. Not when it comes to you, not when it comes to purpose, not when someone tries to tamper with destiny. And that, chosen one, is why the fear surrounding your name isn't random. It's earned, it's spiritual, it's generational. You're not just walking with power, you are the power. And those who tried to touch it, they're learning the hard way that your protection doesn't blink. If this resonated with your soul, don't just sit with it, stand in it. Like this video, subscribe if you haven't yet, and drop the number 77 in the comments to let the universe know you recognize your calling. And if you feel led to bless the mission, share this message with another chosen one. We rise together, always.